Hopefully everybody has signed, ooh, sorry. Came in a little hot there. Hopefully everybody has signed up to speak. I see a lot of familiar faces and welcome everyone. We look forward to hearing from you and you hearing from us. And we all live here, so we're all going to do our best to keep this town on the up and up. We love our employees. We love our citizens. We love everything about this town or you wouldn't be here. So at the end of the day, we want it to be a safe, friendly, wonderful place to live. And a lot of you faces I see moved here because we have a great thing. And so anyway, welcome everyone. And sorry we don't have enough seats. Next, John, what happened? You have a seat you want to give up? Oh, I thought Jimmy wanted to give up his seat, but. And we're going to have 3 minutes speaking. So thank you, everyone. And please sign up. I think Tracy's in the hallway. Here we go. Notice is hereby given pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Vernon's annotated civil statute, Article 625217, that the city of Smithville will conduct a special call council meeting July 23rd, 2025 at 5 p.m. in the council chambers of City Hall, 317 Main Street, Smithville, Texas. I call this meeting to order. There's been a few young ladies with their children that wanted to talk because their children didn't want to hang out with us the whole time. I don't know. So hopefully you have signed up to speak. You'll have to get a microphone and please come forward. The microphone will be right here. So as you speak, please speak into the microphone so that everyone can hear you. And please introduce everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this impromptu little thing the kids put together. We found out that the community gardens, we just found this out, so I don't really have anything prepared to say, but we wanted to come here and just communicate with the council and our mayor and everybody that the community gardens means so much to us. It's for our moms, it's a part of our mental health. That's how we all met each other, how we connected as a community. It does so much for us. We go every Friday morning and it's just, it's a place for, our kids grow with the garden is kind of what we say. So they learn, their hands get dirty, they're able to play in the mud kitchen. And we're just really concerned that this could potentially be taken away from our children and just everything that the garden does. I mean, it serves senior citizens, the organic produce, as well as everybody on, I guess it would be considered the south side of town. So many people, it just serves so many people. And I don't know if it gets expressed often enough. And also Jim and Judy, we love them. We've also heard rumors that the library budget might be in discussions of being cut. And if so, there's a whole bunch more moms that could not be here today who we're representing. And we just can't show our support for Jim and Judy enough. They have changed our lives, the lives of our children, the bookworm program, to even just last week, the summer reading big party they threw for all of us. It's what makes Smithville Smithville. It's why I left Austin. It's why I relocated here, is because I wanted to be in a community just like this, and community gardens and the library make us so special. I feel like Smithville really gives us our heart, and that's all we have to say. Thank you.
My name is Sharon. What is your name?
Annie. Toe.
Well, welcome to City Hall.
I'm Ann Layton.
Hello. What is your name?
Dada.
Well,
Rich.
welcome today.
Rich.
Cool name.
I'm Danny Ponder.
Thank you.
My tattoo.
I will say I'll give you a pass.
I'm Daryl Lim.
Oh, start, get out. Yeah. Have you introduced yourself? Sorry about that. Thank y'all. I can't wait for you all to grow up and be sitting up here and y'all all making decisions. Y'all come back and see us, okay? Thank you, thank you.
Very much.
All right, onward. I lost my glasses. No, it didn't, they're right here. Ah. Whew. Our next item is discussion and action on spraying for mosquitoes. We have some people signed up to speak, and so we're going to hear them and then go into this item. So I have Betty McBriar. Miss McBriar? Hello, Miss Betty. Will you state your name and where you live, please? I'm pretty sure everybody knows.
You think?
Uh,
Cindy McBriar, 1414 Caldwell Lane. Okay. I was just aware a couple of weeks ago that we no longer have the mosquito spraying program in Smithville. Am I correct on that? Or do we still have it?
It was cut from the budget, but we're not,
Cut.
yes, it was cut last year, and so that's the reason why it has not happened this year. So-
Okay. Well, to be honest with you, we're not outside quite as much as we used to be, so we don't notice it quite as much. But we do abut the open pastures out by the hospital and then down Faulkner Road. And they don't always get mowed as quickly as we'd like them to. And we have some pretty big dive bombers in our yard. We try to mitigate it with as many oils diffusing and that sort of thing, but it boils down to a health hazard. I've seen my grandkids come in just full of whelps and they live on the hill. This is not a good idea. And I understand we've got a budget in this town, but I also understand we have to look at the health of the children and the people, the animals. I don't know about y'all. Thank God I don't have dogs anymore, but heartworms, I mean, those things are expensive, not only to keep from getting the heartworm, but treating them after they do get it. I just go on record as saying, I wish you would bring it back. It needs to come back just as a health reason.
Mayor, question of fact for the city manager. Robert, was this a budgeted line item that the administration decided to cut? What was the
It
decision?
was part of the cuts that were made to make budget last year. So yes, it
It was
was,
because I don't recall us as council recommending that. So that was an administrative decision.
that is correct.
Do we still have budget available?
We can talk about that. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Next person, please.
I have, our next person to speak is Carol Jackson.
Hi, Carol. Will you state where you live, please? Welcome.
I'm Carol Jackson at 300 4th Avenue. I'm going to read this so that I can get it in, squeeze it in the 3 minutes. I talked to Edward, who oversees the mosquito spraying program, and want to share some facts and my opinions about it. The cost is $4,400 a month. They spray June, July, and August, depending on the wetness. So that comes to $13,200 a year, a sizable amount that could go towards economic development. The chemical used is Permanone 3030. It's not some benign spray. The label says it's harmful if swallowed, absorbed through the skin, eyes, or clothing, and causes moderate eye irritation. It's extremely toxic to fish, not to be applied to bodies of water. I'm not sure how that's avoidable with all the creeks, ponds, and our Colorado River. And it's highly toxic to bees exposed to direct treatment. The adjuvant they use to make the permethrin work better has been designated by the EPA to be a possible carcinogen, meaning cancer-causing. This chemical only kills adult mosquitoes, not their larvae or nymphs. There are larvicides for use in standing water that we can use, and there are larvicides for use in containerized water that you can get at Home Depot or Amazon called mosquito dunks that work great. The city does spray at night when the bees aren't active, and hopefully people aren't outside as much. But I have 3 rabbits, 10 chickens, and 2 feral cats that are outside all night. I also have a black soldier fly bin to feed my chickens, and black fly are one of the target species. So I have a lot of critters that I do not want exposed to these two chemicals. There has been a lot of fear mongering by our public health experts about mosquitoes spreading dangerous diseases. I'll grant that malaria is a serious concern, but certainly not here in Smithville. As far as West Nile virus, during an outbreak in Austin about 10 years ago, both my husband and I got what was most likely West Nile. We had a very mild flu and the typical rash on our legs. The positive outcome is that most people who've been infected are immune for life, just like people who get measles have lifelong immunity as opposed to just getting a vaccine. And the majority of people who get West Nile have no symptoms. So many of us are immune and don't even know it. I don't have time to go into Zika, but it's also not anything to worry about. I'll end by saying that even if others want the city to spray because they're afraid or annoyed by mosquitoes, it's not fair to subject
We have
everyone
a
else.
long meeting, so I'm gonna interrupt you, okay? Thank you. Okay, anybody else signed up to speak?
Not on this item.
Thank you.
Not on this item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I thought you heard me.
Oh, that's okay. All right, next item on the agenda is discussion and action on spraying for mosquitoes. This is an action item. We need to vote motion.
All right, council, I make a motion that we start up the mosquito spraying again right now because that's all the motion needs to be.
Second,
Motion's been made and second. All in favor?
I'd like further discussion, please.
I had a couple questions on
Okay.
it. Just
Sorry.
from what I understand, there is opt-outs. Is that true?
Yes, there is a mosquito opt-out program. If you do not want spray anywhere near your home, you sign up on a list and we won't spray that.
Perfect. And is there a way to notify through bills or anything like that to
I think
raise awareness of that?
I'm not certain if it's on the website, but people who don't want it know there's an opt-out program and they have signed up probably 20 people. I don't know. We do have a list and we'll give you plenty of time if you want to be opted out and review that list to make sure that you're not on it, whomever individual may be, or individuals.
Perfect. Yeah. I think that if we could do some sort of social media or something like that, I had a couple constituents not know about it. They were concerned about it. They didn't know about the opt-out list. I think it'd be really great for us to republicize that.
Yeah, so just a little background, give some clarity about what actually happens. There's a schedule. Jennifer may be pulling it up or will pull it up. It's twice a week spraying, Tuesday and Friday, from 9 to 3 a.m. Takes 6 hours. And they split it up between alleys and streets. And Ms. Jackson was correct with the chemicals. The cost is $4,300 a month. And the concentration with which we spray, the SDS safety data sheet, most of the information that is on that sheet is talking about LD 50s, LC 50s. Yes, it is a carcinogen, but not to mosquitoes. Okay, but again, people that are concerned can come off the spray list. You have to make the decision whether or not you want to authorize spraying. We do have the funds to do so. And we'll take whatever direction you provide.
So up to this point, Robert, the decision had been made not to spray.
Yeah, it was 15,000 a year and last year was a very tough budget. You cut a bunch of things out and I had to make budget.
So but we do have the budget
Yes, sir.
to do the
We-
spraying.
Through attrition, you can move things around and we have enough money to cover it if you choose to instruct us to do so.
Well, for my colleagues, the feedback I've been getting, and it's been pretty fast and furious. Not only am I personally getting eaten up, but people are eating me up to get us to turn this spraying back on. So it is my intention to vote that we do move forward with mosquito spray.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor? 1, 2. It's approved. Thank you.
So, excuse me, with that being said, it's scheduled now to start this Friday. That's what we
So
intended. If
make
you-
sure that if you want to opt out, tell your friends, please call City Hall, let us know, okay?
Can we put that out on the website and then let those of us who have fairly significant followings on social media
Please share.
pump it out?
Yep, yes,
Okay.
sir. We can get that on through. Jose.
Especially the opt-out part, so.
Okay.
All right, we good?
I'm pretty sure it will be, that it will be back on next door before this meeting's over.
Okay.
Okay? I can almost guarantee you that.
Glad you brought your sense of humor. Discussion and action on prorating this recycling center permits. All right, we're open for discussion.
All right, over the last 2 months, people have been coming in, to get a permit, but they did not want to get it because they were paying for a full year when it was only 6 months for the recycle center. So I've talked with Spring and I have talked with Jessica and all the girls up front. I talked to Robert. I believe it is appropriate to prorate it to half price for $25 for in-town and $50 for out-of-town till the end of the year. So that is what I'm looking for, to do that, to prorate it, because they are correct. If they're only going to use it 6 months, they shouldn't be penalized for the other.
Move it.
Yeah. I'm going to make a motion that we approve prorating the recycle center permits to half price
Till the end of the year.
till the end of the year.
I'll second that motion.
A motion's been made and second. Anybody else have a discussion about it?
Yeah, a
Go
few
ahead.
questions. I guess A, we probably need to specify if that's only for this year or if that's ongoing, but B, I think that maybe the definition of proration needs to be analyzed. Is it always just gonna be half price once we get to past June, or is it gonna be a price per month until we get to the end of the year?
That's why I said in the motion till the end of this year. It will only be for this year. We will be having a new trash contract come up, and it'll start next year. At that point, we have to decide how we're going to do it. Are we going to continue with the out of town? There will be a myriad of options that will be available, so that will all change.
So if I come in and want to buy a permit now, the proration would be that I pay for 5 months.
No,
No, you pay for half,
You would-
$25.
you would pay half. It's not, it's half price at this point. That's what I said, 25 in town, 50% out of town.
For the number of months left in the year.
Yes.
Even if that's November, it's still gonna be the 25 and
Yes.
50.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor? 1, 2, it is approved. Update from the city manager on the FY 25-26 preliminary budget. It's yours, Robert. Do you have a microphone?
It's always done this to me, Jenna. Well, while she's doing that, I wanted to tell you all about a change that's occurred, listening to feedback. It's kind of unrealistic to have you guys sit here 5.5 hours and not be able to speak. So I've changed the order, and Sharon has approved that after my presentation, citizens can get up and speak. And if you want to go home and watch the rest of this from the comfort in your PJs, you're welcome to do so, because we will be here a while. Okay? Okay, first thing I have to do is recognize my staff. Again, this was a daunting task. We've gone through 3 iterations since June 18th and still don't have the certified numbers. So thank you, wherever y'all are, staff, for your continued effort and support. Tonight, I would like to cover the current budget status, go over the workshop action items that were assigned from the June 18th meeting. Then we'll get into the meat and potatoes, the FY 25-26 budget overview. We'll talk about budget drivers, their impact, and the history. We'll review the proposed cost-cutting measures and revenue opportunities. We'll discuss the proposed tax rate. Again, this is a preliminary tax rate. We'll take a break and the mayor, council, and the city staffs will present their plans, projects, and priorities. You know, is of concern to them, what things do they want to see happening in the coming year? We'll probably take another break and then go through the yellow sheets. The yellow sheets are where it all happens. The line item detail with which you seek and with which we have always budgeted to will be reviewed. We'll finish up with a summary, citizens' comments, and next steps. You all okay with that? Good.
If some of the people in the back, we can open these doors over here so that I want to make sure everybody can see. You're welcome to come up on the side here also.
Robert, I know you were just reading from that. I just want to clarify when the citizen comments would be.
What are you saying? What? I'm sorry, what?
I know you were reading from those slides out of habit, but I just want to clarify when the citizen comments would be based on your.
The citizen comments, there's a little placeholder in my presentation that says citizen comments, and it's going to be after I finish my primary presentation, about 17 and a half minutes from now.
It's item 5. Item 5.
Okay, let's talk about the current budget status. Our revenues are exceeding expenditures by $621,000. That's about $200,000 better than the last time I presented this information. We do have 3X operating per GASB with $173,000 additional dollars in the fund balance. Our hot taxes and our sales tax are up. We had a very good sales tax month this past month in July. The receipts were up 20% from the prior year. The city of Smithfield is leading the municipal pack in Bastrop County with the most increase in the percentage, not the dollars, but the percentage of sales tax increase in the county. And this number reflects sales 2 months prior. So everything that happened in May, maybe it's graduation, but the good news is that's 20%. That's 8% year-to-date increase over last year. That's 45% increase since 2020. 77% of the $3 million tax note has been spent. We've made $150,000 in interest that is sitting and still growing interest. As you recall, we do have 3.5 years to spend this money, which is about a year left, 7 years to pay it back. And as you know, we're currently in the 25-26 budget process.
Robert, excuse me, is the takeaway from this that at this point, we seem to have $600,000 plus in excess revenue available to spend or carry forward?
It means that, the next chart kind of explains that. Right now, at 9/12 of the budget year, we should be at 75% spending and 75% revenue. With speaking strictly expenses, you know, we're in a better position demonstrating fiscal responsibility and reserve. It's 71% where we should be at 75. So that's 621,000. It's just expenses. Revenue is over expenses, so we're not overspending, if that makes sense.
It's possible that if this trend holds by the end of the year, we would have approximately $600,000 to spend against other items in this year or carry forward to next year.
It means, if you look at, let me get my, where my line, yeah, it's going to change monthly. We got 3 months left in the year, $4 million. The point is, there's probably not going to have anything left. We've done a very good job year over year budgeting to within 1 to 2% of forecast. So most likely that's not going to be a surplus because we still have bills to pay. We still have things coming due. That answer your question?
Whatever amount might be left at the end of the year is available to spend against expenses in this year and or carry forward to next year.
It would go to the reserves. Yes, possibly. Cynthia, correct? Yeah,
That's a yes.
that's a yes. Any questions about the current budget status? And we got to get through the summer. That's where a lot of that money is going to be chewed up with electric bills, both for citizens and the city. Yeah, we did turn it down for y'all today. It was a little hot when y'all first came in, so. Yo, comfort's okay? All right. All right, wonderful. All right, let's talk about action item review. These are the actions that were assigned from the prior workshop. There were 8 actions assigned. All 8 have been closed. One of the more, okay, am I done? Thank you. One of the more difficult ones was to create the pie chart that showed a combined expense by cost center against the total budget. It's not in your packets online. I put that in at like 4:10 this afternoon. I'm going to show that in a moment. But that pie chart was created and sent to council on 6/21. We wanted to research grant funding for the encrypted radios, the Siri grant. The Siri grant closed unfortunately in 2024. Jill is looking into CapCog and Justice grants to try to find funding for those radios. I sent the information regarding the rec center use and rentals, long-term rentals, to the council, from the Texas Parks and Wildlife and GLO, and basically we can't use it for long-term rentals. The copy of the Smithville Volunteer Fire Department was also sent to the council on 7/13. We had an action to implement HVAC inspection fees. We did that at the last council meeting. I needed to provide the city council the number of users currently signed up for Notify Me and WaterSmart or City Alerts. We have 86 people signed up for City Alerts, 54 for the city manager update, and only 27 people signed up for WaterSmart. Now, that may have improved since the distribution of my last monthly report, and the communication that if you want to stay informed, get on this Notify Me tool. It's a very good tool. Just show of hands, how many people are on Notify Me right now? Okay, about 12 out of 60 people here.
Well, overflow, we're 65 or 70 people, so we've got 20 of them.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make the plea on behalf of Robert again. This will be the third meeting I've done this. This is an excellent way to stay informed on what's going with the city. They've made it very easy to just go sign up and you will receive communications. You have the see, click, fix option to report issues that you have or see out in the community that will immediately be addressed by the appropriate department. So please take advantage of this.
Yes, thank you. And think that you're going to get, is there a burn alert? Is there a burn ban? We always put out alerts and that goes directly to your phone or your email, depending upon what you choose. Or the agendas, city manager reports, it's all there for you. And that's one of the frustrations I have. Not no one. It's hard to get information out and to have people read it. And this is another method that you can do to get that information so you can stay informed. Okay? So please sign up.
Robert, I have a question,
Yes,
please.
ma'am.
As far as the GLO contract, when we expanded the Smithville Rec Center and we're told that it can't be used for long-term rentals, those back rooms, is there a process whereby we can request that we're able to use them? I mean, maybe that we could make a change to that contract, and if we are providing essential services as an emergency shelter.
You can always ask, but the contract is pretty clear saying that you can't use this for that purpose. So,
Can't use it for any purpose?
no, the purpose is a long-term rental or the facility for not what its intended purpose was a recreation center. And then when GLO came involved, an emergency shelter.
I'll float this now. A citizen sent me a message this morning. This is thinking outside of the box, but would it be possible to move the library into the underutilized portion of the rec center?
Judy can speak to this more, but I'm pretty sure there's not enough space in the underutilized portion. And if you're not using it for its intended use, it would have to be investigated and looked at. But I don't think, Judy, is that enough space for you? Yeah. Okay.
She needs to double her space.
Yeah. Number 7 was breakdown of airport fuel concession revenue and expense. I sent that information to the council and fulfilled an open records request on that. I had some errors in the charts. I've also fixed those from the prior budget workshop, and those have been posted online as well. Target 5% year-over-year reduction in spending. Yeah, it was tough, and we're going to talk about that in detail. The hows, the whys, what are you talking about, Tamble, in a moment. Bottom line, all action items were closed, and we'll be taking actions from this one as well, and we'll track them accordingly. The pie chart I referenced in the beginning of this slide was, help me out, Jennifer. Yeah, that breaks down the budget and then the expenditures by department, and the top 5, $10 million, that's where it's spent. The electric department, utility admin, solid waste, police department, and the general fund transfer. That represents $10 million of our $16.7 million budget. I thought it was an important chart to show.
Is it possible to go back a couple of years and do the same thing so we can show changes?
Not in my tenure, sir. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, let's get to this budget.
How long did this take you?
That particular putting it together and creating the chart, a couple hours.
And now that we've got the template, we just go plug in a different year's number.
Adios mío.
Oh, I like how you think numbers just fall out of the sky.
All right.
Okay, next.
All right, let's, I'm going to move on because I know folks want to speak.
I take that as a no.
I didn't say that. I work for you. Make a motion later. Direct me, however you need, whatever you need to do. FY 25-26 preliminary budget overview. First, I want to take a look at the schedule again. We've held a workshop. We have 3 budget workshops remaining. The schedule is listed up there. Today's a big one. This is where we're going to go over the projects, plans, and priorities. We'll take a look at the yellow sheets, but I do want to tell you that the values have still not been published as far as the certified values. So everything that I'm talking to you now is going to change in 2 days. It has to be given to us by Friday. Now, I haven't checked the website today, whether it's come out, but I don't think it has, because normally but BCAD sends a notice that, hey, they're done. And for them, that's a big, finally, but that's just where our work begins. On the 8/20 is the next budget workshop where we take all the plans, priorities, and projects and I'm sorry, all the plans and projects and prioritize them and figure out how and what you want to do and what it's going to cost. And then on the 3rd, there'll be a final workshop before adopting the tax rate and budget on the 8th of September. Any questions? Let's talk about the FY 25-26 budget drivers and the impact. I was given the task by the council to cut 5% or $836,000 off of a $16.7 million budget. And that was a task that we're going to talk about. The June 2025 Bureau of Labor Statistics and CPI inflation rate rose from 2.4 to 2.7. The over 65 exemptions are still impacting the budget. And these exemptions include the $10,000 homestead for handicap for over 65. It also includes the people who have their taxes frozen. That number raised this year from 467 qualified individuals to 500. The preliminary values from BCAD are significantly lower than 2024. The no new revenue rate is substantially higher than 2024. It raised, the current tax rate is 58 cents. Now the no new revenue rate, which you don't have an option to vote on, you can go lower, is 62 cents. The proposed cost-cutting measures that have been identified in the prior presentation and those that are here today will have significant impact on citizen services, infrastructure improvements, and employee morale as well as safety. Now, before we go to this chart, which caused a lot of consternation within the community, I want to recap the task I was given, the hand that I was dealt with all the combination of factors. Don't have the preliminary values. I don't have revenue. Over 65 impacting the budget. You listen to 5.5 hours of a presentation from my staff telling you what they did and the challenges they face, and all those were surrounded around staffing. I am currently down 5 employees as we speak. So where in anyone's thinking, if I'm already having staffing problems, why do I even consider cutting anyone? Because you're going to exacerbate the problem with less staff to provide the services that you expect now. Having said that, had I not delivered 5% reduction as assigned by the council, you would have had my head on a spike. So that's how we got here. Having said that, revenue, we just finished revenue yesterday. I have found we have 233,000 in revenue that we can reallocate or redistribute to some, if not most of these things. in the order of priority, safety, citizen services, take care of the employees, fix infrastructure. So that's good news. I'm sorry it had to come out that way, but that was what the assignment was.
Does that 230 something thousand, is that what portion of the 621 that you think might actually be available?
Two different things. We're talking about this year's budget versus, we don't have a crystal ball to tell you that 621 is going to be available. I'm telling you right now, the budget we're working on, after the 836,000 in cuts, I have 233,000 to put back. You have to decide what else you want to live with and what you want to live without. But it's got not a lot to do with the 621. That's this year's budget.
Okay, so
Some carry over, great.
so when you made the 5% cut, it actually took us below the amount of revenue that we would have available based on current projections.
I didn't even know the revenue until yesterday.
Okay, but I'm just trying to understand what that number, where it came from. How did we-
That number came from going through about 400 line items to figure out what revenue can we expect, giving the 5-year trend or other factors like, are we going to have a hot summer? It's very difficult to do this, but that's why we utilize 5 years of past data. And so the revenue is also going to be impacted by the tax rate. You know, if this appraised value continues to go down, your no new revenue rate's going to go up. So you have a higher tax burden to accommodate for.
So after the $836,000 cut to expenses, if we were to do that, you're saying that the revenue projection says that after those expenses are executed, if we choose to do so, we still have another 230,000 of revenue that has not been allocated.
You have I found 233,000 as you can take away from the 836 you had me cut.
I think
He's saying
I'm
that
sorry.
this revenue he found in this year's budget.
No.
No, no.
that's what I
actually,
asked. No.
No, it's out of the next year.
Next year's budget, because a budget is a budget is expense and revenue.
Yeah.
The assignment was cut 5%. I don't know what the final BCAD numbers are. I've got over 65 impact. There was no revenue projections. You said cut.
We did.
I took the assignment, 836. Okay, since the time I put the presentation out last week, we have established $233,000 in revenue that we're starting with for FY 25-26.
Now that makes sense. Yes.
Yeah, got it. So what we're saying is if we were to execute the recommended budget as it is, and it's 836,000 less than what we spent last year, we actually have 230-something thousand to put back to offset some of those cuts.
And I highly recommend that because I didn't want to shut down the splash pad, but the assignment was the assignment. I don't want to kill close patrols. I don't want to not tub grind or trim power lines, but the assignment was the assignment.
So within that assignment, Robert, just to make sure that I'm clear, the 836 includes the one-time $550,000 expense to purchase the airport hangars.
It excludes that expense because that's not part of this year's budget. That was last year what drove the budget so high because I had revenue in, revenue out. Those were basically budget neutral items, but it impacted the budget because it was $555,000 in total cost in the airport line item.
Included in the $16.7 million budget. So that item was not going to recur this year. So 550 is included in the 836.
About 375 plus some change because the hangars are not being purchased. However, the fuel concession, we're actually raising the expense because we're selling more fuel. So we're going to get to that. I wouldn't get caught up in it. 375, just for numbers, just call it 400,000, came out of the budget because of the hangars.
So what I'm looking for is the amount that was actually cut in the budget. To me, if you take the 550 out of the 836, then the actual cuts that should be represented in here add up to 286,000.
It's not the 550, correct? It's
550,
just the 375.
550 was last year.
Yeah.
Just take out the hangar purchase at 375. We put $180,000 to purchase fuel. We're getting revenue off that to about 200 to 220 in totality. So $20,000 revenue this year. Fuel is selling like hotcakes. And so we had to, knowing this, again, part of the revenue, where's it going to come from? we're going to increase the expenditure to accommodate the demand and then benefit from the profit.
I think the 550 that Councilor Jameson is referring to is 375 for the hangar plus the fuel purchase, correct?
If we were, Robert, on this sheet, when we go down the recap of the proposed cuts by category and the dramatic impact that they seem to have on services that people want, if we put a dollar amount by each one of them, would it total up to 286,000?
Where are you getting 286 from?
That's what's left after you take 550 off of 836. Or if you add all these up, do they add to 836?
I hear what you're saying. Let's get through this presentation because it's kind of confusing the situation. Because each of these things had a dollar amount to it. Like,
Can we see that?
I'm going to tell you that right now. It's in my head. You can't see it right now because I didn't get a chance to put it there, but I'm going to tell you about it. And it's also in the budget yellow sheets that we're going to talk about. No raises for employees, even though I'm going to address this because you want me to now, but it is part of the presentation later. But since we're here, let's do it.
Why don't you just stay on track? Because you're getting ahead of yourself and you're going to leave out some really good information. So
And it is, there are some key things that are important to note.
as long as you make sure we get all the information that,
Yeah. Let's come back to this. I think that's the better thing. Let's get through the presentation. We can drill down, let her have the comments.
please make your note and then let him get through it. Please make your note and then.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
ultimately, I would like us to go down that sheet and put a dollar amount sign with each thing so that we can know what each cut cost.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay, so one of the things, it is a good point to point out, in my prior presentation, and yeah, I should have put proposed on all this, and instead of eliminate, go to on demand, but a portion of my recommendation is to eliminate. So sorry for the confusion, but I have a solution for leaf and limb, which I'm going to talk about next. Actually, after this one. Some of the, you threw me off, Mitch. Thanks, man. No, I'm kidding. Some of the potential revenue opportunities and the impact, implement the on-demand leaf and limb service, because quite frankly, there are people who are being charged for leaf and limb that $10 that never use it. So there's got to be a better way, as they say on Shark Tank. Charge rent to all nonprofit organizations occupying city-owned facilities. I had the Chamber, LPA, Community Gardens. There are exceptions. The Volunteer Fire Department, Career Tracks. I have since found out that LPA has from Vernon Richards days, may have a lease in perpetuity for $1. That's fine. Again, these are just recommendations. You can choose to do so or not to do so, but I've been listening for years. We have a revenue problem. And people are getting stuff free. You took away community services, all the organizations we used to fund because it wasn't in the budget and didn't seem necessary. So these are things that if you want to implement, that's up to you to decide. Okay?
On that item there, Robert, if I may, I sent an email to you and Ryan this afternoon. A citizen had provided me a specific reference to the Constitution, Article 3, Section 52, which prohibits cities, counties, and other political subdivisions from granting public money or things of value to private individuals or entities, including nonprofits. That's a game changer.
I haven't seen the memo because I've been a little occupied with this. So that basically says we can't use.
But you can't do it.
Okay.
You did send it to the lawyer?
Yep.
Because I can't believe we were doing it beforehand and them saying.
Microphone, they can't hear
I
you.
can't believe that we have been doing it forever and there wasn't a legal way to do it. So I'm not saying that's not right. I am saying I would rather have our legal tell us whether we can.
That's why the email went to Robert and Ryan.
Yeah, and I think
Responded yet? He
Not
responded?
as of when I packed up my computer to come over here at 4:30.
And I had coincidentally also researched this earlier today, and it looks like we have to have clear expectations of what public good is. There's a specific carve out for public good is allowed, but it can't just be goodwill. It has to be clear and defined according to the Attorney General's
There's
website.
three exceptions. The expenditure serves a clear public service. There is adequate control to ensure the public purpose is achieved and the government receives a return benefit or service.
Well, that's news to me. I've always been a fan of giving the nonprofits because of the reach that they have within the community. We'll have to research. I'll have to take an action on what we can and can't do.
And I think just for my perspective and to make it clear to the citizens of nonprofits that are in this room, there seems that there is pathways forward and even 380 agreements apparently, but they have to be defined and the nonprofit has an onus to meet those agreements with the city. So there seems like there's a path. I don't want to make it seem like there's no path forward, but it just seems like there's going to be a burden put on the nonprofit to meet those expectations from what I've read.
Are the entities that are currently occupying any city space and not paying their utilities, are they 501c3s? So
Yes, sir.
the purpose of a 501c3 is to raise money. And how I struggle with this is what we're asking us to do if we were not to charge the rent and the utilities, which it seems like the Constitution says we must do, that we can't do it in this form or fashion. Although there's probably ways to do this by creating a contract and a lease payment and some sort of metrics that shows the value of what's being given back to the city and, well, the government receives a return. I don't know how that's defined. But to me, the bottom line is because we represent 4,000 people here and approximately 2,100 taxpayers. So what we're saying to the 2,100 taxpayers, we want to take your money and pick and choose winners and give some of that money for free to services that provide great service to particular segments of the population, sometimes running from 15 to 20 to 30 people. So my struggle there is we're saying to the property taxpayer, we want to take your money and reallocate it to a 501c3 that should be generating its own charitable contributions because you're in the business of collecting money, and that would be used to pay the rent and the utilities. Now, that's the logic for me as I'm trying to think about representing the other 4,000 people and 2,100 taxpayers in town.
Okay.
I think the way around that will be to present a yearly MOU that will vacate that kind of activity, because just like we have with the workforce, an MOU is a memorandum of understanding of how we can do it that way.
That meets the requirements.
Yes.
Yeah, and we need to hear from Ryan.
Yeah, because quite frankly, some of these rents are gonna just make it unable for the organizations to operate. So yes, we do need to look into this. Going down, other types of fees were appropriate. Again, I've upheld my commitment and the council has upheld their commitment not to raise utility fees since the large equity adjustment back in 2023. But there are some other fees that we need to reconsider implementing or increasing that you can decide to or not to do going forward. Increase golf cart permit fees from $50 to $100. That's for a 2-year permit. Increase the fee for using roll-off containers at the warehouse. That's pretty much a pass-through for us. We don't make anything off of that, but it's definitely a service that's used by a lot of people in our community.
What's the estimated number of golf carts that are currently permitted? How much is this going to generate?
Dave, we have 200, 171? Yeah.
So if we call it 200, then we're raising $50 times 200, $1,000. I mean, I want to see what this does. So that initiative would raise $1,000 if there's 200 carts. Somebody with a math brain help me here. 200
math
carts
math's-
paying an extra $50 is 1,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody helping me? Another zero?
That's
10
what-
grand sounds, 10 grand's much better than 1 grand.
Okay, possibly implement a fee for picking up dogs at large. Right now, when we pick up an animal, it goes to the county, it's about $275 to pay them to take the dog. And I don't believe that the individual dog owner is charged when they pick it up. Is that correct? Or do they get a charge to, and? Yeah. So that's an opportunity for revenue. Implement a,
Dogs get picked up.
the question is how many dogs get picked up? I think you told me about 40, 45.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm just doing a flat number. So with you math gurus, 50 times 350.
But yeah, but that's the last resort. We try to reunite the puppy with their parent. And William has done a good job doing that on several occasions, but when he can't, he takes it. So he's doing the math now for you.
Huh? 17,500? Now we're making money.
17,500 subtract the 275 per dog that we pay the county for the animal. The delta is,
There's a finance director. She's a genius on that. So the net per dog is 350 minus 275. Yeah. What is the number? 17.5?
anybody got an abacus in the audience?
Okay, so the net proceed is 3,750.
I have my phone. Okay,
So
it's just an idea. Let's move on. We can implement a fee for that. Thank you very much. The Historic Preservation Design Standards Advisory Committee, that's what HPDSAC stands for. Certificate of Appropriateness application right now is free. It does take an administrative burden on the city to process those, hold the meetings, and get it approved through the council. Recommending a $275 application fee for that. We don't have a lot or many, probably 4 a year. That would be $1,000, Mitch.
this is the way I budget. I'm sorry. Just keeping a rolling tally here.
Gotcha.
So that initiative saved $11,000 or generated $11,000.
Every penny counts. All right, moving on. As I talked about, let's talk, in recommending an on-demand leaf and limb service, but I want to give you a background before that. We have had a leaf and limb service for eternity, it feels like. But to cover some of the cost that of providing that service, we did put a $10 fee on in 2023 for that service.
I'm sorry, Jennifer, where's this page?
Yeah.
We don't have it.
You should have it. Wait, where's it?
I'm looking in the book.
Is that yesterday's book or the day before's book? We put it out yesterday at 3.
Friday's book.
Yeah, there's a new book.
Yeah, that one.
The Book of Eli. You have to-
Thank you.
Did the rest of y'all get that notice? The new package was out? If you were only on notifying me, you would have. No, just kidding. All right. Are we here? All right. Got me all turned around now. All right, so that brought in, we have 1,676 garbage customers. You do the math, that's $10 times 12 times 1676 is about $201,000. It takes a 4-man crew to operate the chipper truck and leaf machine. What you're seeing in the lower right-hand corner is the leaf machine. It really sucks. And you have to, I'm sorry. And the chipper machine takes another two-man truck to chip them up and put it in the back to haul it all to the brush dump. And those costs aren't figured in to the $10. I mean, the total cost to actually run this is the crew plus the equipment plus the brush dump maintenance. And right now we're running at an operational loss and not everybody's using it. So again, there's got to be a better way. We did close the brush dump to the public last year after the fire in 2024. Again, everybody, it was free. It got around. We were having people from Lexington bring their leaves to us. So it was time to do something different. And so we still do leaf and limb pickup, but it's not open to the general public. We do have an option in our current solid waste contract that does include a once a month pickup of bundled and or bagged leaf and limbs with restrictions. So once a month, if you wanted to and didn't want to take advantage of the leaf and limb service we provide, you could bag your leaves in a biodegradable bag. You could bundle your limbs, but the caveat is it can be no longer than 4 feet. No single limb can be any diameter greater than 4 inches, and there's a 50-pound limit. Anybody done that here in town? No, I mean here in town. Do you do it here in town? But you ain't in Austin. All right. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm just saying that I just want to see if anybody, because that's an extra, we have a lot of elderly folks that aren't going to be able to do that. Okay. But it is an option. Okay. So here's the new idea. Implement on-demand leaf and limb to improve efficiency and assign the service cost to those actually using it. What's wrong? Okay. Y'all gotta focus. Come on, you're breaking me up. Okay, so what this would do would be to eliminate the $10 monthly fee from all garbage customers beginning October 1st. Implement the on-demand process via customer service request, i.e. SeeClickFix, the website, or contact City Hall. I've spoken to Edward and he feels that that could be done in a 7-day turnaround. One thing I didn't mention, you see the colored chart up there? That's the route. That's when your leaves and limbs get picked up by a residential neighborhood on a particular day. And so they basically just drive those routes continuously picking up leaves. And the average is about 50 to 75 pickups per day, depending upon the season. You know, right now it's limbs, but in the fall it's going to be leaves. So you take that, remember that number in mind. So I'm proposing that you establish a minimum fee of $25. That's for 4 cubic yards. That's about the size of a pickup bed. Not to the cab, but a pickup bed. Okay? You're already paying 120 for about the same amount. You will have 5 pickups for the same price should you need it. If it's a larger load where the diameter is greater than 4 inches to get through the chipper truck, it's going to cost $100. And that happens now. I mean, you get the free leaf and limb going through, but if you have a larger load, and some people putting out school bus loads, and we have to go evaluate what that load costs and then charge it to the utility bill, and then we pick it up. Okay? If it's an extra large load, it's $125. It's basically based on the number of truckloads or equipment or resources that have to go to pick up those leaf and limbs. That's about a 2 to 3 truck load. So if you average 50 requests, and I'm just trying to do some simple math here, at $25 a day at the minimum load, that brings in $300,000. As the potential of bringing in $300,000, that's just the minimum loads. If you have these Volkswagen-sized piles, it's going to be more. So the bottom line is we're running at an operational loss. We're charging people that never use it. Let's turn that around. Yeah. So throughout this presentation, you'll have decision points to keep in your mind. Option 1, keep it the same. Option 2, go to bag and bundle only. Option 3, go to on demand. Okay? Not asking for right now, but something to keep in mind what you want to do.
One question on this in
Yes.
particular. How much is the tub grinding at this point per year?
Tub grinding is minimum 35,000. When we had, after the fire, it was 130,000 to do. Ideally, 50 to 75. So we just did a round a month ago to remove the mulch. We didn't do any tub grinding. So we're behind the curve, but as a minimum, we need to do 35,000. Okay? All right? So if you want to, I don't know how to, what's the order, Jennifer? Should we just take it down as a note, come back to leaf and limb? Thank you. Okay, let's talk about, if there are any more questions about leaf and limb, let's move on to budget history. Again, the assignment was take out $836,000, 5%. We did that. You're taking a look at year over year spending. Our last year's tax rate is 58 cents. This year's no new revenue rate is 62 cents. That's what it looks like on a graph. Our debt history, and after taking out the 2023 tax note, $3 million tax note, we'd reduced our debt $1.4 million. And I'll just tell you, every municipality has bonded debt. We're no different, but we are doing a good job paying that debt down. The elephant in the room, let's talk about BCAD property values. As you know, I've been telling you they've been going down, and last year it was 473,000. Again, the final values have not been published. There's still people going under arbitration. But right now, as of 7/1, it's 470 million versus 473 million. So it's about a 0.5% to 1% lower than it was last year. And I haven't seen this happen very often in 18 years. This will add zero additional revenue to the general fund other than that we received last year. We'll talk about that in a moment. There are a total of 2,821 properties that were evaluated, with 271 still under review. That's about 10%. Again, this is as of July 1st. There are 1,664 residential properties with 144 still under review. And this is something I'm going to bring up, but it doesn't have a bearing on the taxable value, but it is interesting. The fair market value of the houses also decreased. Last year is 257,000, now it's 243. That's different than the taxable value, which we will talk about. And so how did we get here? What happened? I've always shown this chart, a seesaw effect. When your appraised value goes up, your no new revenue rate goes down. When your appraised value goes down, the no new revenue rate goes up. Now, some of you were here last year when this came about. The whole situation exacerbated by the over 65 increase from 40 or something to 400 last year, now from 467 to 500. I warned you that if you didn't take care of this issue last year, it could come back to haunt you. Jack Clark also advised, our financial advisor, don't do this, do not reduce the tax rate. But it happened anyway, and our predictions have come true. Because we didn't take care of the bill last year, we also added another 40 people to a bill we already had. Show them the letter, please. My point is, although it was nice to have a tax break, and I'm a taxpayer too, we got a bill to pay. No need. There's just, I think you recall Jack Clark advising, don't ever give up tax rate because you'll never get it back. That's a guaranteed revenue source that you cannot get back. And now that's been exacerbated by another 40 people to a total of 500 that we have to cover. The VAR last year was 61 cents. 62 cents, something to that effect. You dropped it 4 cents to 58. The no new revenue rate this year is 62 cents. Didn't handle business last year. We're going to have to handle business this year, unless you decide to drop it again. Total loss in revenue, 154,000. Again, this is from over 65 disabled. It's from the tax freeze and the exemption, the $10,000 exemption that we granted to over 65 in 2021.
Wanted to ask a question on that. If property values had gone up like they have for the past 10, 15 years, I always call it, the no new revenue rate, that actually would have gone down this year. It's not because of decisions last year, it's just because the property values went down this year. Is that correct, or?
It's also, it's exacerbated, again, it's a combination of factors. It's the addition of over 65s that are not, they're frozen or they became eligible. That's coming off the revenue you would have gotten. So to your point, yeah, if the appraised values have gone up, the rate may have come down, but I don't know how much it would have come down to compensate for the additional over 65.
And if the council last year had maxed out the rate, would the no new revenue have gone up the commensurate amount this year?
More than likely it would have came down. If you raise the rate to cover the cost, this is my experience. If you look at, we have a budget sheets 15 years back. I mean, let's say when there's a large increase in typically in tax rate, the following year it comes down because the appraised values always go up. But this is an anomaly. I mean, when's the last time you saw your taxes go down? I mean, your appraised value go down. Yeah, so interesting. The next sheet gets down to a little, okay, I'm stuck, Jennifer. All right, this is in your worksheet. I'm sorry, it's an eye chart for those in the audience, but that's kind of where we are. So at the no new revenue rate, and I've got one more chart that's really going to give you options of where to go from here. At the no new revenue rate, you're going to pay average $59 more than you paid last year, based upon the average taxable homestead value. So the total taxes would be $1,578. So again, that is the proposed rate at this point that you have to consider. Now going forward, next chart, I got it. So I broke this down a little more detail. What happens incrementally if you decide to raise taxes to help fund the budget or whatever you'd like to see? Again, this is being exacerbated by the over 65 exemptions and the BCAD values, appraised values going down. So we brought in 140 at the no new revenue rate. That's the same amount of money you would bring in, all things considered, that you brought in last year. So we start at 144. So even at that rate, we brought in $144,000. If you raise it 4 cents, you bring an additional, 2 4 cents, you'll bring it additional 8,000, 630. If you raise it 5 cents, you bring an additional 45,000. If you go to the voter approval rate, you'll bring in 172,000 extra, above and beyond the 144.
Robert, can you back up the screen to the $59 a year impact?
Hope I can. There you go.
What's that's calculated from?
That impact is calculated from the average, the
15,
average homestead value times the tax rate.
it's the 1578 minus 1484,
Yes, $59 is right there in the column right here.
but isn't that 90 something?
No, it's 1484 that you're going to be paying 1578. This difference is $59. Isn't it, Cynthia?
I get 94.
Yeah, she said 59 is on the average homestead value. Yeah.
Well, tell me what two numbers you subtracted to get 59. That's all I'm looking for.
You got your sheet, Cynthia? I don't have a calculator.
So I took the average homestead increase multiplied by the tax rate.
Yeah, the average homestead increased mostly by the tax rate.
On the bottom right, the current tax rate is 1,484 per homestead. The no new revenue is 1,578. So isn't the difference between those two numbers?
She's checking.
I get 94.
It's not linear because I'm doing the same thing that you did. I just subtracted this to get the next value at 65. It's a function of the average homestead value times the tax rate, and she's calculating that now. Okay, as she's doing that, let's come back. Let's just don't sit here in silence. You can decide what proposed tax rate you want to adopt. And we're going to get into all that after the yellow sheet presentation. Yeah.
No,
And she'll have,
I'm asking it because it's, it's a highlighted box that really is a synopsis of what's going on that page. The average impact to citizens is $59 per year. I'm just trying to verify that number because to me it's 94.
we got a minus 35 in the current tax. I just wanted to highlight recommending right now the no new revenue rate. Let her do her calculations and get back with you. You know, we're not immune to making an error, but let's verify that before we actually confirm it's an error. Okay? Okay. This is I think the last slide. Yes. Do you have any questions of the material that I've presented thus far? Again, there's an opportunity now for you folks to come up and speak, and then we're going to go into the plans, projects, and priorities for the council members, and then we'll follow that with the staff. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back with yellow sheets. And we'll get your answer, Mitch.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank y'all.
Robert?
Make a motion, Sharon. Bio break.
Do we need to we're going to take a quick break, so in case you need
It looks like we're going to take a break to regroup.
comments.
So get a drink of water, use the restroom, plant a tree.
Yes, so we'll stretch your legs
Okay.
All y'all got that?
I know. Look at I know. I was trying to get with you. Uh-oh, here we come now.
And the $94, if you look to the right-hand column, that's 94. You put that back on the 35, you get 59.
Exactly. So they would be paying $35 less if we kept last year's rate. But this year's rate is $95 higher. However, they were going to pay $35 less. So the net is $59.
I think we are still at citizen comment. Yes? Who's number one?
Joanna Morgan.
Welcome, Joanna. Please state where you live and do your happy dance, and you got 3 minutes.
There we go. I'm Joanna Morgan. I live at 307 Ramona. And when I signed up, I had to say whether I was for or against the budget. I will say I'm for. You guys doing a good job to come up with a fiscal responsible budget that supports our main goal of economic development. So first of all, I think I was sorry to see Robert and staff go through an arbitrary 5% budget reduction exercise, because I think that wasted some time. You're going to have to go through all of it again once you've taken a look at the programs that are recommended by the council and by the staff. So I think as you look at the programs and look at making cuts, these should be in areas, they should not be in areas that impact the city's safety, livability, and ability to prosper. Eliminating the support for community activities that are sponsored by city departments or by nonprofit organizations, I believe is short-sighted. It's sort of like a match on a grant. If you invest money in a nonprofit organization that's providing services to the citizens, you're expanding the benefit of those dollars into the community without having to pay for it directly out of the city budget, which kind of leads to the next area. I would encourage you not to go with a policy of no matches for grants. I think it would be foolhardy to give up the opportunity to leverage pennies on the dollar to pay for goods and services that the city needs. I think where you need to look there is be sure that you're investing in the grants that have an ROI for the city, both in the money that's invested and the people time that's invested to manage them. But don't give up that money. We as citizens pay for that pool of dollars through our income taxes and sales taxes to the city and the state, or to the state and the federal government. So use those to the city's advantage. As far as no cost of living increase for employees, 3 years ago, we brought the city staff up to where we were comparable with other cities. Last year, in the face of 2.9% CPI, there was only a 1% cost of living given. This year, you're looking at 0% in the face of a 2.7 increase. That's leaving the city employees almost 5% behind where everybody else is going. And, with their being our most valuable asset and responsible, most of the compliments that the city gets are for the staff. So take care of them. So in summary, just please look carefully at the cuts you're making and the impact, and also where we need to stretch a little bit and invest to accomplish our economic development goals. Thank you.
Next, I have Betty McBriar.
Okay, Betty McBriar, still live at 1414 Caldwell. Didn't know this was one of the topics, but it hit me. The leaf and limb pickup. I'm urging y'all to rethink that from what has been put out on the table right now, especially for senior citizens. My husband and I live on a lot that has several trees. We keep our trees trimmed. We keep our yard neat. We do that partly for the city, keep mosquitoes down. But if I have to pay $25 each time for a pickup, we're going to be putting out a lot more than the $120 a year because we maintain our yard. We have leaf and limb. Every time they come by, we've got something out there for them to pick up. Now, that may mean if we're going to have to do $25 per pickup, that we're going to have to let it accumulate, which is going to bring in rodents and snakes and everything else. And plus, we don't want it in our yard. I'm just asking if maybe we can find a middle ground. I know seniors get a lot of breaks right now. Maybe we can do pay once a year. I'd be happy to pay a fee once a year and get unlimited pickup at my address. Or I don't know. I don't know, but right now I'm telling you, $25 per pickup is going to be really expensive. That's all I've got to say.
Next, I have Danya Tovar.
We didn't even know you were here. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Danya Tovar. I live at 105 Burn Street. I don't necessarily know if I'm for or against this, but what I will say for everybody, the community and everyone, I personally work for the county. Before I worked for Commissioner Beckett. Before that, I was in the auditor's office. The price of everything has quadrupled. Asphalt, concrete, fuel, mosquito spray, tires, oil, electricity, the radios that the officers need. They're $6,000 to $12,000 a piece. Right now, y'all don't have a paving crew. We are your paving crew. We have 340 miles that we need to attend to, not Smithville. And people are calling constantly because MLK needs to be done. This needs to be done. Well, this is what we voted for. We voted to not raise any taxes, and I understand it's a pain. I'm a single mom. I understand how hard it is to come up with some extra money. I also live in the middle of town. I understand that I'm getting ate up by mosquitoes like everybody else. But that's the cost of it. If we're not going to raise taxes, then don't complain. And that's one of my biggest things. If we do want the tax base to lower, support your businesses. When they come in, get out and spend money. That is the only way. All these new houses and all these rooftops that are coming in, they're not going to lower our tax base. Us supporting businesses, which we are hard at doing, that is what is going to help us. We have that $280,000 would pave 3.5 miles of road. That's how much it costs, between $60,000 and $80,000 a mile to pave a road. We don't have time to do that for y'all. As much as I love this community, I'm getting my tail handed to me every day because county roads look horrible. So I'm having to call other people from the city and say, I'm sorry, we can't do this. Yes, these are my people too, and I love all of y'all, and I want this county and this city to prosper, but it's not going to prosper on 2 years ago's funds. It's just not going to happen. I don't know how transparent y'all are, but the county's pretty transparent. You can go and you can look and see how much things cost. Y'all aren't under contracts. We get a contract. So what we order in May, we'll get in April of the next year. Y'all don't. So people have to remember that. Y'all don't have contracts. You're not set in stone. The price of everything fluctuates. And unfortunately, that's where the taxes come in. So thank you.
Next, I have Lee Kilgore.
Hi, good evening. Lee Kilgore, 403 Ramona. Soon to be moved into 403 Ramona before Mitch Jameson. Okay. Thank you. The question for council to consider when determining the FY26 budget is, what does the city need to keep its citizens safe, keep or improve the quality of life, and allow the city to expand land use in a way that improves revenue and generates the types of businesses that benefit a safe environment? We have talked over the last couple of years about the comp plan. How many of y'all have gone online and looked at the comp plan for land use? Couple. capital funding cuts that are recommended to hit this 5% decrease do not contribute to economic development. If we cut the budget, we still need to make up a lot more revenue in order to repair what was lost in the FY25 budget. City vehicles, roads, brush dump, and buildings, city-owned buildings all need annual maintenance. If we do not maintain what we have now, our economic development is not going to be a sustainable program. You're not going to bring new people in. You can hire an economic development person to work that, but when they see the front half of the majority of the buildings downtown on Main Street are empty, boarded up, et cetera, we've got to start thinking outside the box, and part of that is this budget process. Start thinking about, what does the city need to keep its citizens safe, improve the quality of life, and allow the city to expand the land use that improves our city? Thank you.
Next, I have Brandy Royster.
Hi, my name is Brandy Royster. I'm at 115 Redbird Lane, and I'm president of the Lost Pines Artisans Alliance. I'm here tonight because I would like to bring to attention of the council the impact it would have on our local nonprofits if we were required to pay rent and utilities on the city-owned buildings we occupy. LPAA has been using the Mary Nichols Art Center since May of 2008. MNAC was gifted to the city by the Nichols family with the stipulation that it must be used for art-related activities or the building would be turned back over to the heirs. Based on this, LPAA is one of the only organizations that could be tenants due to this deed agreement. We have continued to maintain the building and grounds and have completed many renovations and improvements over the years. Our goal has always been to make the building more accessible to be able to offer low-cost and/or free art classes to the community. Through grants, fundraising, and support from the city, we have been able to make these improvements, some of which include heating and central air, installing a new water heater, replacing the roof, painting windows, fixing broken windows, repairing the hall ceiling, ventilation for the kiln room, a stipend for the mural on the exterior wall that was created by LPAA artists and community members, renovating the downstairs bathroom to make it ADA compliant, and more. Most recently, Eagle Scout Devin Utek rebuilt the ADA ramp at MNAC for his Eagle Scout project. In compliance with the Texas Commission of the Arts, which designates cultural districts, it is required that there be a partnership between a government entity and the arts nonprofit organizations. If the city ended up pulling its support of LPAA by requiring rent, TCA would be less inclined to grant funding requests from Smithville. It will certainly lead them to believe the partnership is in jeopardy and that the city is not as supportive of the arts as it has been in the past. As we all know, funding for the arts is usually the first item cut from the budget in schools. Our district is doing the best that they can with the resources available to them. But at the end of the day, this still means our younger students are not getting as much art education as they used to. We are extremely grateful for our partnership with Arts for Rural Texas, a grant-funded program that allows us to provide free after-school art classes to the children in Smithville. In addition to classes for students, we also offer classes for all ages, including our elderly citizens. For many of them, getting out of the house a couple times a week to take a class at the Art Center provides them with the socialization and community involvement they would otherwise not have. The Art Center has truly become a place for the community to gather and use the space. With the addition of the recording studio upstairs, the Songs of Smithville group were able to record their first album working with other musicians in Smithville. The Yarn Bombers have also occupied space in one of the rooms upstairs to meet and create their knitted works of art often displayed around town. The Playhouse Smithville Theater Group has been using the space for rehearsals to continue to bring to life shows that delight people of all ages. I'm here tonight to ask that the council reconsider charging rent to the nonprofits occupying city-owned buildings. The fact of the matter is that as a nonprofit, we simply do not earn enough to afford the rent and utilities. If that were to be imposed on us, we would either have to start charging a significantly higher rate for classes or effectively lose the space. This would not only impact us, but the citizens who take classes and other organizations using the space to benefit our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I sure did.
Mayor,
How did she do that without taking a breath?
Mayor, may I ask Brandy a question of fact? A question of fact?
A question.
A fact? Just to
Yes, Brandy.
clarify, as a question of fact, Brandy, is your organization a 501c3?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Next, I have Janice Bruno.
Where's Janice? Oh, you're way over in the corner.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Janice Bruno, 800 Burleson Street. I just want to, I know our waste management contract is going to come up, and I just want everybody to be thinking about the new waste management contract. I know it might have been a year ago, 2 years ago, we had a petition. Folks said, hey, I want 1 time a week pickup. I want 2 times a week pickup. Currently, we have a lot of participants that come through career tracks that really struggle with utility bills. And I notice on every council meeting when y'all get your packet, it's about 441 customers. About 10% of our citizens are really struggling paying those utility bills. Well, on the waste piece of that, that's $48 a month because it's 2 times a week pickup. So maybe we do something where it's an opt-out, where I know I'm a senior citizen, so I'm part of your metrics up there at 65 and over. I don't use that much garbage or trash, maybe 1 bag a week. So there's folks though that are really struggling. Then when they can't make their utility payment, then they get that 10% fee, and that just keeps compounding. So it's maybe we take that $48 off the utility bill and reduce that to $24 for those folks that only want a 1 time a week pickup. So if you guys would take that into consideration when you look at the new waste management contract, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Next, I have Chris Wilkie.
Good afternoon. I waited with great anticipation to see the budget. I got a copy of the budget and I read it. I went, what's missing? And being slow, I read it again. What's missing? I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to answer your question, my question. And Robert gave it to me. We talked about the lack of revenue. We talked about where we get fees here, fees here, fees here. But we don't have $1 identified in that budget to do something meaningful with economic development. Not $1. I think you're going to hear that the Economic Development Department is going to want to hire an assistant for economic development. That's not going to get it. So I look at that budget and I go, where's the money to grow the city? It's not coming from selling horseshoes. It's not coming from having a picnic. We've got to get proactive about that. I was disappointed, not surprised, that not $1 is in that budget for true economic development. And Robert talks about, he's got a tough job, okay? But Robert talks about revenue, yet we ignore the option to generate more revenue. I usually walk around with a mic. So we have to fix that, okay? And to you on City Council, it's your opportunity. I'm going to do this. It's your opportunity to break the cycle. And for me, the cycle is abbreviated by EDDS. I'm sure none of you know what that means. So I'm going to say it. Economic Development Derangement Syndrome. Economic Development Derangement Syndrome. And you know where that comes from, okay? So no, we laugh about that, but it happens to be true. So you ladies and gentlemen, I'll put a plaque in the lobby that says this council took the bold step to start the process. And it's a process. If you hire that guru tomorrow morning, okay, results won't happen for, it's going to take 3 to 6 months to find that guru, and the results won't happen for probably a year. But if you don't do it now, if it's not you, who? And if it's not now, when? Thank you for your time.
Next, I have Tom Etheridge. Yes.
Hello, Council and Mayor. I'm Tom Etheridge. I live at 107 Northeast 4th Street. I had some prepared comments, but instead I'm just going to kind of talk a little bit off the cuff. One of the things that is a benefit of being citizen Tom versus a council member is I'm not subject to open meetings. And one of the things that occurred to me in the last week or so is in talking to different council members and citizens and attending some meetings, there's a deal to be made here. we can get, I believe, an investment in economic development, investment to generate new revenues. We can ensure that our departments at the city are operating efficiently, and we can also generate the appropriate level of services for our citizens. I think there's no way we're going to do that without raising taxes. I don't think the citizens, I certainly don't expect that you can get things for free. But 3 years ago, I can't help but be reminded, 3 years ago, I sat up there and I was one of the most outspoken advocates for probably the largest ever employee pay raise the city has undertaken. It was also a tax note that provided equipment for public works. It provided equipment for the police department. That was a very difficult thing because we raised the budget a lot that year and citizens were not happy about that. And I stood up and defended that. And I did it with an informal quid pro quo that I am doing this because I expect a meaningful investment the next year in economic development. So here we are, and that did not happen. It did not happen. And here we are 3 years later, to Chris Wilkie's point, if not now, when? If we had done that 2 years ago, we would be 2 years further down the road than we are today. A couple just points I want to make also about some comments made earlier. I'll remind everyone that when we had the GLO contract that involved, I think, 4 different projects, Robert may correct me, but there was linkage among 4 different projects, and the linkage is what prevented us from being able to start the downtown drainage project. It held us up for a long time, I think a year or more, because we needed to secure the land for the drainage. And we kept thinking, well, why don't we just ask GLO if they'll let us decouple? And it was like, no, it's in the agreement. They're not going to let us do that. Well, finally, we just called and asked them and they said yes. So to Council Member Meek's point, I would encourage the city manager, they may say no and it may be in the agreement, but for gosh sakes, call and ask them, explain our situation and see if we can get something. The other thing I'd point out is there's been comments made that these cuts were made by the city council. The city council did not identify any cuts. The city council said, show us a budget that has a 5% reduction. It was the city manager that decided what was on that list potentially to cut. To me, the benefit of the council telling the city manager to show us a budget with a cut was indirectly what he did is he came back and he showed all of us where the priorities were. For example, if you forced him to cut 5%, he's telling you where he would cut. I don't know that I would agree with those cuts, and I suspect some of you wouldn't either. Leaf and limb, I'm sorry, I apologize for speaking out of turn in the audience, but I would do what we did with the recycle that around. Thank you.
Next, I have Clover Green. Clover Green.
My name is Clover Green, 306 Bishop. I think people have said this a lot more eloquently and specifically than I have, and I'm sure there'll be more after. I think charging nonprofits to exist here in a way that they can continue to do so is bad and short-sighted and is going to upset some of the most publicly and politically active members of the community. Like I see a lot of people here who do a lot for the community saying this is bad, and I think that they should be listened to. That we should all be the amount that we contribute to our community should back up how serious we are about this.
Craig Strickland.
Good evening. My name is Craig Strickland, 309 Washington Street. I'm here to represent the Chamber of Commerce. I'm currently the treasurer on the executive board of the Chamber of Commerce here in town. I'm writing here on behalf of the board membership and our membership as well. LPAA and the Smithville Community Gardens are members of the chamber, and I'm here to also represent them while not speaking directly for them, but in spirit. There's a longstanding policy of, it's not just simple generosity, It's a strategic investment in the Smithville's economic resilience, community development, and social infrastructure and fabric. The Chamber is a nonprofit 501c6, not C3. We do own a C3, which is Keep Smithville Beautiful, which procedure goes towards some of the signage and park cleanups and stuff. We're applying for a new 501c3 that's specifically for We Support Smithville ISD. But those obviously don't occupy city facilities. Those are committees. The chamber itself is a C6. We do provide service to the city by staffing and operating the Railroad Museum and Visitor Center 5 days a week. We plan, promote, fund, and staff city events such as the upcoming Wing Fest, the Film Festival, and the Festival of Lights every year. We used to receive funding for those events to put those events on prior to 2023. We lost that funding, but we have since continued to put those events on our own dime, our own time, our own volunteers. We engage with the public, welcome to the town, answering their questions, make it personal for them, and it creates an indelible impression when they come in and to the visitor center. We manage the leaflets and magazines and promotions from our local businesses that are there in the museum, and a small souvenir shop, which proceeds go towards the upkeep. I'm trying to be short because I know I'm running low on time. I wrote too much. Return on investment to counter the points that were brought up earlier. The organizations currently benefiting from rent and utility support, such as the Chamber, LPAA, and SCG, are successfully secured substantial grant funding and donations on their own for specific projects benefiting the city and its residents. Examples: the Chamber secured a $20,000 grant to repair and upgrade the Railroad Museum Park Pavilion. We got that money and executed those upgrades on our own in benefit of the city and its residents. There was $44,000 raised to replace the HVAC system and perform renovations to the MNAC, which we were talking about in more detail earlier. $41,000 was raised to build the Monarch Butterfly Garden and multiple mental health initiatives. That was the Smithville Community Gardens. These funds often exceed the potential proceeds that would be gained from rent that's being discussed and contribute to the facility maintenance and improvements outside of the published mission statements for these organizations. It's our way of giving back to those who have given us the space. These grants have rules in place that prevent their being used for paying operating costs such as leases and rent. They're specific to the project being proposed. Charging and rent utilities would jeopardize these opportunities and reduce the overall return on the investment. These organizations won't just be paying you rent. They'll be going under and not paying you rent. They'll be working out of kitchens and living rooms, if at all. And then that would leave the city to pick up those needed services, put their own events on, fund their own services to the town that these organizations provide. So as opposed to the need of the legal requirement to provide a return to the city, I think these organizations provide quite a bit. The Chamber did have an agreement in place, which has been backed up by multiple people in town back in the day. This was from 1991. Those documents were lost in the arson fire back in 2019. So we have not been able to reproduce those documents, but we would love the opportunity to formalize a new one if given the opportunity.
The alarm.
Sorry, I went a little over.
It didn't ding. I'm not sure. I'm just gonna start it on my phone at the same time. Just try to. Okay, now we have John Schindler.
Talking about surprise on that one, I'm still talking about mosquitoes. But sitting here next to Betty Fryer.
Hey, you have to come up here where everybody wants to see you and hear your voice. Come up here. And then restate your name. And then you can sing and dance or whatever.
Now we gotta fight this microphone again, huh? Yeah, my name is John Schindler. I live at 1007 Colorado Drive. And like I said, I was going to give a little speech here. I was mainly going to talk about the I was originally going to talk about the mosquito spraying, but with Betty Breyer sitting right next to me and going the opposite direction, I learned my lesson real quick. So I got a lot of things to say, guys, but today's not the day and today's not the time. So if one of y'all would give me a call here, I've asked that a couple of times about 6 weeks ago. I sure would appreciate it. Oh, oh, tell them no. That's all I gotta say, guys. Thanks a lot.
Next, I have Tilda Gibson.
Hello, my name is Tilda Gibson. I live at 103 Bunty Street. And one of my concerns is about safety. And I think not trimming the trees off the power lines, I don't think that's safe with all the fires and the wind and stuff that we have. I think it'll cost the city more for manpower to come out after something happens than to be safe and trim the trees before something happens. I just think that'll be the better thing to do because we know how many fires we have and most of them supposedly caused because of tree limbs falling on power lines. So it's just a safety issue that I think is very important. Thank you.
Next, I have Emmett Medjin. Oh, Megden, sorry.
I'll just hold it. All right. My name is Emmett Magden. I live at 331 Lariata Trail. And I think we shouldn't defund the rec center. And my first reason is because the rec center Little Dribblers was the first basketball league I ever played. And it's what really like gave me a love for basketball. What made me want to play it. And it's when I was first introduced. And I've just been playing like since second, third grade. And I wouldn't have gotten into it so early if it wasn't for the rec center. So I'm real grateful for that. And yeah, it's the only place during the off season for basketball where I can really go to practice because they don't really open the gyms up during off season for basketball. So I go there a lot to practice like my shooting, my handles, all that. It's real helpful. I wouldn't be where I am today without that. There's all the different leagues. There's little kickers. I did that too. I don't play soccer now, but I was pretty bad at that. But it was fun though. I got lots of physical activity, got to improve my athleticism. It helps me. That's where I got started doing sports. Like the rec center sports were the very first sports I did. Like I said, the Little Dribblers. And you also, with the Little Dribblers, you build like your team, like bonding with that. Because the people I played during Little Dribblers is the people I play with now. So we know like how each other play. We know our playing styles. We did good this season too. We only lost like 4 or 5 times. We wouldn't be as good as we are without the rec center. I get to meet up there during the summer, play with all my friends, just improve myself as well as I can. It's real nice. They got the weight room there too. It's a nice weight room, but I feel like if anything, they don't got enough money to improve it because they haven't done renovations on the rec center in a long time. It's because it's a nonprofit too. They just give the community so much with all the little leagues. And I feel like we shouldn't take anything away from that just because they're already giving us so much. It's like great for the community. I feel like it's what really brings the community together. They do so many fundraisers, so many races just to help our community be more close knit. And so I don't think we should take away from that at all. Thank you.
How old are you? You speak better than some of us up here, so I think you need to move to town when you turn 18 and run for city council. Thank you for your time. Are these all your brothers and sisters with you? Well, thank you all for coming and supporting him.
Next, I have Josh Megden. Okay, so Gwen.
Hi, my name is Gwen Magden, and I live at 331 Lariata Trail. The programs here are amazing. I've been doing basketball for a pretty long time. Volleyball I recently started. Whenever I first started volleyball, I wasn't very good. I was new to playing it, but they had a volleyball program to get ready. It helped me a lot. And then the games came. I improved so much. Now I can do volleyball way better than I could before. Thanks to these programs, thanks to these programs. If these programs get shut down, the only programs would be SIFA, which is just football. And a lot of people don't like football. I've been playing for it for a while, but I never enjoyed it. But whenever I'm here, I'm locked in and focused and ready to have fun. Until you're in high school, there's no after-school programs or anything. So I won't be playing sports for a long time because I'm only going into 4th grade. If these programs get shut down, until I'm in high school, I won't have any knowledge of how to play. You have to build up on every grade that you're in. And I can't do that if these programs get shut down.
How old are you? How old are you? Well, thank you. You spoke very well. And thank you for sharing your insight with us. Next.
Next, Giddy.
Hi, I'm Gideon Bloyer. I live at 705 Colorado Street. I'm against the cutting the budget for the rec center. All right, so I live in town and I'm always trying to do some physical activity, but given the fact it's always over like 90 degrees during the summer, it's really hard to walk outside and do something with friends. And so every time I hang out with my friends, we almost always end up at the rec center because it's a air conditioned and it's a fun place to go walk around, run around, play basketball and hang out. And there's gyms there. There's even like a racquetball area, and it's a really fun place to hang out. And they also have a lot of fundraisers that they do, and they're really fun activities. I did the rainbow run earlier, and that was super fun to hang out with my friends and run and use those color patches. And it's just really good for the community, and it always helps us out. And I think it's really beneficial, and we should keep their money.
All right. How old are you? 14 also?
Yeah, Josh.
Thank you. Welcome, Josh. I want to ask how old you are.
I don't know if I look old or not, but Josh Magden, 331 Lariata Trail. As most of you know, I serve on the school board, but I'm not here in a school board capacity. I'm just here as a citizen tonight. And my background before we moved to Texas in 2011 was as a public finance banker. And so when we lived in Colorado while my wife was in vet school, I ran around the state of Colorado, put 40,000 miles on my car every year, going from community and school district to community and school district. And I saw what the social hubs of small towns were. And it was generally the school district and athletic events, and it was the rec center. And probably, one of the most memorable rec center projects I worked on was during the financial crisis or right before it. The district passed by, it was a taxing district just for rec, and they passed it up in the mountains by about 90 votes. And the brother of one of our employees at the bank lived up there and sued the district and delayed issuance of bonds until the financial crisis was well underway. And it cost the district some money. The same group of folks who was against the tax increase that the bonds represented, because it was a general obligation property tax backed bond, were also the first guys in there to get free coffee and chat every morning once the rec center got built. So my point being, you have to think longer term about what these things mean to the community. And a rec center in a lot of ways is a social hub when the school's not in session. One of the other things I do is volunteer as a board member for flag football or for Smithville Youth Football Association. So I did sports my whole life through graduate school, even today. And it is a foundational element for our kids to be able to be physically active, to do these things. And I think it's important for the council to understand that while the expenses and revenues of the rec center may not compare to a neighboring community in Bastrop County, we do provide other services. We provide the after-school program, Meals on Wheels, things like that. But there's an important factor I think that's overlooked, and that's we're all out of town. We don't pay property taxes in city. But guess how much money I spend eating out every single Saturday or Wednesday night after practice? Those sales tax dollars are going back in the city's piggy bank, right? When I eat at Pockets, go to Dairy Queen, we need more restaurants. If you defund programs from the rec center, you're going to lose those dollars. I won't come over here. I'll go into Bastrop and eat at Chipotle or go to Lowe's or what have you. When I'm over here, I'm buying Gatorade at Brookshire. I go to 7-Eleven, I go to Pockets, I go to Dairy Queen. So, you know, I'd love to see these programs stay in place. I'd love to see more programs added, as Emmett and Gwen both said. I think it's really important for the community. It's a gathering spot. So I just urge you to kind of maintain that budget. And I also think people will pay for what they value. So if you need to raise fees, raise them. Like the recycling, you know, out of town recycling certificate holder number 1. This is really important to me. You know, I'll pay for that because I value that. And I think people will too. So. Yeah.
Thank you all for coming to speak. And I just was trying to figure out why y'all were here, to be honest. So now I know. Thank you.
Mayor, I had a question of fact. Are any proposed program cuts, are there any, or is it just the janitorial service?
Just the janitorial at this point in training.
Okay.
That is all I have for citizen comments, and I just did everybody. I know he has another section, so if anybody else.
Did anybody else come in late and want to speak? You can sign up. Did you want to speak, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, you need to. Did you already sign?
Oh, sorry, just saw this, Kelly. Sorry.
Sorry, Kelly. Thank you. Go ahead. State your name, please.
Hello, my name is Kelly McGowan. I live at 704 Washington Street. I've lived in Smithville for about 4 years. I did not really feel like a part of the community until this past year when I found the LPAA. They were doing the billboard with the wildflowers on it, and all the citizens were invited to come take part. And I did that. It was free. I don't have a lot of money, so I figured, why not? And I ended up being there every Saturday after. I ended up being part of the Mosaic Project on the outside. I met people from all walks of life, from little kids doing the clay classes, which I couldn't afford anywhere else. I mean, they're low cost and I love them. And I go every 2 weeks. To senior citizens, to the people from the retirement home who also helped with the mural. Bonnie went there every Saturday for like a month, and they made birdseed murals. And they worked with the community gardens, and they did the yarn bombing. And you said that most of these nonprofits only serve a niche amount of people. I think you would be hard pressed to find a single person in this community that hasn't been affected by one of these nonprofits in one way or another. Whether it's they've taken part in activities that the chamber has put on, whether it's art they've seen out in the parks that the yarn bombers have put out or that they've put in the city, or whether it is the murals or the billboard that the community took part in and helped create for Smithville, or whether it's food from the garden. And all of these things go out into the community from the people who take part in them. People are inspired when they go to these places, when they work at these places, when they take classes at these places. And the people who help run these places are some of the most passionate in the city. And it's very easy to say these places have no financial value, and so let's get rid of them. But their value is so incentric to the city. It is the spirit of the city. And if you take away these nonprofits, because literally they probably would not survive at all, they'd be gone if you enacted these, then you take away the spirit of Smithville. And what's going to replace them? Something that will come in, you'll have a profit, they'll last a couple of years, something else won't replace them. They'll last a couple of years, something else won't replace them. But what was really lost was the community and the years these places have given to Smithville.
Was anybody else wanting to speak? Everybody good? All right, then we're going to move on. I think you have to come back up and then we will continue.
Oh, don't. Thank you.
No. Go ahead. Stop it. Okay, Mayor, Council, and citizens, it's time to go into the proposed project plans and priorities. Although it'd be nice to be over now, we are not. So if you have to take a bio break, go do so, but we're going to continue on. So I asked the council and mayor to provide their top 3 to 5 priorities, and they're going to go over what they would like to see in this year's budget. We're going to start with the mayor.
Oh, goodness. Well, my first big priority is to give raises to the employees. I think our employees are a combination of positive traits and behaviors, and they contribute to keeping our town beautiful. I come in pretty often, all the time, and I love the positivity and how each employee is ready to back up the other employee. We actually have a new employee, our new inspector, and you know, he's just a ray of sunshine. It amazes me that this gentleman had his own business and he really thought twice about coming to work for a government place. He came to work here and his wife will back me up when she says, like, he loves to come to work. Well, we love to see him. He is doing a great job, and he's one of Jack retired, our Jack Page retired, and you know, it took, correct me if I'm wrong, Robert, it took 3 people to fill his position. And each one of the people that filled Jack's position bring a positive turn. I know, I see all 3 of you. Do a positive trait, for a positive thing for here in Smithville. So when we're getting attaboys on our town, yes, I'll just say, I'm putting in a subdivision. It's hard to keep it clean over there. And people drive in, they have no idea who I am. And they're impressed with our town. They're from Houston, San Antonio, different places. They're driving through, they pulled off the town. People fly in on their airplanes, and here comes a city vehicle through the subdivision. And I'm like, who's that employee? And I realized they just flew in here to Smithville. They came here to eat. They came here to hang out, but they love our little town. They'll stop. They just want to talk to people. And I'll see them talking to people that are building houses over there, and they'll say hello to me. But it's very important for us to recognize the backbone of this town is our employees. And I had got some data from Cynthia, and back when we did our big pay raise, which was 23. At that time, there was a 32% turnover in our employment here. We finally gave these people a much deserved raise. And another thing I want to say about our city employees, because I eat out lunch every day, I see these people here in Smithville, they're our biggest economic drivers. They fill their gas tank up here. They eat here. I see them in Berkshire Brothers because I'm in there too. But these people have expenses also. Daycare has gone up. We have how many people struggling to pay their daycare bill? But yet, we want to say, oh, they can just donate their time. No, I want them to be happy to come to work here. And half of these people that work here are our volunteer fire department. How many of you have had the volunteer fire department show up? I was on vacation when Michelle called me. She had a gas leak in her backyard. Who was the first person there? Our city council person, volunteer fire department, and he knew exactly what to do to save our town. So you think about that when you want to say, oh, these city employees don't need a raise? I'm sorry, it's the first thing on my list. I love these city employees, and they go above and beyond. Whenever you need something, you call, and I can promise you, you're getting a bubbly voice on the other end because I hear them. So think about that. Oh, I forgot where I was. Okay, citywide infrastructure. You all know our wastewater. We're going to have to improve it. We inherited that. Paving our streets and roads. How are you going to have a town if you have ugly potholes, sinkholes? We have got to do paving and keep our town looking nice. Water, we all want clean water. We have to do our water tower rehabilitation. Complete and drainage projects. We have had the rain, people. That's where the mosquitoes came from. Hopefully we're getting back in front of that. Upgrade city parks, our restrooms, our playground. I would love to redo this park here on Main Street. It's amazing how many kids go there, and it's a mess. Little kids call me and tell me about the mess there. And I love them all, and I wish I would just record them all and make a little blurb for y'all, because our parks are our biggest asset here, along with the people and everybody here. And like I said, increase headcount where needed so that we can continue to give good services here in the city, and allocate funding for training and conferences and attendance. One of the ladies, where were we, Robert, when the grant lady, we were receiving a grant check in Austin at CapCog, and Miss Jeannie Langford, sorry, I couldn't remember her name. She wanted to know why we are not at TML. Why is Smithville not represented at TML? It got cut from the budget. We have a young man here that is going to be
Young.
He is going to be the TML president, and okay, maybe, hypothetically. I did what? Oh, so these are conferences that we need to go to bring back information to make our town a better town. And I think that was the last thing I had. But anyway, thank you. All right, go ahead.
That's on me.
No, that was, no,
The next one's,
that was me. Yeah, that's me.
All right. Come on, Tyrone.
All right. All right, my main thing was, give the city employees a raise. Although I think cutting the budget is important, I want to see us make an effort to reward the city employees with a raise. Everyone always talk about the good work they always do, but we need to make sure that it's not just all talk. If we feel that they're doing a good job, we need to put that into action. We gave them a very little last budget cycle. I would like to see them get more this time around. And my next one was the expansion of the treatment plant. And my next one was the MLK install sidewalks. And I think that's under a grant, or so, Robert?
That is correct. We have applied for a $1.7 million grant to upgrade, provide sidewalks and repave MLK. that grants a 20% match, that the county is willing to split that match with us. I don't know when the determination will be made whether or not we're awarded that grant, but that is on the books and one of the exceptions to the no match grant um, recommendation that I have to keep the budget down.
All right, thank you, Rob.
Yes, sir.
And my next one is upgrade, thanks to Mayor Sharon, on the public restroom in our parks, MLK and Riverbend and Railroad Park. Like she says, yeah, if you ever been into one of those, you'll see it need a big upgrade. It's like walking, I ain't never been there, but I seen on TV, like a prison restroom, So, that's how that looks. So I know they do a lot of cooking.
Clarified that.
But I know, like on MLK Park, I know they cook burgers and all that, and them restrooms are not suitable for people over there. And the next one is purchasing equipment for the Smithfield Volunteer Fire Department, like radio, bunker gear, and tools. That's the main thing we're looking for is, we need radios, and we also need tools. I know they're not cheap or anything, but I mean, to keep everybody safe and everything else. But we need all that, especially bunker gear. I mean, I got some bunker gear that, got ripped up and everything, but hey, I just got to do what I got to do, to keep y'all safe. So that's my little project there.
Thank you.
All right, Brandon, lead us.
I'll just go right into my list. I was gonna have a thing, but I think overall, looking through all the council's desires, I personally don't see that there's anything that I don't support. With that said, it all comes with money. I think that was well said earlier. Everything costs money, and it's really making a decision. Are we going to continue just trying to pull from the same bit of money every single time? And so that is prior to being on a council, through both of the campaigns that I've run, and now I think that a true outbound economic development where we are pursuing companies instead of just reacting to the ones that are looking for a place to go, looking for incentives, looking for all those. Let's find a way to attract the businesses that we want to see to complement our community, and not just wait for them to come to us. I think that there's many different industries, many different commercial projects that really could come into this town. They'd be a tremendous asset for us. They would utilize the resources we already have in place, and it would really put us in a really strong position to bargain with them and to negotiate with them. And I think that is, I think it would just provide the city manager with a lot of valuable tools as well too. Additionally, to that point, and with the comp plan that is coming forward very soon, there is a land use study where we have started studying the land uses, how it would affect outside of the city limits. And so let's start talking to those property owners. I know that we do it to a small degree, but let's really start saying, hey, what would it take? What is interest of you? What kind of 380 agreements can we put in place to freeze your taxes where they are now? But just start bringing some of these properties into the city limits so that whenever they do start to develop, they are able to quickly come on the tax roll. We're not having to pursue them, but they're already in there. They're going to get the services and all the benefits of being in the city, while also helping to further mitigate some of the real expenses that we need to invest. I believe it's been brought up in the last budget workshop, and I know that there's some homes in this town that are not in a great spot. Whether it's fire damage, whether they've been abandoned for decades, these are affecting people's property values, and that also affects our ability to generate revenue for the city. And so being able to invest in removing some of these properties, or some of these derelict structures, is going to be a value in the end. It's going to allow us to not have the neighbors of these properties with depressed values. If they want to sell, how difficult is it going to be to sell with a burned down house next to them that is still standing years later? So being able to come into that and make it easier for transactions to happen in the city and for, you know, as the mayor was saying, to allow for people to come in and want to live here. Safety of crossings for pedestrians. This, as someone who lives on the south side, this is something that I see all the time. People cannot get across the crossing safely. Taylor is a little bit easier than the 95, and I know that there's some great things happening with 95 to add sidewalks and to expand the roadway. But there's many times where you're having to negotiate oncoming traffic while also navigating around people that are on bikes or walking across the crossings. And people don't care. They just drive over the speed limit past these people that are having to cut a path through the grass because no one's wanting to just wait a second to go for the oncoming traffic to stop. And I think that we really need to focus on improving those crossings. The Taylor Street crossing is very narrow. It is essentially just wide enough for 2 cars. If there's semis coming across, it gets really narrow. And then you put people trying to cross as well too. And then much to the point that the mayor and Councilor Washington brought up is the First Street and the railroad part. I remember playing on those playgrounds when I was a kid. They're still the same. They're okay. But this is also, I think, the investment the chamber's made in getting the pavilion, which has drawn the farmers market into the town. This is really, as Tom Etheridge always said, a marketing window for us. And this is one of the things that people are, man, I like this town. I like coming here. The farmers market's here. You got all these cool little things. Yeah, we have a great park at Riverbend, but how many people know that the playscape at Riverbend's there whenever they're only looking at the railroad part? So having some sort of improvements that the facilities use a lot, the bathroom facilities used a lot, being able to improve that to really showcase the town and what the community offers, I think is really critical.
Very good. Thank you.
Well, I guess I'm up next. Okay, so this is a broken record. You've heard this from almost all of us, and that is, let's fix our existing water and wastewater problems. We cannot expect people to come to our city and want to build and do things unless we fix what we have and expand by building 2 new wastewater plants. These are things that are economic development at its base and what we really need to do at this point. We need to secure funding for this, and this is either going to take a tax note, a certificate of obligation, leverage grants, or a combination of those. I would like for us to look at a bond, and I know bonds are hard to pass, I know that, but for the 2 wastewater plants, I think we need to put that on somewhere within the next year to move this forward. We need to consider headcount where needed. Robert has talked about being shorthanded, but we'll see how we move this around during the budget and what we can do. We need to do more than consider equity adjustments or COLAs for the employees. We need to do it. We don't need to just fall back and not. We need to move forward with this. The audiovisual equipment at the rec center and also here in our council chambers, we need to either tear it out and start over or upgrade and fix it. We could do so many town halls where we could speak to people at the rec center if we could, get in there, have the audio visual, and then we could record it and televise it. It would be a great opportunity for us to be able to get the information out. The other thing is to purchase encrypted radios for the Smithville Fire Department. I think that needed to be really up higher than where I put it. I think that's job 1. Their job is dangerous enough as it is. We need for them to be able to communicate with one another and other fire departments.
Just checking to see which version's up there. starting off with this, I want to go full circle on this, what this process has been for me, and to be real clear about why I was such a big supporter of us going through this process of seeing what a 5% cut to the budget would look like. Not necessarily because I think we have to have the 5% cut, but for me, looking down the road, the reality is when we finish this process, we're going to end up at a minimum at the no new revenue tax rate, which for some of you is going to mean that you will be paying more in taxes. Beyond that, you listen to what my colleagues have said, that their needs are, their wish list are, the must-have, which is the wastewater treatment plant, requiring a $2 million match for a $10 million grant. That's above and beyond anything that we do in this budget tonight. And I'm sure the city manager at some point has a presentation which will show us how we're going to get there. The importance of that wastewater treatment plant is beyond just making sure that we can adequately and safely take care of our needs here and keep the commodes flushing, but we have to have the increased capacity, which will allow us to go out and sell Smithfield to bring in more development. And we can't do it if we don't have the wastewater treatment capacity. So this exercise of looking at the budget for as much savings as we can find, and to the extent to the employees that this was painful. I had several tell me that basically it was insulting that we, the council, in asking the city manager to go through and create a budget that had 5% cuts in it was an insult to them because it implied they weren't doing their jobs. This wasn't about job performance. This was about taking a look at how we spend our money so that we can say to the taxpayers, we looked at ourselves in-house. We made sure we were efficient, and we looked for all the savings that we had and that we were spending our money as efficiently as possible before we come back to you, the taxpayer, and say, we got to have more money. Because when we get done with this, we're going to ask for more money in some form or fashion, including a certificate of obligation, a tax note, and in another version of this sheet, I even talking about preparing for a bond election in May of 2025. Now, I've been told if you try to go to the citizens with a bond election, you're going to get thrown out of office. If I believe that this is what we need to go forward, then I'm going to do my best to sell it. But I can't sell it until I say that our own shop is efficient. And we need more than just $2 million as a match for the wastewater treatment facility. We need many other things in terms of our infrastructure and the stuff that's been asked for by department here. We need to be honest with the taxpayers and say, we have some big needs here. And we have to explain to you, the taxpayer, and help you understand the benefits of going forward with that. Part of extending, moving forward from this exercise that the city manager has gone through and his recommendations when we get to the yellow sheets here and start looking at the categories or the line items and understanding what it really means, what services were being cut. It doesn't mean that these recommendations are going to be executed. We'll go through this and we'll keep a running tally and we'll decide what it is that we can truly live without. And I'm certainly in favor of merit increases, COLA increases for our employees on a merit basis. No problem with that. We've just got to make sure that we've got the funds to do it, and it's one of the priorities. But moving forward from this exercise of seeing what it would take to take 5% out of the budget, which is an arbitrary number. From here, I think we go and on an annual basis, we hire an outside firm to conduct unbiased efficiency audits on an annual basis before we go into the budget cycles. And I actually talked to a company today, a foundation, the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and they would come in and help us take a look at what it would take to do an efficiency audit. And what that gives us is an outside, unbiased look at how we are set up, how we're structured, and do some peer comparisons to other similar type cities and stuff. And it takes out the emotional part of having to go through particularly a budget cutting process like this, because we got a lot of relationships. We're a small town. And sometimes you need an outside opinion, and that's one of the things that I'll be asking for going forward. On the $250,000 expansion of economic development, for me, the third time's the charm. This is the third time I've asked for this. Hopefully, we're going to get it. I think that when we get through looking at the budget cuts and possibly what we decide we keep and what we don't keep, somewhere in there, we'll find an allocation of $250,000 so that we can dedicate that to an expansion of the Economic Development Department. And I would like that to be dedicated to expanding the department and hiring a director level position, professional economic development person, by utilizing a professional recruiter group. So when it comes down to the end, when that person or persons are chosen with council support, we would make a good choice so that we have somebody that eats, breathes, sleeps, sells Smithville, and goes out and recruits the target businesses that are necessary to grow up. At some point, we're going to have a really big business coming here. My brick and mortar business is in Hutto, and I saw what Samsung did to Taylor. We've all seen what Tesla has done to Bastrop. Well, we're next in line here. If you're coming east, it's us, and you're not going west. And I don't know who that company's going to be, but I'd rather have a few small ones here first before we get attacked by, and dwarfed by one of these big companies coming in. By focusing the resources against economic development and bringing in a full-time director position that can focus on bringing those businesses here, I think it allows us to focus on the only revenue stream that we can really impact here, and that's the sales tax revenue. Now, as we bring in more heads and beds, we'll expand the property tax base, and hopefully we won't have to keep raising the property tax rate because we have more people paying taxes and it gets spread out. But our sales tax revenue is only $800,000 of the $16.7 million budget. And if we can get things rolling here and focus on bringing in more businesses, then our sales tax revenue is going to increase. And that's something, if we invest in it, the return will be an increase in that revenue stream that we actually have an opportunity to impact, because the legislature's tying our hands on this property taxes real soon. So from there, I just wanted to be clear about what this process meant to me, is to go through the exercise so that we can demonstrate to our citizens and taxpayers that we took a look at ourselves, at our own house, and made sure we were as efficient as possible, so that as we move forward, and my prediction is we'll at least have the no new revenue tax rate here, which effectively can get us back to that 16.7 million, but we will have reviewed the expenses here so that we can make some cuts and some reallocations to accomplish the things that all of us have asked for. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, as far as economic development, I too am kind of moving the ball across the line. I feel we need to do more. I feel we need to be more proactive. I feel we need a dedicated economic development person. I was in support of a part-time person before, but I'm having visited with many colleagues, many residents, many other communities who have one. It's all about a money issue, and that was really holding me back. And I feel like we need to find a way to do this. We really need to do it. Economic development is going to pay off for us if we do it right. Economic development can help do so many other things. Look at our Main Street. For years, at least the past 3 years since I've been active with the chamber, we have worked and worked doing facade grants and trying to work with the Downtown Business Alliance. But something has to happen and change to shift that focus to deeper relationships with these property owners whose properties are going into disrepair. There's so much that needs to be done. It's a blight on our community to have some of these structures looking the way they do. And we need someone to help lead that charge. And I think that could be an economic development person in conjunction with collaboration with the city, the chamber, other organizations, the historic preservation folks. We just need to do something different. Facade grants are not going to get us there. Speaking of the buildings on Main Street, we need some tools. We need some way to incentivize these building owners, whether it's through a vacancy building ordinance, some kind of fines, but even deeper than that, working with them so they don't feel like they're being attacked, that they feel like they want to contribute to this community. And the way to do that is to stay in contact with these folks and continue to work with them. Another one of my main objectives, having done my Parks and Rec Center report in the last year, it's really clear, and I believe I have the support from both Ashley and Edward and Robert, is to combine those departments and have an actual Parks and Recreation department. If you look at both budgets and you see where some of the shared resources could be, I think it will improve the efficiency, and many more positive things can come out of that, combining those departments. The way to do that, it's my understanding from talking with other communities that have done this, is to form a Parks Advisory Board where they help shape the policy, provide input related to recreational programs and activities to meet the community needs, and they can help oversee combining the Parks and Rec Center departments, again, for efficiency and shared resources. What's not on my list is, I'm just echoing what my colleagues have said, we've got to have water and wastewater. We have got to get ourselves ready for this growth. And the way to do it is to have efficient water and wastewater and essential services. So that, again, I totally support. Thank you.
Not going over all of this, you've heard some of this before, but there are a couple of comments I want to make because I just think I need to. The timing of the request to reduce 5% of expenses exacerbated the issue. The timing of the request to do the 5% cut in expenses has exacerbated the issue. There were things that I had to cut that I would normally not cut had I known what the revenue was going to be, had I known what the BCAD values were, had I known what the impact of the over 65 complete exemptions were, had I not heard that the staff told their stories. They told you what they do. They told you what they needed. They told you the challenges they faced, and that was staffing. I'm down 5 people now. And it's been suggested in communication, well, let's cut salaries, let's cut more people. With all of those cards that I'm dealt, how else could I have delivered anything what I did? If we had waited until the BCAD, I told you, it's all about the numbers, but there's more numbers than just BCAD. There's numbers that we are still negotiating. Medical benefits, retirement, workers' comp, all of this goes to build the budget. You can't do one without the other. I didn't have revenue. None of the things I recommended were the council's ideas, but I had a target. And had I not met that target, I would have paid the price. So as we go through these presentations, understand that was the assignment. And I had to meet it. But I think we need to, we have some funding, we can put things back, and that's what I recommend we do. Now, moving on, the comprehensive plan. And I've been asked for a year to develop an economic development strategy, go out, sell Smithville. And there's a perception that we've done nothing. And that's disheartening. Because in the past 10 years, there has been economic development. What is holding us up is it's not being developed. I mean, Family Dollar, Brookshire Brothers expansion, the Smithville truck stop, the industrial park, Tractor Supply, Culper Distillery, These are all things in the works that haven't come to fruition, not to mention the 5 subdivisions that we worked 380 deals for. And yes, that was done in-house. That's the expertise that we have right now. Sell Smithfield? What are you going to sell? You're going to sell vacant land? We don't have infrastructure. And to that point, talking about the comprehensive plan, why it was important to, let's slow the roll. Let's do a plan next year, but have to redo it again when the comp plan is done. That's inefficient. This exercise to do the budget before I had the numbers was inefficient. Took 500 hours. In 2 days, we have to do it all over. So help me help you and us be efficient. The last thing I need to say is that I had a bite. There's 2 things. Well, let me give you some good news. Let me give you some bad news first, and I'll finish up some good news. I had an inquiry about 300 acres. There was a real estate outfit looking to purchase 300 acres. They were interested in that land that was just below the Smithfield truck stop. Spent an hour and a half, 2 hours explaining everything, what's available, what's not, are there incentives, are there not. I called the landowner and said, hey, I understand you're about to sell this property. What are you talking about? So people are looking, and I'm trying to work and recruit folks, but the epiphany, I could have had a V8. We're doing this comprehensive plan, and again, I don't know how many people have actually looked into the document, and I'm not going to put you on the spot. It's 180 pages of, wow, who thought Langford could put this together? What we missed, and what Langford and basically the people who did this type of work, they never invite the landowner. So I said, let's have another stakeholder meeting, invite the landowners, and ask them, are you even willing to sell this property? Is it generational property? So if we identified future land use, oh, we're going to expand here, you may not ever get that. So I'm just asking that, one, give us credit for what we've done, which seems missing, and 2, let us work to make a difference going forward. If you want to bring a Mr. Joe Newman in to help, fine, let's do that. But again, I just had to get that off my chest, okay? The good news, to this point, we are working with CODA and Formula One to try to leverage the airport when Formula One happens, do taxi services, helicopter taxi service, bring people in, drop your plane off, get in a helicopter, go to CODA. That's brilliant. During that conversation, we came up and we were just talking, how about the world's smallest Buc-ee's at the airport? So this is happening. And I've been listening to y'all complain about we're not doing anything and we need more this and that, but it's been happening. It may not be enough. All these things that we have in works haven't come to fruition because they're just not building. I've worked with some of these people for 4 years. The houses aren't being built. There are developments that we brought in and they got NIMBY'd, not in my backyard. The Pines Hotel, parking, rent them out. You had somebody 6 years ago that wanted to redo the Pines and he left because of parking. The Country Inn, you had somebody that wanted to do a Country Inn to provide lodging, got ran off by parking. Troy Stroyer's apartments got ran off by parking. So you can lead a horse to water, but you got to stop shooting the horse. Okay? So I'm off my high horse. Now, let's move on.
I'm glad
Thank you.
do a dance with that.
I haven't gotten to there's a couple, okay, we're good. I do have some things on there that I want you to know. Let's go back one. We're in the middle of ERP CRM implementation, and we had to stop to do just, it's tough right now. So give us the latitude and grace if we miss a number or you don't get something on time. It is tough on these ladies trying to implement.
And they're in class every morning.
Yeah.
They're in class from 8:30 till noon every day to learn this new program. But they're expected to do their other job. And so you have people in here in class while the other people have to cover their arrears because people don't quit calling, people don't quit coming in, people don't quit having problems. So think about when you're getting a new system, it's a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of patience.
I'm gonna just hit this real quick. Comp plan is gonna be completed by December. We've asked for input from the community. I was amazed at the product. It's 180-page documents in draft form right now. Every section can have a comment. You can provide your feedback that we can take and then make it a better plan. That becomes the Magna Carta of our being. It has to be approved by the planning and zoning. The future land use, when you put something there, we're gonna rezone that. Does it comply with the comprehensive plan? If not, you can't do it. So it's a very important piece of effort, level of effort that we need to complete. And once that's done, the sky is the limit. We can, these things sit on the shelf? No, we actually, all comp plans that we've done, we have closed out 95% of the actions. And the ones I've been involved with, which is 3. Economic Development Department, yeah, I hear it, I get it. And impact fees, PIDs, rebid, the solid waste contract, these are all things we need to do and we'll be working on. So thank you for your time. Are you ready for a break or not?
We're going to take a quick break because we got like a third of the people left. So this will be really Know where Kathy is. Brandon? Hey, Brandon,
Okay, Mayor and Council, now it's time to
here we go.
hear from our staff. You know, like last month, we heard, they told you their stories, what they do. Now they're going to ask you what they need, ask you for what they need. Okay? Thank you.
All right, so we're with, Jennifer, I think you're up first.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I have a couple. All right, there are 22 cost centers. 17 of those are in the general fund, 5 are in the utility fund. The department manager or supervisor is responsible for the oversight of the revenue and expenditures against those departments. We have to do budget amendments anytime the total in aggregate goes over $1,000 from the bottom line, so to speak. You can move monies in between line items, but at the end of the day, if you get down to that total budget and it's over 1,000, you have to do a budget amendment. Okay? And yeah, that's fine. So as I referred, we're down 5 people right now through attrition. Yeah, some just went on to other things, some had to retire. So we're running short-staffed. So I've got cemetery folks working parks. I got parks going to the cemeteries. I've got some of this solid waste, the streets and alleys, painting handicap spaces on Main Street. So we have the ability to flex in and out, which is good for our versatility. But in reality, if you want to maintain the level of services we have, we need to at least put back these positions. I mean, they're already paid for. And not that they're here, we're gaining attrition or money because we're not paying that out. So hopefully at the end of the year, we'll have a little more revenue to either bring folks on or just see where it is, because it's going to be a tight budget year. Next slide. Okay, here's the review. We're going to go by order of numerical order. Start with the general fund, going all the way down through the utility fund. First up is Jennifer with the admin, Department 100.
I have a whole bunch.
Yeah, I know.
So mine, my projects for this upcoming year is to complete the subdivision ordinance, which we've been working on. Jason has been working on that with us for quite a while. Of course, Jason is no longer with us. We have Ryan, but he's picking up right where we left off. We just need to start having some public meetings and get your input. It's going to be a really big task to do, but we want to try to get that subdivision ordinance updated. Complete a multi-year shredding. So right above us, we have a whole attic full of multiple years of shredding that we've just been putting off and putting off. Not because we have we're at capacity now. We just need to start, we need to do the shredding this year. We're implementing the ERP system with the general and utilities. One of my upgrades is to upgrade the conference chairs and the council chairs. And then review fee schedule to update rates. We talked about some of those rates earlier, just to see like what we haven't been charging, what we could charge. Fees that won't impact everybody, but people that use it. So like the dump fees that we talked about earlier, and then the certificate of appropriateness. And then, of course, headcount. We could really use a part-time, at least a part-time in the general and the court department. We have Tracy and Tracia. If one of them takes off, I mean, they are, as Tracy says, an octopus with 8 arms, 2 arms. With only 2 arms, or either one of them. Yeah, yes. They really do need help up there. So those would be my asks.
And thank you for your hard work. And then I think Mitch has a question for you. You ain't got no question? You have a question for Octopus? Got some order? It was Tracy being an octopus. Oh, you were trying to be funny? I got it. Oh yeah. It's close to my bedtime. Okay, next one is, Cynthia. Welcome.
Now I'm on. Okay, so the projects I have this year, pretty much the same projects I have every year. Doing the budget, of course, the annual audit, single audit that we have to do every year that's required to keep us in compliance. Doing open enrollment benefits, which will be coming up next month. We will be updating all whatever changes we decide to make or that get made. We are also, like Jennifer said, we're in completing the conversion of the ERP software. Financials has been done. The utility girls have been working every day this week in meetings every morning, doing their thing. We pushed off payroll just because payroll was going to be next month at the same time I was supposed to do open enrollment and budget, so that wasn't going to be feasible. So payroll has been pushed to the end of the year, just due to timing. And then, of course, we will continue cross-training and all of that. So it's pretty much my plans for this next year.
Thank you for your hard work. You put a lot of hours in.
Yes.
All right, next one. The other half of David showed up.
So I talked a little bit about this last time we were here, but I wanted to bring some visual to it, and
What?
Robert could throw something at me. If I get too long-winded, I'm gonna try not to be, try to make you brief. You got it.
I'm gonna give you the gong.
I talked about expenses and
You gotta get the mic on.
sorry. I talked about expenses, and I don't want to speak on behalf of any other department head, but we do have some similarities in buying paper clips and paper and things of that nature. And that's affected in this way as well. If you look at the first page where it says 2021, I wrote uniform shirts at the bottom. In 2021, a uniform shirt cost the police department or the city $53.55 or $55.25. That same shirt today in 2025 is $72.99. So whenever we see numbers like 2.7 inflation, I think we all shop at places we know better than that. I don't know where that number comes from, but the BDU pants on the third and fourth page used to be $58.65. Now they're $72. The bulletproof vest, which was a big deal for me because that's almost non-negotiable, kind of like pants and shirts. $9.90 in 2021. And I highlighted the part numbers for you guys. This is not a change in getting something better or getting top of the line from getting something base. Now they're $23, $26, and I was just told the other day there was going to go up another $200 or $300 with the last one I ordered. And then cars, 2021. You know, for lots of years, this town bought used police cars with 170,000 miles on them. They would start smoking from under the carpet from the wiring on traffic stops. The city, I credit to everybody here, including the council, prior council, current council. The only time in the 10 years that I've been here that I was embarrassed to work for the city of Smithville, and I questioned whether I should have come here or not, was when I drove east on the loop and I looked to my right, and in the 200 block of Main was a city truck with the tire had fell off of it. There was no paint on the hood. I get the economic development thing. I think y'all all have worthy endeavors, but I hope it's not lost on you guys that that's part of it too. If you go into a restaurant and see it dirty, you're not going to want to eat there. You know, you want these businesses to come, they see broke down police cars, broke down city trucks, and y'all done a good job getting us up to where we are. But I just hope that we don't backslide, because it's brought a lot of pride to the city workers to have that equipment, to have stuff that's decent. You know, there's going to be naysayers always. I have people chew me out like I'm buying, you know, Lamborghini Huracans and stuff with this money. These are base police cars. They come one way. They have plastic floors, no frills radios. They're just basic things. And when you go from going without for so long to getting just the basics, I know it can be shocking to some people. Those cars were $36,921. Today they're $48,800. That's a $12,000 increase in 4 years for the same exact car. And I'm sure they're going to go up. So, and I can parse that out a lot if y'all want, to holsters and bullets and stuff like that. I think y'all get the point. I want to get on my soapbox. I guess I'll go through my deals. Continue with accreditation through TPCA. That's a process. Like I told you at the other meeting, I won't regurgitate. The state's working on making that mandatory, so I'm trying to get ahead of the curve and get it done. It's a good thing to do anyway. It's the Texas Police Chiefs Association. They have an accreditation program that's highly looked upon, and not many agencies have it. We just did evidence room purge, which is usually the weak link at a police department because evidence tends to sit and doesn't get purged. We just hired a lady to come in and purge it for us, so it's good now. Policy manual update, that's forever evolving. So y'all will see that over the years. If y'all keep me here, that'll be something. Traffic enforcement, a large number of my complaints are traffic related. I know people get frustrated. We can't be everywhere at one time. And I'm going to piggyback with saying, don't forget y'all, 15 to 20% of the time there's one cop in this town and they have to do everything police related. And so, you know, we have to make the decision to go to a call or go to a fire call to help out or go to a wreck or go work traffic. Those things take precedent over traffic, you know. That's just the way it is. I mean, our job is prioritizing in law enforcement. Sometimes we have no calls for a little bit and then 2 or 3 will come in. We got to prioritize. Rehabilitate the animal shelter. I was tasked with Robert to do that. It's been something that's on my mind, and thank you, Robert, for spurring me to do that. We don't run an animal shelter, but because we have a potential emergency shelter in the rec center, we want to have a place across the street for at least to temporarily store animals for people whose animals are displaced, and the city manager has tasked me with doing that. So we'll do that. The other thing is, I'm gonna tell myself, Mitch, I'm one of the ones that told Mitch that I thought it was this. I thought that the way, I know, I don't have a problem calling myself out. And I'm saying this because Councilmember Dunham brought this up, and I'm not trying to throw a ticker tape parade for myself or anybody else at the police department, because every single one of these city employees do the same thing. My wife sews on the patches for the uniforms to save the city money. If you've walked into the PD before, it hadn't been remodeled since '82. Me and Jad and Will and several others crawled down on our hands and knees and laid carpet, laid tile, painted, and all of that to save the city money. I had a lady call me the other day talking about the budget, and I won't name names, but she called me and she told me a story how her husband has a certain diet that he has to maintain as far as beef. And she keeps records of what it cost her for the last 2 years. And it was 5 something a pound 2 years ago, 6 something, now it's 7 something. I know that people like the citizens, and I respect all citizens regardless of whether I agree with them or not, but there is no magic button at Walmart when I go and I'm a citizen, a Smithville employee, where I get a discount. I pay the same as everybody else. And so do all these other people. And I'm one of the highest paid people in the city. I'm not talking for me, I'm talking for them. And I hope they don't mind I'm talking for them, and I don't want to go on the hills of Doug, but, I've worked in government since I was barely 18 years old for the state, county, or city. And I've turned 51 this year. For 33 years, I've been working for the government in some form or fashion. And I've never been more proud, and I've never worked around a better group of people. I hate that Doug said this before me, than I do here. I can go to City Hall and they drop everything and help me with what I need. I can call Bubba, I can call Trey, I can go to the rec center, I can go to any department here, and they give me the utmost attention like I've never seen before when it comes to cooperative working. And even more than me, they deserve for y'all to take care of them, because I know you're here to take care of your constituents, and I'm not preaching at y'all, but I'm a department head. I'm politicking on behalf of my people that work with me. I think it's equally important that y'all take care of the people that take care of your people, right? And so I know y'all will. The city did give some big raises, but like anything else, the more it gets watered down, the less effect that it has. When that raise was given in 2023, I did a pay analysis of Smithfield Police Department agencies within an hour of this town, and we were the second lowest paid out of 38. I went to Robert and I said, we're not asking to be the highest. Please just put us in the middle. Make it where I can hire people. We just want to be average. We're not asking to be paid what big city people pay, but we don't want to be the second to the lowest. I mean, we're already the lowest paid in the county, So I gave that speech to the prior council, and some of y'all were here. Some of y'all may have not have been, but we got to keep up. We got to keep up with the good equipment. I think our city looks a lot better for it, whether it's nice police cars. I know people think that I'm out buying expensive stuff, but I'm buying basic run-of-the-mill stuff. You see what it costs on black and white. Anybody that wants to see it can come to my office and I'll show you. These are receipts and invoices from the places that we buy. No frill stuff.
And I thank you. I thank you for everything you said. And I wanted to put one more thing in, daycare. You're a new father. Daycare's not getting any cheaper.
Well, you can't.
You can't, we have a lot of young people working here. Daycare is going up. I mean, they have to pay their employees food, activities. And so they have expenses just like anyone else out there. Inflation hits them just like anybody else. So I appreciate you bringing that to light.
So, and as y'all go through the process, you know, I mean, please give all the people that work with me at this city. Nobody works for me, whether it's the PD or anywhere else. We're all a team. We just have different positions, and I want to be last.
There you go.
Give me the last dollar, if there is any left. But please take care of the folks because they do all the work. I mean, I do little of the work, right? I mean, when you come down to it, I do the least amount of work. Here, I'll say it in front of everybody. You know, I mean, these guys do the work. They're the ones in the street. I drive by and I see these guys in this deep water holes with mud up to their elbows, and I'm just proud to be their coworkers. You know, so
Very good. Thank you.
thank y'all.
Not for sure what happening to you. What are you doing?
They rolled it out just together. Same car. We have covered shows like that, you know, just want to let y'all see that.
I have an antique chair too in my office. I'm sure the first mayor sat in it.
Good evening, council. It's good to see y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about code enforcement. I said it the last time I was here before you. I'll say it again tonight. I completed my first year in this capacity, and I am wholeheartedly believe that a great deal of my success is because of the folks that I get to work with on a regular basis, on a daily basis. They're a great team. They provide great support, great encouragement. I had a lot of questions and asked them multiple times, and there was no stupid question. They always answered with grace. And so they have brought me along, and I'm right there with Doug. I enjoy coming in every day. So I'm very thankful for the opportunity to work with these folks. So I come to you with code enforcement. As you well know, code enforcement, we strive to enforce the city ordinances in an effective, fair, and consistent manner. We want to ensure that our ordinances and our codes are upheld, and that is to protect and to protect the health, the safety, and the well-being of our residents, our property owners, and our businesses. Now, I have outlined for you a few initiatives that I believe will help us get to this desired outcome. Okay, so the first two bullets actually go hand in hand. We did a preliminary analysis already, and we have identified a number of structures around town that qualify as substandard structures. We've identified 14 in our preliminary assessment. Now, these are structures that are in a state of disarray. They are dilapidated. They're uninhabitable. In some cases, we have squatters in some of these locations. We've also identified empty, vacant lots that contribute to unwholesome conditions. This, again, our preliminary analysis is 7. Now, when you put these two together, these two factors contribute to what is known as urban blight. And urban blight is characterized by neglected and deteriorating properties and a general sense of decline. It's been proven that urban blight can negatively impact property values. It can contribute to increased crime rates, and it can also diminish the overall quality of life for residents and property owners. So it behooves us to address this, all right? Remediating blighted properties, it goes without saying, will it improve visual appearance and overall well-being of our neighborhoods? And by removing blight and providing resources for improvement, we've seen this has happened in other cities, in urban areas. Communities can become more engaged, empowered, and incentivized to create positive change in their surroundings. They're proud. They want to be they want to be proud of their surroundings. And so, in essence, removing urban blight is not just about tearing down dilapidated structures and cleaning up vacant lots. It's about creating healthier, safer, more economically vibrant, and more connected communities for everyone. Now, the third bullet there, I'm happy to say it's done. I completed that one. I took my, yep, all right. I passed my certification exam, and I'm officially certified as a code enforcement officer. I tell my wife I'm dangerous now. Watch it. And so the certification is good for 2 years, and so I'll have to go through the process all over again. But I'm official, so that one you can check off. Now the remaining two, they also go hand in hand. They coincide. So I want you to know when it comes to code enforcement, we utilize two methods to help achieve compliance. There's a formal method, and then there's a non-formal method. The formal method is the violation notice that actually goes out to a property owner, asking that they remediate the problem and get into compliance. If they don't do that, it's also the fine, the court summons, where they have to appear in our municipal court. So the formal method is any and all official violation notices, notifications, citations that go out. The non-formal method, examples of this are, let's say, a personal conversation, a personal contact. It could be a phone call. It could be an email. It could be a door hanger. I sometimes leave my business card with people. And it could be a flyer. It could be a public service announcement. It could be any method that can be used to contact involved parties to encourage voluntary compliance. That's the goal. And so the non-formal method, it's actually intended to encourage effective communication between code enforcement and, let's say, the alleged violator or the complainant or all other parties that are involved. And it's actually a good way. It can serve as an educational tool. And so lastly, I believe wholeheartedly in this. I believe that if we can educate the public and our citizens on our ordinances, our codes, that will contribute to a higher rate of compliance. Now, we can get real creative. We can do a video that you can post on our website, a 5 to 10 minute video that talks about permits, that talks about unwholesome conditions, and you can show examples throughout town of what that looks like. You can show a substandard, explaining to our citizens what we mean when we say a substandard structure. It's just an educational tool. The more we can share this information with our public and our citizens, the more they'll know why this is important to us as a city. And so the more we educate them, the greater likelihood of voluntary compliance throughout. So thank you for your attention.
You have really grown into your job. Thank you. Oh, Doug, here he comes.
All right. Put on the glasses. So, first thing is adopting 2024 International Building Code. We talked about last meeting, we're under the 2006. We're in the process of adopting 2024 IBC. At first, we were a little leery. We were a little leery of going to the newest code. We were going to go to 2021, but Safe Built, they're our third-party inspection partner, said there wasn't a whole lot of changes, and they were seeing a lot of good things with it. So we're going with 2024, and we're going to have a class soon, a briefing to go over all the changes so we can get up to speed on that. That's exciting. Bullet number 2, I'm still in the process of obtaining my flood manager certification. I was really excited to hear that Council Member Meek is actually a certified floodplain manager herself, so I can get some tips from her. I should be ready to test in a couple months. There's a lot of reading material. There's no prep course. It's pretty much self-taught. I've already read a 300-page book, a 100-page book, and watched a bunch of videos. So trying to get there. There are seminars you can attend, and I've also reached out to the floodplain manager for Bastrop County, and she's been very generous in sharing information and publications as well. Number 3 is streamline the permitting inspection process. It may sound funny, but little things, I actually have an example right here. The only thing we had was this green tag for gas tests, and it's green, but it says pass or fail, which can be confusing because as a former contractor, if I see green, I think I'm good. I'm not going to go up and read the little box. And the only reason we only had gas is because we deal with everything else in-house. We deal with electric, water, and wastewater within the city. Gas is center point. But some of the contractors like to know they're not always on site. And plus, if you have a federal loan, they have a federal inspector. And we actually had an incident in town where the GC called me and said, everything passed except they failed us because you didn't green tag the plumbing and electrical. Well, we don't have green tags for that, but we do now. So they were only $17.55 for 100, so they're not expensive. And here's a pass for electrical, and then if you fail, you get the red. So it's real clear, and then I have them for plumbing as well. I bought less red because I hope to fail less people than pass them. So we'll see. Hopefully that doesn't change. So we're doing that. And let's see. I already sent out all the letters to the local HVAC contractors, informing them the new ordinance. I actually got a call from Earl while I was in there, so I don't know what he's going to think of it, but I'll call him back when it's over. He just got the letter, he said, so I'm sure he has some questions. And one of the biggest challenges I face on bullet number 3 that I'm trying to solve is people not knowing for the setback inspection, no one knows where the pins are. And they want to do like the old days and just go by their fence or their alley. And you really can't because we see a lot of them that are off. So I'm trying to make flow charts. And that sounds kind of silly, right? But it actually like what you do to get the permit for a setback and then what you have to do and then find pins. If you can't find pins, what you do. And then when they get a permit, you hand that to them and it'll relieve a lot of stress because a lot of people, you know, think that they can just go out and like put strings up if they find one pin and make a 90-degree angle, but that's not going to work. So I'm working on all that. Number 4 is obtain my ICC International Council certifications for electrical and HVAC. They're the ones who make the code. It's just a good thing to have. Some cities require it. We don't here yet, but we may one day. So I figured I better get it and it'll just make me better at my job. And number 5 is create flow charts to help citizens navigate our third-party commercial review. This has been a little frustrating for some people because that's why we did the CAD drawings. They would put in a hand drawing, it'd go to third party, they'd come back with like maybe one thing, they'd fix it, they do a better drawing, and then they'd come back with 3 more things, and everyone's frustrated by the end of the project. So we're going to streamline that. We're going to make flow charts. And then I also reached out to the county health inspector, and she agreed to meet with us pre-construction meetings for any restaurants because they have different rules than us. And sometimes she'll tell them something that we're not saying or vice versa. So we all want to be in the same room, and then that way that'll avoid frustration. So that's my bullet points. And of course, I just have to say it. It's just real quick. I really do. I know I'm going to be the guy known for just saying how much he loves to work here, but and I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad, but the city of Bastrop has the same position open for $20,000 more a year. I wouldn't even think of going, and that's a lot of money. But honestly, I truly enjoy my role as a building inspector. I get to work with an incredible team of people who are not only hardworking and dedicated, but also truly friendly and always willing to lend a hand. The support and collaboration across departments makes this job not just rewarding, but enjoyable. And none of this would be possible without the strong, steady leadership from our city manager, who sets the tone for professionalism and service. And I am proud to be such a part of a great team and community. So thank you.
Thank you, Doug. All right, who's next? Robert, is this why you're here? You dozed off. I woke you up. It's very true, though. The employees are happy, and so we need to reward them. Very true. All right, Trey.
So of course, my first top project is the radios. No one understands how important those radios are. For instance, he has one right here. That radio runs anywhere from 7 to 10K. That's our backbone for structure fires, wildland fires, anything you name, we use these radios. Sometimes I've used them for city purposes. You know, we get in trouble in the alley, we call PD, they're there. That's not even including the radios in the truck. We are now down to probably 2 radios that are actually still up to code, code with the working way. All the rest of the trucks, they're obsolete. So they run about truck radios.
3,000. One thing to add about these radios, sorry, Trey,
You know,
sorry
I
to
just,
step in on you, Trey, with the radios, but these radios are designed to have a shelf life, basically. And this radio is about 12 years old. Its shelf life expired 6 years ago. So I can't get this thing fixed, reprogrammed, whatever. Once they run out of parts, it's done. So it's a $8,000 paperweight once it ends that life. So all our radios have passed their shelf expectancy, and it's 5 years from the date design. They're all past it. So every one of our radios is obsolete essentially. They run, like Trey said, anywhere from $7,000 to $10,000 each, and they're crucial. I mean, this is how we talk. If we have we had a car accident this morning, unfortunately, and these radios were crucial in communication for traffic control. If we wouldn't have had it, we wouldn't have known what cars were coming one way or another. We used it to land a helicopter this morning. We used it to draw in more trucks. We used it to draw in Jaws of Life that the city purchased for us last year. Thank you very much. That got used this morning. So these are not just radios for us to talk on. If we don't have these, we can't communicate. And it's going to delay the process of saving someone or someone's home or helping someone. So if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to talk about it.
I have a question, Robert. How many radios do you need? I mean, doesn't each one of you that are working a shift need one so you can communicate?
So currently we have about 37 active firefighters on the department. We have enough radios to cover about 34 of the obsolete radios like we spoke about. So what we're trying to do is go ahead and complete the remainder of the guys and then take the new radios and put these as reserves so that when we have new guys come along, instead of giving them a brand new $8,000 radio, give them one that's used that they can kind of earn their wings per se. And then also have backups. Like we had a guy, it fell out of his ATV. It took him 2 weeks to find it. Once he found it, we put a new battery on it. Luckily they work. They're very durable. We beat things up. I mean, it gets tore up. It gets dropped in. Tyrone mentioned earlier about a structure fire. I was in a structure fire training, it was 700 degrees. So these radios are in 700-degree temperatures. The gear that we wear, 700 degrees is what that fire is. It's rated for 1,200 degrees or higher. Everything's a little bit different, but anyhow, so they have to be extremely durable. So to answer your question, we'd like to get about 5 radios to go immediately to fill gaps where radios are needed, and the other 5 would put these as reserves and allow us to give those to our highest percentage responding folks. And we would have backups basically, but once they break, they're no good any longer. So.
Mayor and Council, I want to add just a statement of fact here in that there is still 35,000 in this year's budget allocated for tools and equipment. So that'll cover some of it. And there's another 35,000 that we found to put back in for next year's equipment if they approve it. But that's just a small fraction of what you need.
Correct. And we can finance the radios. We don't have to write a big check.
We can?
Yeah. So the way the financing works is they have a 3, 5, or 7-year financing options. The first year, you don't have to pay the first year's note. You pay on year 2 and so on. There is interest involved in that. So you're going to pay. So basically, if you pay $7,000 for radios each, buy 10 radios, $70,000. Yeah, over a 7-year term, it'd be about $85,000 to $90,000 with interest and so on. So it's a pretty high interest rate. But we could do a 5-year term and pay it in 2 years we would save that interest because the interest isn't like on a car where it's all up front. It's over the whole term, from what I understand.
Thank you for researching that and giving options so that we can take care of you. That's very good.
Mayor, I have a couple questions related to that. So from what I'm understanding, these aren't typical radios, of course, but the technology behind it is more to allow you to be able to talk to any responding agency in the state. And in case there's mutual aid or anything like that, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Pretty much we can, with these radios, we can communicate with our neighboring department, Heart of Pines, any Bastrop Fire Department. I don't think we can communicate with Texas Forest Service unless the PD put a patch in, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, there's several different options. The Texas Forestry Service uses VHF. It's a line of sight system that's better for what they do. We use the 800, which the entire county is on an 800 radio system. The only thing we cannot communicate directly with these radio because they're single band. You can buy dual band or unlimited band where you can talk on everything like you just asked the question if it's programmed. But these radios will only work on 800 megahertz. Now there is an option where PD has a patch where we can ask for that to be set up and then communicate through the switchboard with PD. But just picking it up and calling Forestry Service doesn't work. Picking up and calling the Grange Fire Department, which we mutual aid with them occasionally, doesn't work. They're on a different system. But in Bastrop County and the majority of the state, I believe is 800 megahertz. If they were programmed, you could.
Okay, and I guess that goes back to the question I asked during the last budget is Councilman Jenkins and I, we went to, and no, you weren't there. I thought you were. That was a different one. We went to the Bastrop County Office of Emergency Management. We did a training there, and they were talking about that they were approaching the county commissioners about standardizing to a different communication standard that would allow them to talk to the Forest Service and all the other responding agencies. And so if we're investing in this kind of technology, I'd like to make sure that we're investing in a technology that isn't about to be replaced, if that makes sense, and that it's going to be expandable and allow for mutual aid communications and whatnot.
So the radios, I looked up 4 different types of radios. Some of them are single band, some are dual band, some are unlimited band. Price changes depending on which band choices you go with. The basic model, which is what we have, is a single band. He actually has a dual band, so he has the ability to have 2 different frequencies on there. I have a single frequency radio. We can look at other options, but the price goes up about $3,000 a radio. So it kind of depends on, where does it line up? We're fortunate enough that our PD is able to patch that, so we can communicate that way. The radios are programmed through Bastrop County, the emergency management guys. So we reached out to them before we started this process to find out kind of what they were moving towards in the future. And we should be compliant with what they're looking for. One of the things we also looked at is like this radio, they make a newer version of it, but they just came out with the newest, latest, and greatest. Once they come out with a new radio, the older radios actually eventually get assigned a shelf life date. And they're most likely going to assign that this year. So if we bought a $6,500 radio that becomes obsolete in 6 years, doesn't make sense. We're looking for 10, 15, 20 years. So we would like to try to get to the next step up, which would be about $8,500. And that would get us approximately, don't quote me on this, but around a 10 to 20 year shelf life without being to the obsolete. Now, once they announce that date, we have 5 years from that date before it's technically considered obsolete. That doesn't mean the parts aren't available, but once they run out of them, then it's over with. Does that answer that?
Yes, so thank you.
Of course, community events, we have our fundraiser. Each and every year, we try to find different ways to make it bigger and better. We still have the Lions Club, the fish fry. That one's a big hit. Once again, try to make it bigger and better every year to also earn money for our fire department. Community events, we have the parade, fly-ins. National Night Out, day in, day out. The schools is always calling for me to put on a show. It's either we're spraying water, we're doing some kind of.
And then the mayor calls and says, "Hey, what you doing Saturday?"
Another one, recruit additional volunteers to serve. Current head count, I think it's around 47, 12, 13, 15 of those are reserves. So we're looking for more people. We just had 3, 4 readings here last couple weeks. Hopefully they continue to want to participate. Right now, they're just not getting their foot in the door. A lot of them get their foot in the door, get their shirt, their hat, they're gone. Back to additional equipment, of course, bunker gear. Other equipment, other emergency response supplies, bunker gear runs around just to outfit one person. Just for one person, we're looking at about $14,525. That's for one guy. I can go on, everything else, wildland, it's about 2,400 per person. Of course, the trucks, you know, anywhere from 600 to $1 million. Hoses, nozzles, 12,000. Of course, Jaws Life is about 35,000. You know, once again, thank you, council, for approving, you know, for us to get the Jaws, because it's been a big help, not dragging hose all the time, stepping over people with the hose, hydraulic fluid, dropping people's faces. Those battery operated ones are excellent. The address actions, items from the 2024 ISO audit, a current protection rating is a 5, or average on a scale of 1 to 10. Try to increase the frequency and type of training for volunteer members. Insurers uses PPC score to help determine insurance premiums. Lower scores means lower premiums. That's for our ISO rating.
No, our insurance man speaks up over here. He says, do you have any? Well,
Their goal.
there's your go.
Their goal.
And thank you for what all you do. I mean, you're volunteers, you put your life on the line, you have other jobs, but you still show up and take care of our city, and I really appreciate it because you are always available. And this morning was a horrible wreck, and you showed up, took care of business, and yes, Tyrone always shows up. So thank you. And thank you for your presentation.
If y'all have any questions on any of this stuff, you can always reach out to us. We're happy to share numbers. There's a lot involved.
Yes, there
We
is.
do, like Trey, we make most of our money on those couple of fundraisers selling chicken fried steaks. and
I
fish
know.
dinners and stuff like that. So we appreciate it.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
All right, who's next? Oh, hello, Judy. All the colors.
I debated about which story I was going to tell tonight. We we did just have our summer reading program finale last week, and that probably highlighted the story that I wanted to tell. I can talk to you about the numbers. I've heard it said in this very room as well as on social media. Why are we funding the library? Nobody reads anymore. Well, during the last 6 weeks, we had over 200 people registered for our summer reading club, people of all ages. 165 of those people turned in a reading log. From the littles that you saw at the beginning of the meeting, they completed 150 activities that were such things as attend a library program or read outside because they're pre-readers. From our early readers, they read 800 books. Yeah, wow. From our teens and our adults who logged, and our older readers who logged time read instead of number of books read, they read over 29,000 minutes, which is 483 hours. So if you want to tell me that nobody's reading anymore, I would have to argue with that. But the reward for the reading club is a day at Riverbend Park and fun in the water. We had partners. Yeah, Trey was out there with Mo.
Hey, you're famous.
Also, the park was beautiful. It was wonderful to be out there. Edward's crew just made it ready for us, and we knew everything was going to be taken care of. And that's how this city works. I have no doubt that the library makes Smithville a better place to live. But we wouldn't be able to do that without the partnerships that we have within the departments, within the city, and all the departments work so well together. During the summer, we had some of the programs at the rec center. It was a great fun to be able to do those programs. We averaged 187 people per program over 5 weeks. But we also partner with the school district. We partner with many other organizations, and that's how the library is able to do this. And how are we able to be in 2 places at once? We're able to do programs at the community gardens. Those are library programs that are being held at the community gardens. We're able to attend the ACE programs and things like that because of the staff that are at the library covering everything so that we're operating, and a couple of us are still out in the community and making things happen. So with that in mind, the projects that I have to work on, one of the ones that takes up a lot of our time is to maintain accreditation status. We are required by the state library, by the Texas Administrative Code, to meet minimum requirements of standards for library activities. And those include local government spending, but they also include training for the staff, a certain number of programs that we have to add, interlibrary loan. We have to be willing to lend our books to libraries across the state, and we do that through the postage. Cost of postage isn't going down, folks, so we're paying for that as well. But with our accreditation, the state helps cover some of those costs. If we don't have that accreditation, then we're going to lose some of the funding that helps us be able to operate. So we have to keep track of everything that happens in the library. We have to have certain restrictions on our collection materials, that they have to be a certain copyright, a certain percentage of them have to be less than 5 years old. So it takes a lot of staff, a lot of hours to make those things happen. And that's why we dedicate a lot of our time to that. I want to sustain the Libraries for Health programs. The grant has officially run out of the original St. David's Foundation funding. We may have an option for additional funding, but it won't be as big as the last 3 years have been. But those 3 years have allowed us to establish some incredible programs, both at the library and at the community gardens building. And now we're having people that don't want to see those programs go away. And so we'll work together as a team, and I'll help cover some of these programs. I'll help cover some of these programs, and we can make it work and we can make it sustainable. We've also had this grant bring funding for training for all of our library staff and training for resources for mental health, which is, it's important here in rural areas. We're in a resource desert for many of the mental health resources. And so we're able to work toward that end, but only because we can partner with other organizations that allow us to make those things happen. And that brings you to the third bullet, that is, we wouldn't be as strong as we are without the community input, without the other departments in the city. And so we want to continue with all those community partnerships. Improving facilities. Yeah, I tried not to laugh, I will admit. No, the library will not fit in a back room of the rec center. We are currently 7,200 square feet. And it's not the safest library. It's not the most accessible library. Our shelves are taller than I am, and the books are up high, and some of the books are down low. So we have no visibility over what's going on in between the stacks. When somebody needs a book on the top shelf, even some of our staff can't respond. It takes a couple of us taller ones to get the books. And so we try and overcome some of those accessibility issues by accommodating their needs. Can wheelchairs fit in around some of the stacks? No, not necessarily. Some of them can, others cannot. So we have to consider what we need to do to be more accessible and to make sure that we're serving everybody in the community. And one of the ways that we've talked about that, and that's why I keep it on this list, is that we need a new library so that we can expand. We can bring those shelves down, we can see over them, we can have airflow, our building will be more efficient. And so I will keep that on my list of things to do. But before we can, we already have preliminary plans for a new building. And before we can share those with the public, we need a place to put it. So that's one of the things that we are on the lookout for. Once we find that place to put it, then we can see about what we can come up with funding and what the community says they want to see in a new library building. In the meantime, we're trying to maintain the facilities that we do have. We're trying to improve them with accessibility and things like that. One of the Smithville Garden Club comes and does the plantings on the side of our building every year. And so they help us water them when our sprinkler system is not working and things like that. So we're grateful for, again, another community organization that is willing to partner with us and help us with it. And it helps us to be more efficient. And then lastly, we're always looking at organizational development and planning. Continuing education, I am required every year to have a certain number of hours of continuing education, but the library staff also, if they want to learn more, if they want to be able to do jobs as they're changing, and because many of us wear multiple hats, so we need to know how to work the front desk, we need to know how to do the cataloging, we know how to do the purchasing, we need to know how to do the interlibrary loan or deal with other state agencies. So I've got to train them to be able to do that. So that is an ongoing thing. And then some of the training that we're able to offer is mental wellness for ourselves, a wellness recovery action plan that one of our staff has been a facilitator, trained to be a facilitator in that. We also have our mental health peer support specialist that will stay on at the library if things work out right and if we get the right funding. Then when the grant is completely gone, we won't lose that person. And so it's an important part of what we do, and we couldn't do it without everybody else.
Thank you, Judy, and all the hard work you do. Who's our next victim? Where's Anna? Somebody go wake her up. If she comes in her, oh, I thought you were coming in your little shh. Judge Judy is in the house.
No, no, no. No, I don't even want to be called Judge Anna. I prefer Judge Hernandez. Can you hear me now? I know I don't talk very loud. Hi, how are y'all? So, projects that we have for the court, execute online court options through the city website. And that hopefully will help alleviate a little work on Tracia and Tracy, that she helps too. And then implement standing orders. I don't know what you. It was Tracy, I figured. Implement standing orders, and that just, helps show, or it's how we handle things in the court. It allows those orders, tells what we can and can't do and stuff at the window and everything online and emails and stuff. I will continue to serve as the City of Smithville municipal judge and a magistrate, and complete professional development training as necessary to maintain the certification. We go once a year for the regional conference just to get updates and stuff. And we have webinars and stuff that we can do every week. They offer, which I try to do those. Those don't cost anything typically. Cross-train, continue to cross-train personnel to assist myself and Tracia and Tracy. And others, other people at the front too that can take payments and do that. We help try to cross-train everybody, help everyone up there. Clear out old cases for dismissal. You know, when they've sat there for so long and no payments have been made, no contact or anything after so many years, we can clear out old cases. That's a continuous thing. And continue to schedule, coordinate court appearances with the city prosecutor. Right now, he's coming every other month, just to try to actually save a little bit of money. We've been doing that for, I think, since the beginning of the year. But that's what we have on for our plans, projects this year. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next? All right, Ashley. So what do you want to do? All right, hit us with the high points, girlfriend.
All right, got it. Building upgrade infrastructure, just adding new things. Some of the picnic tables out front, of course, are old, wooden, rickety. Maybe getting some nicer ones because people do sit out there and eat. Sometimes we like to take the kids in the after-school program or summer camps and do arts and crafts and snacks and all that kind of stuff. Of course, it'd be super awesome if we could do a shade over it just to make it that much nicer. Neither here nor there. Installing children's step stools in the restrooms and potentially at the fountains, the water fountains as well. At least one in the women's and one in the men's so they can reach up to the sinks and wash their hands properly. Lighting at Kyleburg Park. And by lighting, I'm talking street light. Because it is anything. Obviously, yes, ball field lights would be wonderful. Wishful thinking. It's really just a couple of street lights just to get some lighting up there because there's nothing. It's pitch black. It would at least help during our games or practices when the sun does go down. We're not using our cell phones and headlights to try to just get people out safely. And then the stair stepper in the cardio room is at least 25 years old. I'm pretty sure it was used whenever we purchased it originally. So just getting an upgraded one of those. And then just a wishful list item is what's called an HD tread. And it's basically a treadmill that you don't plug it in. It just goes with your motion that you're doing. It's really neat. Organizational development, the succession plan, and then of course just continuing to expect from the 3 full-time people, of course myself and then Alexis and Kay, just professional development courses, classes. Most likely those are going to be online. We don't really have a whole bunch of opportunities to go offsite to do those. So just whatever we can find online to just keep us in the know with the Parks and Rec world. Obtaining community feedback, QR codes that can just be at the front desk or around the building or on flyers or whatever, just pretty standard. How are we doing? You know, did you get greeted at the door? Was it clean when you got here? That kind of thing, just general ones. And then some for events, maybe of where did you come from? How long are you staying? What brought you here? Like, did you come specifically for the event? Did you come for something else and stumbled upon the event? Things of that nature, just so we kind of know what's pulling people in. And then of course, just monitoring those and then reporting back with reports and whatnot. And then increasing the city revenue, because that's always a hot topic. Increasing rental fees, campsite fees, and or membership fees as appropriate. I don't think it's necessarily a blanket umbrella. I think it's something we can kind of pick and choose on, maybe some higher topic things. You know, again, for the rentals, it might not be in a side room. It could just be the gymnasium that we raise a little bit for wedding receptions and things of that nature. And then of course, just tracking the profit and loss, always, you know, targeting, you know, a higher percent of revenue year over year. And then obviously with that, increasing adult and youth programming as the budget allows. Because obviously in order to do an event or program, it comes with cost for supplies, you know, maybe staffing or what have you. And then of course, just knowing what to, you know, charge people accordingly to hopefully at least make our money back, make a profit, not charge people to where they're not going to come, things of that nature. Thank you. In a very speedy nutshell.
When was the last time the rental rates were increased for general use?
The You know what? I don't think I looked at the date on that. It's probably 2019 was when I know the membership fees increased, and that probably went hand in hand with rental fees. Because it's been a little while.
I have a question, Ashley.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that one of the proposed cuts is eliminating your janitorial services. How do you expect to do that in a facility that's a community center?
We just put our nose to the grindstone and get it done. When Kay, Alexis, and myself are all there, usually first thing in the morning, we can get the main areas done 30 minutes, you know, the front restrooms, lobby, trash, things of that nature. The other side rooms, weight room, things like that, can fall, of course, on us, and then our front desk staff at the nighttime shifts. We've done that before, where we've just had like a cleaning checklist, and at a certain time, one person's covering the desk, the other person's cleaning a room, sweeping the gym, something of that nature. So it's not something that we've never done. It obviously just makes it a little bit easier when we have, you know, a cleaning company doing it. But we get it done. I mean, it's not.
Well, that cleaning company cleans 3 times a week now, right?
It is Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays.
And that contract's going away in November. So you're not going to try to rebid it or get a new cleaning service in there?
We can. Like I said, it's definitely frankly, a luxury item for us. We've done it before without it, and we can do it again. Obviously, like I said, we'd love to do it. You know, we'd love to have another company so we don't have to do it. But we're willing to put in the work, you know, and just set out the time that we need to throughout the day, and tidy up the building like we would our house. I mean, if we see something that's dirty, we clean it. We're not, you know, opposed to doing that. And if it helps offset whatever, you know, is needing to be covered, again, we don't mind giving whatever we possibly can. And that's definitely something that, like I said, we've done before, you know, cleaning the building ourselves, and, you know, we just get my little Excel sheet back out and put it back in service with the front desk, and we'll roll on with it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Who's your next one? Hello, Jill. Oh, we got 2 more after Jill.
Good evening, everybody. Before we get into that, I just wanted to talk a little bit about something here. For the record, I am an economic development professional. I have a PhD in public administration with an emphasis on sustainability and economic development. I have continued that education throughout the years, attending conferences and trainings in economic, community, and downtown development. Previous to my employment here, I worked for Florida International University, the Metropolitan Center in Miami, and the Irma Rangel Public Policy Institute at the University of at UT Austin. While at FIU and UT, I taught bachelor's level courses in statistics, local government, urban and regional issues, state politics and public policy, and sustainability, many of which included specific lessons in economic development. I also have over 15 years of experience in working on real-world economic development activities here in Smithville, which includes writing grants. In most fiscal years, the city budget allocates less than 1%, amounting to about $40,000 to $60,000 specifically for economic development tools, projects, and programming, making grant funding necessary for any substantive activity, especially infrastructure projects that can cost millions of dollars. This is why I'm unable to extricate grant writing from economic development. Without these grant awards, we would not be able to afford most of the economic development activities we are fortunate to be able to undertake because of them. Economic development involves long-term strategic actions designed to disrupt economic challenges, which are rooted in complex and systemic realities. None of this work is easy or fast. It involves building relationships, finding opportunities to partner with state and regional agencies, finding the funding, working to nudge those stars into alignment. It's often about someone else making a decision to do something. No one can force anyone to spend their money or sell their land. With limited resources, Smithville has had to make wise choices and consider innovative solutions, trying to improve the things we can control. For years, Smithville has been doing the work to prepare for growth. For example, establishing the Historic Preservation Design Standards Advisory Committee and guidelines for the Commercial Historic District, reviewing and updating ordinances so that Smithville is not overwhelmed by growth as it arrives, collaborating with the community on the comprehensive plan, which will provide a blueprint for how residents in all neighborhoods would like to see growth occur. According to the experts, best practices in economic development involve driving job growth by supporting small businesses, matching workforce with job opportunities, anchoring economic development through improving infrastructure, and using tourism as a way to draw people and dollars from outside the community to support local businesses. And we are doing all of those things. In contrast, according to many estimates, cold calling decision makers in large companies leads to meaningful conversations, in quotes, about 2% of the time. Given our limited time and resources, this knocking on doors approach has a low rate of return on investment and is less likely to yield positive results. It's more effective to invest in community members who are here seeking training and better jobs and resources to help their small businesses thrive. These efforts establish the foundation for a more sustainable and resilient local economy, which ultimately will also attract other businesses. Last January, we reestablished the Smithville Economic Development Committee. This partnership between the Smithville Area Chamber of Commerce and the City of Smithville will meet here tomorrow at 3 p.m. Anyone is welcome to join us to discuss economic development and help determine this right for us approach to growth. It takes a team, so let's all work together on solutions that'll work for everyone. Thank you. So my projects, in economic development planning and implementation, we're looking at the comprehensive plan. We'll have a comprehensive plan by the end of the year. And so when we're looking at that, we'll see the top 3 projects that the community wants to accomplish as identified by that plan. And I'll be working on that to make sure that we bring those into fruition as best as we possibly can with the remaining part of the year. I just mentioned the Smithville Economic Development Committee because I do believe that working together on a team with people is the best way to go about taking care of this economic development for the city. We're reestablishing community committees as outlined in the Smithville Economic Development Strategic Resiliency Plan from 2020. That was a 2020 through 2025 plan. One of the goals here also is to be able to move that plan into the future. So we'll be doing a 26 to 30 plan. That's one of the goals of what we're going to do with the Economic Development Committee. We'll leverage the use of online tools and resources, for example, GSLI, AI Placer, GIS Planning, Zoom Prospector, Opportunity Austin, Dave Quinn, Day One Experts, all those different tools and resources that are going to help us figure out where we need to go, how we're going to get there. We'll host Opportunity Austin in this community, and we'll have a site visit here in Smithville so that we'll reinforce that partnership with Opportunity Austin. We'll continue to partner with the Chamber, especially to help market tourism in Smithville. We'll develop the economic development assistant job description, and we'll identify, benchmark, and track key metrics as y'all will define and adopt. In the grants program, what I'd like to do is to host a Grant Writing 101 workshop for the community to continue to help build the capacity. We're doing a lot of things to try to help our residents, people who live here, people in the area, people in the rural surrounding area, to make sure that we are building that capacity so that we can continue to build that foundation of real sustainable growth and economic development. I'm not sure if you're going to continue this or not. If I am directed to limit grant funding to no match grants with several exceptions, then that's the direction that we'll take with the grants program. I don't know that that's necessarily, in my opinion, not necessarily the best way for you to go, but y'all are council, you'll make a decision about that. I did also just want to mention that we've had over $20 million in grants that we've had through this department since 2009. If we do the no match grants, it's going to limit some of those opportunities that we have available through some of those grant programs. And then in community engagement, I work closely with Jose. These are things that we'll be doing together with him. So we'll be working together to improve methods of outreach and feedback. So the surveys, platform, rollout, things like that. And we'll implement quality of life driven, we'll implement community driven projects that are going to improve the quality of life for Smithville. So that's on my slate. And Jose sends his regrets. He's not able to be here. He was in training all last week, and he's got a migraine. I feel so bad for him. But anyway, he can't be here tonight. He had to head home because he just wasn't feeling well. So I'll take care of Jose's too. So Jose, for his part, for community engagement and outreach, he's going to support the cultural district activities, enhance the Spanish language programming, implement Storytime Smithville programs, and that's primarily with the library. So that's going to be something that's really exciting. We're using several years ago, we were able to get StoryCorps at your library funding, which was an audio recording for community members to tell their stories. Now Jose is coming in with stepping it up a level, and we'll be doing some videos of our community members to tell their stories. We'll be establishing the community service initiatives. We have right now, well, as you all know, last year, the community service funding was cut from the budgets. This past year, we were able to find something called See My Legacy, which we're able to leverage to be able to provide more funding opportunities for more community organizations. So they can use this platform to be able to do their fundraising activities, it's a much smaller cost. Jose wanted to get this into his budget, and I'm sorry, I'm not explaining it the way he might, but it would be $2,500 in that particular platform versus $25,000 or $30,000 that was cut from the budget last year. So he'll be providing a report on that the next time around so that you can see the efficacy of that project. He's been working very hard. He's been doing a great job with the ADA, the accessibility projects. So he's going to continue to do that. He's got a task force that he's got set up for ADA. He's going to do some of these micro events to bring in more people, try to identify where it is that we need to really pay attention to. He's already gone through the town with one of our community members who is showing him where we are deficient. And so he's doing such a great job just making sure that all of those things are addressed. And he'll continue to liaise with the partnering organizations and local nonprofits.
Jill, one of those improvements is right back here. We have a space for handicap. So making progress.
And also that's one of the reasons that the front door is open, because if you're a handicap, if you're in a wheelchair, it's very hard to get in the building on that side. And there's not an automatic door. So that's the reason why Tracy opened up the door in the front. We're learning as we go, right? He's gonna work to enhance internal digital communication, which is basically working with the department heads on website and social media needs and providing written and verbal reports to all y'all in the community. And then enhancing external communication, digital communication especially. So developing a social media strategy and protocol. What exactly is it that the city will be supporting from the community? What kind of things can we push out? What kind of things we should just not push because it's not related to city related things like that. He's going to put together something so we have a blueprint to use and something that we can fall back on when people ask us questions. He's going to update the city's website and social media as he has been since he started. He's going to launch a marketing campaign to help people encourage the use of the public engagement platforms. For example, the Notify Me project, WaterSmart, SeeClickFix, Comp Plan, those kinds of things, to just make sure that the public is aware that they can engage with the city in all those ways. And he's going to post appropriate information from any regional or partner organizations from external to push that out through the city platforms that we have. Do you have any questions?
Want to give Jose some props already. The message about opting out of the mosquito spraying program is already online with information. Yeah,
Thank you.
that's one less action.
Last but not least, Mayor, Council, how y'all doing?
Hi.
We'll hit these high points real quick here and we'll get this thing moving a little bit. We can probably knock it out pretty much because I'll tell you what, my infrastructure projects, this ain't half of them. This is, I mean, y'all know these, but there's everything behind it. You know, there's planning, there's meetings, there's going out on job sites, looking at stuff, but we have all these infrastructure improvements coming in and stuff, you know, that we're getting ready for. So we've talked about many of them through the day. So you see them. If you got any questions, man, let me know. But we'll move on to bullet point number 2, my organizational management planning and development. Of course, every year we need to complete our mandatory training for CPR, first aid, forklift training and stuff. One good thing is I get to piggyback off the fire department, and we do a lot of our CPR and first aid and stuff with them and everything. So we get to spend the time with them, get some of my guys there. And I go to some of these conferences and some of these skills that we have to go in and get to get our mandatory hours in for our electrical safety, stuff and storm preparedment, TCEQ, things like that. So we're sending a lot of guys, to get taken care of. One thing we're doing this year too, that we got a little help from with the Innovation Center, is they're sending 2 of my guys, and it's not costing us no money really much at all. And I think we're actually gonna be able to budget it through this year, and it's not much, maybe $1,000 for both guys, but they're actually going through their water department license, and they're going to end up with their C water license when it's all said and done. And right now, they're in the boat that they've been going to classes and doing online stuff and things. They're ready to take their D license. So they're in the process. They've signed up for TEKS. They're ready to go. As soon as they get the A-OK to go, they're going to go and take their D license and get that so they can move forward to get moving on to their C license. So, and all that's paid through with, from the grant from the Innovation Center and everything. So it's a good deal. We definitely, one thing we strive on and we work on and we do a lot of is making sure we get all of our regulatory reports turned in every year for TCEQ through the PUC, for the electrical stuff. Everything has to be turned in. It has to be notarized, dated right, sent in on the same day, right day, no day, any day. It's got to be there. So we take a lot of pride in getting all that done and stuff. So, man, I know y'all were talking about Ashley getting rid of her cleaning crew. Maybe we should get one at the warehouse. Cause you ever seen 31 guys try to clean a warehouse? Good Lord. But no, it's not bad. They do a good job. We do a good job keeping maintenance on our yard. I like it. We added vacuums last year to our facility and stuff and everything for the guys. We have a lot of fleet, us in the PD and the airport and stuff. They get to come, they wash their vehicles, they vacuum them out, they get them clean. They take pride in keeping their vehicles clean and everything. One thing I'd like to do this year is kind of our pressure washer is getting to the dead end. It's been fixed quite a few times. We're repairing it, patching it, whatever and stuff. But if we ever get a chance, we're going to try to upgrade it a little bit and actually put us a swinging arm outside the building to where we don't just have hoses and water and everything just spraying all over the place. We'd actually kind of be able to wash your truck, push button, turn the water on, soap, wash, just like a car wash, turn it off, back. It's in the deal. They're out the door. Get them gone. There's no clutter. There's no nothing in the shop messing up my mechanic or whatever and stuff. So looking into doing something like that if possible. Stump grinding. I spend quite a bit of money every year on stump grinding through here. Probably almost $20,000 a year just stump grinding, putting stumps out that we've cut trees down before. We don't have a machine to stump grind or whatever. So I've been looking into one. We found some used ones that were fairly good shape, some brand new ones, they run about anywhere from $10,000 to $12,000. I mean, that's right there, savings if we can ever do that. They're not a real hard machine to do. We cut the stumps already to the ground. We just got to run over them and stump grind them and clean it up, take it with us. So something we'd like to look into with a striping sprayer and a sod cutter. We do take care of the Little League quite a bit and stuff and everything. We do make sure that they're lined out, cut, grass is cut, dirt's in and everything. So, and kind of like always, I love gov deals. I'm not a clutter person. So I believe that stuff that sits at the shop that's not being used no more, old vehicles, old machinery, old stuff that we can't use no more, somebody else might use it. So, hey, we get it, set it and put it on gov deals. If we can sell it and auction it off for a few bucks, puts it back into the general fund for us, why not? Why not? Last but not least, and it's not up here on the thing, but I'm just going to throw it out there or whatever, because like I said, one thing I want to talk about with all my guys, all 31 of them at my shop or whatever and stuff. One thing we do here for the city of Smithville is we make sure that we take care of everybody here equally for electric, water, sewer, anything that has to be done, we take care of it. It doesn't matter what it is. We're here to make sure the power stays on for y'all. We're here to make sure the water runs, the sewer flushes, it goes where it needs to be. We make sure the alleys are clean so that garbage can be picked up. They're out there busting their behinds out there, and they really are. And I'm proud of them. They make me more proud than anybody I know, because without them, I can't do my job. And that's what I'm here for. So like I said, Kudos to them. I'm very happy for them and stuff. And like I said, if anything, please, 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 just think of them before you think of me. Cool. Questions?
Thank you
I
for
have
all
a
your
que-
hard work.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I can't quit thinking about this that got stolen at Page Tractors. Whatever happened with that?
So right now, we have gotten it to the lawyer. They actually wrote up a letter and they advised us for what they're going to do now is they're kind of sending them a kind of demand letter. I'll call it nasty letter. Say, hey, you better do something or things are going to go bad. So I was gone last week. I was out and stuff, but I got the police report to him and everything. They got the letter made and thing and stuff. So I think it's sent to them, as we know. So that's where we're at with
Do you
that.
have any idea of the success you may have in resolving this in terms of?
They've been in business for years.
I know it. It's
I'm gonna be straight, I'm gonna be
Speculate.
straight honest with you. When this happened, we have one mower that we cannot find blades for anywhere but Page Tractor. And I have to this day have not bought blades for that tractor because I will not go over there and purchase anything from them until they take care of this.
It's awful.
And that's just me being hard-headed and stuff or whatever. I mean, it's that, but I mean, I just feel like, I mean, come on.
Was it on their, why was it in their yard?
It was getting fixed. It was under warranty.
That's Garage Keeper's insurance.
There's my insurance man. All right, Brandon, did you have a question?
Yeah, the water tower rehabilitation, was
Mhm.
done less than 10 years ago?
Well, it really, it's not, it's more of the water. We still have the water tank at the water plant and it's the 600-gallon tank that we're still trying to get rehabbed. We've been working with Bevco for days and days and days, and we can't get answers out of them. We finally did. We finally got some feedback the other day. And so we're still working on that. We actually still have the C of O money for that and everything. We just haven't completed it yet. So we're still in the phase of now they're going to have to come they got the inspections done and everything. Now we need to sit down and say, hey, it's a little bit more than what we have money wise. What are we going to do to get this fixed or what? So that's where we're at right now with that.
600 gallons or 600,000?
600,000 gallons. Did I say 600? I'm sorry, 600,000.
Yeah,
600,000. I always just see 600 in my head and a K after it. 600,000.
Insurance man wanted to know.
600.
Big difference. And he's a mathematician.
600,000.
Probably buy one.
It's more storage tank.
Yeah.
More storage tank. Yeah, it's good though.
To follow on to that, we have 1.6 million gallons of storage capacity. 600,000 gallon tank was built in 1956. It's in dire need of repair. There's 840 some odd $1,000 left in the C of O. And that's what the $5.75 charge is on your utility bill to help cover the water tower rehabilitations throughout the town. Yeah, we did not want to give up that capacity. You know,
No.
we had the choice of going with a smaller tank, but no, let's save old girl and old glory.
Old
Excuse me, I
girl.
don't want to offend anybody.
On the election.
But that's where we are.
Okay, anybody?
Kind of like, we talked about the wastewater expansion real quick and everything about making sure, we're going to bring these people in. We got to make sure it's ready for them and everything. It's kind of the same way. And I know it's up here for this reconductor, for this Garwood Park. I mean, that's something that, as a city, we have to make sure that we can get these people and have power for them when they come in and build a subdivision. Because they come and build a subdivision and we can't supply them with the power or keep the power on for them or whatever, it's not going to do us any good. We're going to have to make sure that it's getting taken care of. That one's not as big as the wastewater expansion, but it's a big one. It's a big one too. So questions?
I think we go to the next point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. All right, what's our next thing? Oh, okay.
I'll do a 5-minute bio break, come back and start the yellow sheets.
Right, take your seats, finish your cookie at your chest, at your chair or your desk or your podium.
What'd you do with my sheet?
Oh. What sheet?
No. You had my packet. You took it from me.
Really?
I got it. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, we got to get to some yellow sheets. I want to get a couple of comments regarding the budget process.
Wait, which one?
Yeah, you need to go to the revenue side of the house and the blank yellow sheet. And then we'll get back to this. I'll be very brief.
All right, yellow sheets, here we go.
Okay, there's been discussion and questioning, why don't we do zero-based budgeting? Well, we have utilized a hybrid zero-based budget model for years. In fact, the first yellow sheet that my staff receives is blank. But there are also fixed costs that are never, that are going to fluctuate, but they're always going to be there. So here's an example of a yellow sheet that was, every department gets this. So we start at zero. We also utilize the benefit of 5 years of historic data to be able to validate your forecast. Yes, we don't do classic zero-based budgeting, but it's a hybrid that works for the municipality. So I just wanted to clear that up. And the revenue, and that's a tricky one because there's so many variables. You know, what's the weather going to be like? Are you going to have the revenue from electric, water, and sewer? So I'm not going to spend a bunch of time on that, but in your packets, even on the ones online, you have 5 years of historic data for revenue for the utility and the general fund. Similarly, under the yellow sheets, you have 5 years of expense. So that's what we use to start it out to identify what do we need, what do you want, what can you cut? Okay? And to that point, that process, we have gone through, this is the third revision since June 18th to try to hit the number. And there will be additional revisions because now that we know that there's 233,000 of revenue right now that we can play with, you can put back some of the absurd things that I had to put in the 5% budget cut. Okay, got it?
Where did the 233,000 in revenue come from?
All over. It's in the if you go to the revenue side, if you go to the revenue sheet, if you want to, it's in your binders. So you take a look at what your historic, what are you starting with? What did you do this year? Did you miss? Are you close? Are you not? Again, this was done at the end of July or the 1st of July. We still have 4 months to go. So you have to really take a educated guess at what you think it's going to be. So we did that and we came up with the numbers as they exist today. They may be high, they may be low. But that's where the 233 came from. Where's the utility fund, Cynthia? Correct? I mean, where's the balance sheet that shows the utility? Keep coming down. Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Summary. There's a summary that shows what I did for the estimated,
There it is.
that one.
Yeah.
So
Oh, because that breaks down all the revenue sources and expense sources, and it's a very top level. So you take a look at your 2024 budget, you take and evaluate what's going to go up, what's going to go down, you get a number.
Is this was in the original book or what came out today? It's in this one.
the revenue is,
Did you print that today? Is that
Yeah.
what you printed? Okay, came out yesterday.
because I did not do revenue until 2 days ago.
Yeah, we just finished yesterday.
Estimated numbers on revenue.
It's like the second or third shooting.
Yeah, so go back up, stop, go down, stop. Come down, stop, go up. Showing you, a little more, slow, a little more, right there. Okay, so. That's 198,000 from the general fund of revenue that we found. You add that to the 35,000 of revenue that we found from the utility fund, and that's where I get the 233. But like I said, we did not have these numbers when the first draft presentation went out. We did expenses first. All right, with all that out of the way, what questions do you have before we get into the yellow sheets? And I would recommend, and this is completely up to y'all, you know, we do go line by line, and there are over 1,500 lines between the revenue and the expense sheets. We did that 3 times. We've always gone line by line in these budget meetings, and we'll continue to do so, maybe with a little more attention this year because of the the need to cut. But my recommendation is, these are all changing on Friday. So I think if we just get the concept and go back and scrub it again with some direction, you could have a lot more use of your time. It's almost 10. We've been here 5 hours. I'm willing to stay till midnight, whatever you want to do.
There's one thing I do want to do, and that's I want to get a tax note, start you down that path, because we have to do that now, because we can't, if we don't do it now, we won't have it done by the time it would be if we're going to accept it. Doesn't mean we're going to do it. It means we need to start the path.
Yeah, and you've listened to folks, you know, not only do we have the wastewater infrastructure, you know, find the funding to pay for that, should we get the grant? You know, there would be a match associated with that, but you've heard other capital items and equipment and things that we have to fix.
Yes.
And we don't have, if you don't do any of that, none of that happens.
So I don't, and within our, however much we can get, I don't know if it's going to be a 2 or a 3 million, but whatever it is, once we get the final numbers, do the one that's going to be able to give us what we need to fix, to have our match for the grant, to fix Garwood, and to do the AV system in the rec center. And if we can get this stuff in here, that's great. If we can't, that's great.
And the need for police cars and the need for streets and paving, because what the beauty of the tax note does, and I'm sorry, it's going to increase taxes, and there's going to be a limit, because I do not know where the VAR or the new revenue rate's going to end up until I get the final numbers. We may be limited by amount of tax note we can put into the INS section of the whole tax rate.
Absolutely.
What's the formula to determine the maximum borrowing capacity that we have, no matter what tool we use, be it a tax note or a certificate or go to a bond election?
Well, each of them have very different nuances. The tax note is one that's paid back with the INS portion of the tax rate. A certificate of obligation, you have to identify a dedicated funding source to pay back, hence the $5.75 fee that we're going to pay for the next 15 to 20 years for the water tower improvements. The bond has even different stipulations, because now you have to pay for not only preparing the bond like you do with the C of O or tax note, you've got to put it on the ballot, which is $8,000. You've got to pay the finance company to structure the bond. And if it doesn't pass, you've got to pay all that back, and you won't be able to take another bond for a year. So the bond is the most risky of the 3 tools that we have, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I like I say, I'd rather hold the bond in abeyance until we can do it at the next election, or not the next election, in the May election, because I want to give us time to be able to present it to the people and everything else. What we have to do now is our repairs that we need now, which are Garwood. We're calling it Garwood. I'm just going to call it the electric
Yeah,
overall.
let's do the electrical improvements
Yeah,
citywide.
electrical improvements. And I want the tax note. If we add everything else, that's great.
And so here's the thing, there's other, you know, if we don't get the grant, that $1 million can still be used to address the priority 1 issues with our lift stations.
Lift stations, for sure.
Yeah, and so we can get a start on it. And you can backfill to put money in for roads, which frees up budget line items to fix other things you want. Economic development, it's really, that's kind of the really only option we have right now, given the situation we're in.
Okay, if everybody's okay, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion to have Robert pursue a tax note for all of the repairs to the wastewater and any other infrastructure or things that can be done through the tax note.
I'll second that.
Can I add discussion? There are other
There's
actions.
discussion now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering, are these, I mean,
No, these are,
these
okay,
are action items. I don't.
we have to come back and state, instruct the city manager to, and the things that we talked about before you do that motion, go back and research the leaf and limb fee. Is $25 too much? Check on the 501c3 donations and whether we can or cannot give charitable
on.
organizations.
Give it to me at a slow pace.
Okay.
And I don't really think that it has to be an emotion. It can just be action.
This could be
Yeah,
action items.
as a point of order, can we determine, do we need to do this in a form of a motion, or are we just going to do summarize action items?
We don't have to do
Okay.
a formal vote and just give him his action items.
We couldn't do it when on the agenda, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's what that's not really, like, if you're voting on that right now.
We did
that would
those
be,
permits, but we
your
had them
discussion
on
and
here.
possible action regarding the preliminary budget, and then you'd be done.
I got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we just need,
Get all the directions, say, the motion will be of the directions that we have given.
you don't need a motion. We just need to give them action items.
Okay, so let me review the action items that I have documented at this point. Is $25 the right on-demand fee? That was an action that I took. Evaluate the 501(c)(3) donations as a municipality. Are we allowed to do that or not? Because that's going to determine whether you charge or don't charge, or whether you donate or don't donate. Direct the city manager to pursue the tax note, because we're out of time. They have to start like this week to meet the deadlines for notification, going to bond council, shopping the bond, so forth and such.
Right.
You have to decide whether you want to give any type of COLA merit. That was discussed tonight. And also the economic development person.
In terms of formalizing that economic development initiative, what I'm looking for and asking my colleagues here, I would like us to allocate $250,000 dedicated to expansion of the Economic Development Department to include and hire a director-level economic development professional via a professional recruiting service with final hiring decision subject to council approval. The process would begin immediately after adoption of the new budget in September. That's my ask.
It's just an action item. There's.
It's an action item for consideration because you
Right.
don't know if you're going to have the money for any of this. That's
Correct.
That's the point.
Consideration. That's a good one.
Correct. I'm placing it as a priority as we consider. I mean, I'm really, after we've had this discussion, what I'm understanding is going through the 5% cut process was probably going to be needed because we don't have what we thought we had. And when we may end up maximizing the amount that we may be going to the variable rate.
You might, or adding
the
tax-
bar,
no,
the
the
voter
bar,
approval,
voter
yeah.
approval rate. But like I said, there's a lot of unknowns, so
Just
we
asking
need to
for-
revise the yellow sheets as well. So we're going to come back at the next time with a balanced budget. I don't like this non-balanced. This is the first time we ever have produced or published a non-balanced budget in a workshop anywhere. It's uncomfortable. So
One thing I do
we'll
want
address it.
I want to say is, I understand that you want the 250. I understand what you're trying to do, and I understand that, but I am at the place that I believe 125 is where we will be good at to bring in who I've been working with to get things going on this. I have already talked with Kathy about this, and that's where I'm at with that. We'll have that discussion when we do everything at the next budget meeting. He can be asked to go and find 250. That doesn't mean that's what I'm going to vote for when we do whatever at the budget.
Well, if we need to take a look across the table and see, I mean, are there 3 people here that want to pursue 250 and use a recruiting service? I'm not saying that Joe Newman would,
We're just looking for action items tonight.
but Jimmy's offering a counter to this because he has a person in mind to bring in on a temporary basis. Is that accurate?
It is a temporary to permanent. It will be contract and then he will become permanent, if he delivers in the next year.
And for me, that still leaves too much to be determined. I'd rather have a commitment to use a recruiting service to go to bring us in candidates. If Joe ends up being one of those people that's considered for the job, that's fine. And if we decide to bring him in on a temporary basis, I just don't want to not have this spoken for. I want us to go find $250,000. Now, if it ends up we bring in Joe, we can talk about that later.
I'm uncomfortable with going with the 250 level.
Okay.
Anybody
else
I
comfortable
just
with
want to
50?
make a comment or a question to you, Jimmy, since I just found out you had been talking to Joe Newman, and I've had a conversation or two with him. I've talked to Robert about trying to bring that meeting together. I haven't pursued anything since then, but I have talked to him, and when I talked to him 2 weeks ago, he told me he did not want a full-time position anywhere. And he didn't want to move. He has a ranch in Ennis and he wants to stay there. I didn't get the impression at all. He goes, I don't want to work hard anymore.
I talked to Grady Tuck today. We had a long conversation, and he's very, very convinced that at this point that Joe will come here. It may be that he's contract and he wants to do it. It may be after he gets a year, he does not want to go any farther with it. At that point, though, we should be advanced within what we're going to have for a step forward with economic development, because I know what this guy can do. And I think that's the path forward.
But I think what you're speaking to and what Mitch is talking is two different totally things. I mean, we're talking about a permanent economic development person, and that's not Joe. He might come in as a consultant on a part-time basis, but I just see that as apples and oranges.
That may very well be. What I'm talking about is I think the $250,000 going for that right now, when we have so many other things here on our plate that we need to address. I'm not saying we don't need to do economic development. I'm saying we have a path here with that, but we have to get the rest of our house in order so we can move forward.
As a canvas, Brandon, are you good with 250?
I think that needs to be the cap. I think that in the next month or so before the next budget, there's enough time to have discussions to understand. And I think that.
So are you good with the direction be that we find 250 during this next phase? Because we're coming back in 4 weeks.
I think that to find the 250 in the next 4 weeks, with a caveat that it can be trimmed if we do find someone.
Absolutely. I mean, what we're effectively doing is prioritizing this. I mean, and we're about to be talking about some more issues too. I mean, we're going to end up with, we got too much that we need to do. We still haven't
Well,
cut.
Again, I have to interject. I'll be doing you a disservice. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you need policemen, you need streets paved, you need to fix the house. And we're not going to die if it doesn't have, I don't know if we can have any money to even do that, much less add 250 on top. That's my only suggestion. Just be careful. Let's go back and take a look at the numbers and realize that all my staff told you what they needed, but it's falling on deaf ears. You want economic development. Okay, forget about the cops, forget about the streets, forget about.
I disagree with that assessment, Robert. That's not what
That's
happened.
where, that's what it
It's not
sounds
falling
like.
on deaf ears. We're taking all of this into consideration, but at this point, we've got to prioritize.
You're
what we-
prioritizing an economic development person over cops and cars?
We haven't even talked about those departments yet.
And then that's what I'm trying to warn you about. Don't dedicate 250 now until you know what the whole pie.
The
looks like.
action item
That's
is to research the ability to include $250,000. Now, when we come back to this, we can reprioritize it, but we obviously have to go department by department because I don't want anyone to think that we're ignoring the requests that were made.
So we could, if it's just an action item, like Brandon said, I'm not saying cutting it in half. I'm just saying we can trim back if we need to once we assess the other needs. Would you be good?
That's the
continue
purpose
to-
of this. We're
Okay.
establishing
Okay.
action items right now, and eventually we're going to have to come back and prioritize all of it. But if we don't verbalize the things that each of us feel are important to do, I mean, there's things here that we have to do. We may not get there at all. And then-
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't an action item similar to a wish list? it doesn't mean it's set in stone and it's going to happen necessarily, or maybe not in the form it's presented as an action item.
The action items we did before is what gave us this 5% moving down and cutting this down. Everything that we did, if you give him that tell him to go get that 250, he's gonna have to go back and figure that out. What I want to do is prioritize it. We're gonna do all these things first, which is fixing our house. And if he has the room, he can do the economic development, but we have to fix the house.
Do we have a whiteboard where we can list these projects that need to be done and then we can prioritize them? Because we're clearly going to go back over the budget that we spent last year at this rate.
And I mean, to your point, Councilman Jenkins, I 1000% understand what you're saying. But at what point are we going to do something different? Because I mean, this is the same decision that's been made.
Oh, okay, well, I guess I have one question then, and the reason I say this is I don't like a policeman being out on patrol by himself.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think these are the kind of things that are safety and items like that. It's not what we can do, it's what we can do with the voter approval rate. If we have to go up to the VAR, if everything we're gonna do, and we're gonna have the tax note, which is gonna take some of it, you have two ways to do it. You can, I'm not the deciding one. I'm telling you what I want. If you want to do it a different way, well, when we get through with the action items, okay, it'll have to go when we vote on it. But that's where we are right now. And I want to make sure that it's said that we have to take care of the house.
We had one.
Yeah, and all I'm doing is just asking questions and opening discussion. I think I'm not saying you're wrong by any means. It's just trying to understand where your views are, why they are what they are, and how can we find a common ground
I
here.
understand why they are and where we are, and I understand having economic development, but it's just like, I heard this the other day. Okay, we've had a robust reputation as a great film-friendly place. Now then, the film industry is beginning to turn around and say they don't want to come here because of things that have happened. Okay, developers right now, because we're so restrictive on our PID and other things, we're now getting a reputation that developers don't want to be here. I've already heard that. So the actions that happen in this town, okay, we're the ones that made it. We're the ones that made the restrictive PID. The blame sits here. So right now I want to fix the house. Economic development, yes, we need to do it, but we're going to have to do it so that the people that are already ready to build, like Tractor Supply and things like that, we need to support them first before we go somewhere else.
If we don't invest in developing our revenue and income streams, then we will continue to face this issue year after year. And our maximum opportunity right now is the voter approval rate, correct, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, sir, Mr. Councilman.
So what is that ceiling?
That ceiling is 67 cents at this point.
Which would generate a budget of,
It'll give you extra 200 and, I'm not looking at it.
just help me for reference versus the amount of money we spent last year, 16.7 million. If we went to the voter approval rate, what's our upside on a budget, which wipes out all these cuts we talked about?
0.67.
Trying to get to the page, sorry. It was 316. Yeah, 316,000.
What's the total budget versus what we spent last year, $16.7 million?
We haven't determined what the total budget is now. That's what,
Haven't got the numbers.
Yeah.
The final numbers have not come in.
You've got a budget before you that says we cut it 16,836 less than last year. That's your starting point now.
Well, that's what I've been trying to do, but Robert said we couldn't
it's
do that.
$15 million. That's your budget right now. Go back, if you go up 2 slides, you can see it with 1588. That's what we have to play with. One more. That's it. That's what the new budget is, 15,882.
Using what property tax rate?
using the no new revenue rate.
Okay, so if we went with the voter approval rate, what would that be?
Get 300,000 more. Oh, actually, 140,
Well-
200.
The difference between 316 and 144.
Yeah, you get 273,000.
Then again, you gotta, these aren't firm numbers yet.
I'm not asking for firm.
You get 172,000 more if you take the voter approval rate.
16.1.
172,000 more if you adopt the voter approval rate. So add that 15.8 to.
118 gets us to 16 million. 118 gets us to 16 million, so we're at 16.1-ish. So we're spending $700,000 less than last year. That's the maximum we can spend.
Unless you do a combination of like a tax note that frees up other, like we've done before, it frees up
Other monies.
other monies and cost centers that you can reallocate and still get the job done.
Right, so you move your capital purchases to a tax note, that frees up money in the general fund, which is what we did on that last $3 million note.
And we still have 150,000 there. So there are permutations that we haven't even explored yet. Just had to get past, do you really want a 5% cut in budget? Can we afford it? Can you afford the things you want?
Well, what I'm hearing, and I'm just going to be open and honest here at 10 o'clock tonight, what I'm hearing, both you and Jimmy have said that we got to take care of our house first, but to take care of our house first, that means there's no budget cut. Because if you do the 5% cuts, now we've talked about, we've got to fund all the asks that came. So the asks are going to wipe out the cuts. I don't see numbers associated with those asks.
We
Correct?
haven't given him the action items to.
No, the ask that his departments ask for, is that not, what's the definition of taking care of the house?
The definition of taking care of the house is what has been said. We do safety first. We do the things that have to be done with our police force, our radios, the other things with the fire department, safety first. The next thing, I would like to see the COLA raises. That's, the merit rate-based raise that go for the employees, because to me, we did not do anything last year, and we need to start taking care of the people. After that, we have the tax note. After that, we're talking about what are we gonna do with the 501(c)(3)s, leaf and limb, which will generate revenue if we do go to that. And that's will be a revenue generating thing, but there's a lot of moving parts to that.
But we can't prioritize any of that without knowing what the dollar amount is associated with what you just mentioned, the taking care of the house part. Does that wipe out the 5% cut that we just did? I don't have a dollar amount associated with taking care of the house.
I don't have a dollar amount associated with how much a new car is gonna be. We already heard from the chief that the basic car is like, what, 48,000 now?
Well, let me shed some clarity. Out of the 22 departments, 19 or 22, 86% of the departments generated cuts that you were looking for to get us to the 5%. Three of those departments we had to increase because of various reasons, grants, this, that, and the other. That was in general admin, which we had an extreme amount of legal services that we didn't expect that are going to carry over because it's just only going to get worse. Computer software upgrade and home grant. The other department was slight, you had a decrease. What I'm trying to say, all the numbers and the cuts that we were brought are on the yellow sheets. So if you want to go through the yellow sheets, we can do so, or I can go back to that one page and give you an approximation of what the things that I took out cost. Would that help
think-
you?
An approximation of the cost of the asks.
Yeah.
We've got to be able to net that out.
Prioritize
Okay,
those.
oh, that chart right there, let's just go down it. These were the cuts, and to put it back are the asks. Now, the specific asks are detailed in each line item of the cost center, which we're not going to get to tonight because the numbers are going to change tomorrow. But these cuts, given the assignment I had, are the following. No raises for employees. If you give 0% raise, we still have a burden rate to handle even at no raise. No COLA, no equity, that's $90,000.
Can we track this on the whiteboard?
You can write it on the screen. No, I'm kidding. That's not that type of board. Or you can write it down also on your paper, so you have a copy to take home. All right. If you give no raises, zero COLA, there's a $90,000 burden rate to maintain or to cover the increasing cost of everything. Workers' comp, medical, dental, TMRS, longevity, there's a whole list that creates the burden. No additional headcount, well, that's self-explanatory. You're not going to have I didn't have any savings there because eliminated the health savings account or health reimbursement account. That was $50 per employee each month. That's $45,000. Another perk away from the,
Jennifer, is that 90,000 a savings or is still a cost?
Well,
So that's a plus.
That's already budgeted, correct? The 90,000? Because it's the burn rate to increase the insurance?
right now, I'm telling you what we cut. All this is going to be cuts. You have to decide to put it back, and whether you give a raise or not, that's going to be in this year's budget, 90,000, right?
So was the 90,000 cut from the budget, or is that?
No, my point was if you give no raises, you still have a $90,000 bill to pay for.
I'm completely
Yeah.
understanding that. I'm just
No, it
trying to
wasn't cut.
understand the budget. Was
No,
it?
That was
the
another
90,000 added or not?
thing that exacerbated the budget. So there's not, I'm just telling you, that's a $90,000, it's not a cut. My bad. It's going to cost us 90,000 even if we,
Yeah.
yes.
And that's what I
Yes.
was trying to get at.
Yes,
So,
because if you look at the salary lines, although we haven't given a raise, you see those increased. And that's the burden across all departments.
do we know roughly how much it would cost per 1%?
Yeah, right now we have an estimated medical, we estimated 22%. It could go up as high as 25. It could go down through negotiations too. We
Yeah.
could switch companies.
Yeah.
All right. No, we're talking cut. Let's just talk cuts. Let's take, I'm trying to get Mitch where we got the cuts to the 800 and whatever thousand, $36,000. And then pick from that what you want to put back in order of priority.
I think that's
Safety,
the simplest thing, simplest way for us to proceed.
you know, safety, citizen service, employees, infrastructure. It's kind of it's a four-legged stool. No, eliminated health savings account, that was $44,000, $44,000. So they won't have that benefit. Higher medical insurance deductibles, meaning if we make the deductibles higher on the employee, the premiums that the city pays to give the employees insurance is going to go up. Right now, we pay $468 per employee, $477 per employee to provide insurance. Okay? So if you increase the deductibles, that burden's going to be higher on, I'm sorry, it's going to be lower on us, but higher for the employee to get medical. Yeah, so we're still negotiating that. No Christmas party, Jamboree wristbands, $10,000.
So
Do we know on the?
there's no savings on the HSAs then?
45,000, 44,000, 44,000.
Do we know how much the savings were? I understand that they're tentative and they're subject to change, but do we know roughly how much the higher medical insurance is costing? Or saving rather, I guess?
Our current premiums are at $477.
Yep.
When I went to the first, they're outbidding it now. They've estimated that that premium to keep it at the same comparable plan is approximately 22 to 25% higher next year. When I built the budget, and what you're looking at, your yellow sheets, includes that 22% increase because we were going to keep benefits the same for employees.
So the yellow sheet doesn't actually have the cut that's listed here.
The only cut that's in the yellow sheet from last year is taking out the HSA.
Okay, so the higher medical insurance deductible, that's not
Yeah, and he's got deductible, it should have been premium.
premium. But that's not in there. And so we're not having to worry about the employees.
No,
with
but the issue becomes when we get our premiums, the decision will have to be made. It could potentially be higher than the 22% I put in. It could be 25 or 30%. We don't know. Or we're going to have to go and look, do we want to reduce that benefit to employees, increase the deductible? You know, if you've already taken away the HRA amount, and I can tell you a lot of people love that benefit.
Yeah.
We've taken it out again.
Yeah.
You give no COLA and you higher the deductibles, you're going to have a lot of angry employees.
No, I think that that's great that y'all.
We understand the emotional impact. We're just trying to put numbers on each one of these.
No Christmas party, Jamboree
$800,000 cut.
10,000.
How much is the training?
Well, I'm getting there. Let me go down this list.
Oh,
No Christmas party, Jamboree wristbands, $10,000. Reduced training for staff and council, $20,000 across the board. No mayor stipend or city manager incentives, $27,000. Cut 27. I have up to, in my incentive packet, 20K. The mayor used to get $600 a month times 12. It's actually 7,200. That would be 27.2 if you want the exact number.
Before we go any farther.
Yeah.
Your incentive package is in a contract, is it not?
It is.
It is a written contract that we have with him. That's something that I don't believe that we could be legally bound with sued if we don't put that in there. That is, we didn't do it last year and he was gracious enough about it, but that's something I'm leery about.
Moving down, cut janitorial contract at the rec centers, 16,000. No new patrol cars or capital equipment. I have no number. We're just not doing it.
What company was that cleaning contract with?
AMP, AMP.
Oh.
No resistance there. All you electrical engineers.
How many patrol cars do you need, chief? 2?
Get to the microphone. People can't hear online if we have anybody left. Turn it on.
Sorry, sir.
Thank you.
You add a person, you got the associated cost, the vest that I showed, the uniforms. I mean, I can get you a number of what it would truly be to outfit a person. It would take me probably 30 minutes or an hour to,
You have these employees already on board.
what's that?
You don't have, you're looking to fill 2 new positions and equip them with, each person gets a car.
Sure.
Okay.
So are the patrol cars, are they for existing police officers or?
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, we need to replace, basically, and I've worked with the city manager over the years that 2 to 3 cars a year, it's a rotation. They need to go out about every 5 years. Once they get to the end of their life service and they get over 100,000 miles on them, they start breaking down. We've reduced our maintenance costs substantially. So, it's an upfront cost, but it keeps them in a safe car.
But we're saying we're cutting something that was in the budget. So what's the cost associated with cutting no new patrol cars and capital equipment? We're saying it wasn't a budget and we're cutting it.
No, the cars are 48,000 if it stays that price I showed you today, like it
Not in the
was last
budget.
year.
It's just something that we're not doing.
They
Completely
needed,
understand.
we did not put it in
Yeah,
the budget.
correct.
But we're trying to prioritize what.
Y'all are trying to see what it
That's what I was
costs.
trying to
What I was trying to accomplish is these were proposed cost-cutting measures that supposedly added up to 838,000, or did I miss that?
You're getting there, but there are also items that aren't budgeted that are going to impact what we do. So right now, I should have put TBD, no new patrol, or just taking it out. But I wanted you to be aware that Chief Repka has told you he needed people, he needed cars.
Okay, so that's not adding something to the budget. That's not a cut.
Okay, so be it. Then move on.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand, there's an $838,000 number. What did it comprise so we can decide what to add back?
Let me get through it and I'll be happy to let you that. No abatement of property, citizens, $30,000. On-demand leaf and limb, that's right now a TBD. But no citywide mosquito spraying. 10,000, I put 10 to 15,000 at 4,500 for 3 months, so it's about 15K. PHI air ambulance service, 13,000.
Wasn't that something we approved?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a
Street-
year contract or is that you're able to get out?
1 year. I've got some new news on that, but it's out of the budget. So I'm pretty sure through ESD3, they're going to pick up that cost going forward. So we're able to take it out. So you're not going to be without that service. Just found that out recently. They're probably going to give us a rebate check. Yay.
That's great.
No street paving, sidewalk repair, 75,000. No community services funding, 25,000. Billboard expense, I'm sorry, billboard expense, 3 to 5. I don't remember if it's 3 or 5. Yeah.
Do we own that billboard or do we rent that billboard?
Report comes from hotel occupancy taxes, the other 2%.
City budget, yeah. Round it up for 5, just for, it'd be easier to do the math.
Can I stop you real quick and ask about the facade grant? I saw that there were 3,000 in there. We could skip doing that for a year and it's only $3,000, but you know, we don't, I mean, the chamber doesn't necessarily have to do that this next year. I mean,
Or you could increase it to help spruce up downtown. Again, these are all decisions that have to be made, but it's only $3,000. But when you're trying to get to 836, every penny counted.
Yeah.
Okay. Shut down splash pad, potentially. That's, it cost us 10 to 12,000 last year. We had something break. And again, that's not something I wanted to do, but I had to hit the assignment. I don't want to jeopardize the youth of our community, but it was a cost.
What's the run cost of it without?
About $5,000, chemicals and labor, Edward? Yeah, $5,000. But last year it was 10. And the year before it was 10 because it broke again. Yeah. I would put 10.
Just need Edward to stop.
I used 10. Eliminating close patrols after evaluating and speaking with chief, that really, there's not a cost associated with that. And they only did 23 last year. And they're out and about. If you want to speak to that, chief, you can, but I pretty much explained it, yes? Okay. No new grants requiring match. That was a hard one. There are grants that we have already in play right now, home grant, MLK grant. What's the other one? Anyway, that's another thing that increases your budget. If you have to bring revenue in and expense out, that inflates your budget, which is why I was able to take out 400 and some odd $1,000 from the airport, because we're not putting that back in. That grant was grant money. So if you go only after no, grants with no matches, you don't incur that expense.
can I ask you a side note on the radio purchases?
Huh?
Used to, when I was doing hazard mitigation plans, those were getting funded all the time. And we just had a federally declared disaster in Kerr County, which enables every county in the state to apply for these HMGP funds that are getting ready to come down the pike. There's 2 programs.
Yes, luckily, we were included in the disaster declaration in Bastrop County, so that's something to explore as well. But that's also, if it's FEMA HMGP, that's 25.
Well, you can use in-kind for some of that.
You can.
But
I think that there was, you mentioned earlier,
The Siri grant?
no, the 35,000 equipment that's left in this year's budget.
Yeah, there's 35,000 that they can go out and buy the radios now, not finance or anything.
But then we can use that for the 25% match.
They could, but realize that process is a 2-year process, a year and a half to 2 years.
I'm just saying, I'm happy to check in our mitigation to see if there's an action in there for that, which we could then immediately, once they announce that, which that DR is probably coming down any week, I'm just saying, I'd be happy to help with that, and that's an option.
Yeah. We have to hit the value, we have to hit the limit in the county funding for the airport. I put that we had the monies for the hangars in there, 375. I also, so that's not going to show up. I also killed $50,000 worth of ramp grant funding. So that total was, what's that, 425? 425,000.
Can you explain that a little more?
What?
Can you explain the 50,000 a little bit more?
Okay, I'm sorry. The Routine Airport Maintenance Program, or RAMP grant, pays 90/10 monies to make improvements at the airport. I typically, every couple of years, we need to seal coat, crack fill and seal coat, so little rocks and pebbles don't ding up props and things, but we haven't been able to do that in 2 years. we were able to leverage that last year to make up the difference from, the aviation's kind of screw up about the money. So, but I took that out. So I inadvertently left 5,000. I thought we had taken it out, but you'll see 5,000 in the yellow sheet. That was not intended. I wanted to kill it all. But this budget reflects 5,000. I said no ramp grant funding, but didn't see that until we published the yellow sheets here recently that it's still there. But it's not 50,000.
And if we can go back up to the line above that.
Yeah.
Your ideal situation or less than ideal, how much would you desire to have available for grant matching? What would be useful for your team?
Well, the MLK grant, although it's there, that's $1.7 million, 20% match divided by 2. So that's 340,000 divided by 2. So if we get this, the road and sidewalk, that's 170K.
Yeah.
As a minimum, and then the ramp grant and then the other grants that you may, I don't have a number for you, but that's at least the minimum that I can think.
I mean, I personally was just gonna put 250 just as a safe number.
Okay. But that wasn't a cut. That 250 is not included in the.
I don't see it as a cut personally. I see it as we're trying to prioritize what's at.
Fair enough. I didn't want to get it mixed up with the numbers.
Yeah.
No tree trimming of power lines, $35,000. No brush dump, tub grinding, 35,000. I'm not going to repeat street and sidewalk, that's up there, but I just was trying to show the impact. It impacts all, 3 categories. Limited radio purchases, I had that taken out, so that should add up pretty close to 836. Now, specifically where that comes through, the yellow sheets would tell you that in more detail. The yellow sheets would tell you what percentage each department cut. Again, 86%, 19 to 22 were able to reduce cost. I didn't get 5% across the board, but that wasn't realistic with some of the high budget cost centers that we have.
Yeah.
So what is that? What's a 10 key?
Calculator. Sure, calculator.
Why do you call it 10? Oh, 10 key.
10 key.
I thought you said Timmy. Where's Tim?
Even I got that.
It's late.
Good Lord, yeah. Oh, I'll just use mine.
No, I didn't bring one. No.
She's lucky to be awake. She's been up like 74 hours straight. I done messed this calculation up. Here, you do it.
You want those numbers up there? Maybe. I might not know how to use this one.
And also, this is documented in the yellow sheets. It gives you exactly 836. So this could be off $1 or $2, but the yellow sheets show you 836.
Yeah, if you go through every
Yeah.
line item, you'll see what was lowered and what was raised, because every line item was looked at.
And I think being able to do this, I mean, for me personally, I don't know about the rest of the council, it really, I mean, much to Councilman Jenkins' point of view is how do we prioritize? And we're looking at this 8-2 stuff. How do we add those elements back in? Knowing round numbers kind of helps us put a wish list.
That's close enough, close enough. So that's the representative of the 838,000 in cut. If we said we're not going to cut any of that, what is the budget?
16, back to what you were last year.
16.6.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to get to. So we're back at 16.7 million, correct? And what tax rate is needed to fund that?
You don't have enough tax rate to fund that.
So the exercise was not futile. We did need to go through that because the maximum tax rate won't even fund what we spent last year.
This is a correct statement.
So for the capital expenditures, we're gonna need to go with a tax note.
Microphone, please, sir.
Tax note is always what we were gonna have to do to fix that and then work around that. The bond issue will happen in the May. We can put that off and not have to do that.
And I know the school district seems to be talking about bonds as well. Do we know how that's going to affect?
Well, you can only hope that the school district, because the people that would be voting for that would also be the ones in town that would vote for this bond issue. It's sell, sell, sell at that time. We have our salesman over in the corner.
Yeah, but he's got to believe in the product.
I mean, is a, is.
Robert and Cynthia, if you, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna ask, I mean, is that discussions that you can have with superintendent over there? I know that they're new in the position, but to try to align the,
Well,
if that's the direction we have.
Realize that a school bond, there's a lot more voters that aren't going to be voting in your city bond.
Absolutely.
So, and there's a cost associated with that. And that's all fine. We can research it, but, and you have time because it's May versus November.
Yeah, I believe we can get through this budget and get this done, and then November, we can start down that path.
There's no way we can package and socialize and sell a bond issue by November. No way. We'd have to go to May. But anyway, back to, I'm just trying to grasp this because I know if it's above my head, it might be a couple of other people who aren't quite lined up with what's going on. If we were to choose the voter approval rate as our tax rate right now, which I,
Just we've got currently in there.
No.
no,
On your-
you got the no new. I'm talking about, I'm talking about if we raise the rate, the highest we can without going to a voter, to an election, that's the VAR, correct?
Put it in slideshow mode.
Yes, the VAR would be the highest rates you can go to without an election. So that would be the 6.7.
I understand that.
estimated.
So versus the $16.7 million budget that we're comparing ourselves to right now, if we chose the VAR, what would our budget be?
Rough numbers, like round numbers.
Yeah, 172,000, 170, sorry, Jimmy, 172,000 more.
So currently you have about 200,000 over an estimated revenue. If you look at the two, you could add that extra 172, that would give you 300 and,
That doesn't tell me anything. Are we at 16.7 or are we at 17 million?
You're at 400,000 above the 15.5, so you're at 16.1.
So even with the voter approval rate, which is the maximum we could raise the property taxes, our maximum budget is what? I'm just trying to get us to say the number.
So I don't want to give you a wrong number. 15.8 plus 400,000.
Plus the 200.
No, 200's already put in, is already absorbed.
well, the two, right. You're looking at this.
Let me get to the right
Or I
chart.
guess the 170 that's up here. I'm sorry. I thought it was
170.
200.
It's right here. If we went to the preliminary right here,
What's our?
we would get 316,
It's in your chart.
927. That's the M and O increase over the, last year, the 24, 25.
158.
So there would be an extra 316,926.
Here's this.
So if I do the math
15,
based on this
88,
preliminary here, we have
VAR add 172 to that.
9, 5,
Right.
5, 6,
Plus 172,
6, 7, 8.
plus the 233 we found.
So I'm seeing 14,167 based on the preliminary numbers.
Yeah.
Your new number with all that together, the 172 plus what's behind door number 2, the 233 we found, you're looking at a $16.28 million budget.
Okay, so the maximum budget we have available to us is 16.3,
At
approximately 16.3.
the moment.
That
She raised.
probably not going to change a whole hell of a lot.
Well, we're still kind of playing with revenue and expense and, yeah, there's give and takes, but no, it's not going to be much more than, you're not getting back to 16.7.
Okay, so let's just right here for the purpose of this discussions, assume that, and at this point, I can't tell you I would vote for a voter approval rate right now. I came into this saying I would not vote for any rate increase without going through this process, and I really appreciate the work. We went through the process. We had, some of us, at least I had a faulty assumption that we could get back to the 16.7. So we cut 838 off of a 16.7, but we were never going to be able to get back back higher than 16.3. We were going to have to cut the difference between 16.7 and 16.3. We were going to have to cut 400 no matter what, correct?
Okay, that is true unless we approve the tax note and the other stuff, some of the other stuff can come out and we can
Agreed,
use.
agreed. And I'll get there. I'm just, because we got people, believe it or not, who are going to watch this later and go, what the heck happened?
I'm gonna wonder it.
Yeah. And that's why it's on video. So what I'm saying is that
Yeah,
we can only add back.
yeah. The airport artificially inflated, not artificially, it inflated last year's budget because it was revenue in, revenue out. That's not in the budget this year, so that dropped it.
But I think this number here does not include the airport hangar, and that still gets us to 16 point. That's. I didn't realize that was written up there. I did not put that on my sheet.
Yeah.
So we
So
take that out.
effectively, we didn't cut 838,000.
But yes, you did. You were comparing year over year budget. You didn't have revenue in, revenue out.
Okay.
But yeah, I get what you're saying.
I mean, I'm just trying to get to a number. If
Thinking that
this
happens.
council decided to be willing to approve the voter approval rate, tax rate increase, which is like 14% tax rate increase, that only gets us to $16.3 million as the ceiling that we've got to shoot for. So when we start adding back what is $800,000 in cuts here, we can't add 800,000 back. We can only add 400,000 back.
That's a true statement.
But with that said, the 400 isn't even something we need to spend. And so
It's not there.
It's not there. Not there.
But don't think I didn't take credit for that. Actually, yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure we all understand. I mean, so there really only is 375 up here. Once you take that one number off.
When you take the ramp number off?
Yeah. 400, 375, somewhere in there. I believe it was 820.
Yeah, 411. 400,000. And it wasn't any trickery. That's just the way it worked out. I mean,
I don't think there's any trickery. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it and trying to make sure that we can explain it to everyone else who isn't here right now. And how do we go back and how do we prioritize all these elements? What do we want to add back in if we're going to say yes to patrol cars at $100,000 to bring in 2 new officers? And how do we prioritize that? How do we also make sure we get the economic development? How do we get the capital expenditure or the tax note to be able to fund some of the capital expenditures like the patrol cars?
So Brandon, the next step might be, and I'm just using your name for all of us, is on that list of things, how many could be moved over to a tax note?
She's got a second color here. We can just circle them.
Because the tax note's got to be for capital equipment, right, Robert?
capital and or facility repairs, infrastructure improvements, it's your catch-all.
Okay, so we need to identify what on there could be moved.
That before we look at that, we need to see, okay, we're gonna have $1 million that's gonna go for infrastructure for our wastewater. We're gonna have $200,000 that will be for the electrical. So say we only got a $2 million note, we would only have $800,000 of capital expenditures that we could put over in that.
I thought we needed 2 million for the wastewater.
Okay, so, the Disaster Recovery Allocation Program, DRRP, we applied for $10 million of funding. That decision, I should have something, and this is round 2 by the end of July. But it could be extended out, you know, God love them, but GLO works a little slow. That is a 10% match. So we need $1 million to cover, should we be lucky enough to get it, there's $1 million that gets us 10. If we don't get it, the $1 million that and the beauty about the tax note, you structure it in a manner that gives you the most flexibility. So you don't limit yourself like a C of O can only be wastewater. The tax note will allow you to move between funds and needs, whether it's for facility improvements, capital equipment, or infrastructure upgrades. So a lot of those things that were taken out could be put back and paid for by the tax note. In addition, we still have monies from the 2023 tax note and $150,000 of interest that is still earning interest. So there are ways out of this shrimp pot we're in.
Okay, I guess my deal is at this point, we've got all of these things identified of where we are.
Mhm.
How much of a tax note we can get is gonna be tied to the, whatever we're doing here with but when you get the numbers. When
Yeah,
you get the numbers, that's gonna tell us what our tax note's gonna be, whether we can get a $2 or a $3 million.
And
So we're kind of in a holding pattern until we get those numbers that are firm.
How do you feel about prioritizing these in number order to allow them the flexibility to work for the next month?
I have no problem with that.
Because I think if we can do that, we need to pick the numbers the items that we want at the top of the list, put together a number order here. And once they get firm numbers, they can likely present exactly what we've asked for and say, hey, we left these out because there's no number left.
Make a general observation on those numbers. There's no big numbers in there. I mean, you got grants is 375,000. That's the biggest number up there. Everything else is under 44,000. Well, there's a 75 on paving, and we're not cutting paving.
Well, one of the things is, I think, okay, like I said, the first thing is the wastewater match. The second thing is the electric upgrade. And those are not up there, but they need to be the first things in the tax note.
I agree.
Okay? And
What's
then
the-
from that point, oh, thank you. Nice color. I like that.
I can't see it.
Question, Robert, for the grants for MLK, is that
Mhm.
capital expenditures or is that coming out of the general fund?
The beautiful thing that can go against the tax note. We use tax note money to do grants for the Innovation Center
Okay.
because it's facility improvements or infrastructure upgrades.
So that takes that grant and puts it over there as well too.
Robert, there's one outstanding question. I'm sorry, because I had to get this one out of the way, and it came up at that town hall I had Monday night. We've got cuts in services, and when we go to the yellow sheets, we can see basically a category called cuts in services, which we don't really know how well defined that is yet. With a portion of the budget cuts being described as cuts in services, where were the requisite cuts in headcount associated with a cut in services?
There were no requisite cuts in headcount. Again,
So the cuts in services, if the services aren't being done anymore, then what's being done with the people who were performing the services?
yeah, exactly. Judy said they're
I
doing,
can't hear what Judy was saying.
they're doing 6 other jobs, Judy said. No, yeah, so they don't come up as the services in your line items. You can go through and see with the parentheses what was cut. I just lost my train of thought. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
effectively, then there's no real impact of cutting a service because the real expense related to the service was the person performing it. So what we're saying was our current staff is just badly overworked.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm at the point of the night. I'm just going to be real straightforward on this stuff.
Yeah, and another thing you have to figure into that, though, they were losing money repairing the equipment and getting equipment done. The men were a recurring service, but the equipment itself, I think we just bought a new chipper, didn't we? So, yeah, and, yeah, leaf machine, excuse me. So that was out of one of the tax notes. And before that, there was a massive amount of money being spent on the other one. But I agree, we are reallocating the personnel, and then they'll be working, how we do the leaf and limb, how we restructure that. When it's on demand, they'll go do that, and then when they're not, they'll be doing other things that will take the weight off of Edward's department so that he doesn't have to ask us for any more personnel.
Okay, so if you cut the service, but you didn't cut the person, then how is there a cut in expense? It's just based on material? Because it's not on human resource. How is there a cut?
A cut in service, let me just cut to the chase, pun intended. We have people that mow the cemetery. We have people that mow the parks. We have people that help clean Main Street and keep it all nice and pretty, do the trash. We didn't spray mosquitoes, now we are. Those are the services. They're going to be an impact if you cut people to those services. But they're also based upon the current head count, there could be a reduction or the inability to get out and around, especially right now when it's summertime. And that's why, I'm telling Lewis, you can't find somebody for unwholesome conditions when our grass isn't mowed either. We can't get to it. So the services we're talking about is what we do.
But we didn't cut head count.
You don't,
You're just saying we're gonna have people, your current people do less than what they're doing, and I'm trying to cut to the chase.
I think one example to look at would be mosquito spray.
yes,
Does that 15,000, is that only material cost?
no, it's labor. There was the sheet that she showed up that Jennifer put up there was chemicals, labor, equipment.
And so we're not actually spending, say it was 10,000 for the labor, we're not actually spending an additional 10,000.
No, I'm telling you what it costs to spray.
Yeah.
So it's not additional, but that was cut, but now it's put back in. So that's cool.
I think that is what we're having a lot of issues explaining to citizens is the personnel is already there. The personnel is working on different things. In this particular case, the mosquito spraying, let's say it's 5,000 for round numbers for the materials, 10,000 for the labor. That 10,000 isn't truly being spent because we're not having to hire another employee. We're allocating the existing schedule and shifting them to the evenings for that time.
But it's costing you overtime.
So there is
a cost. Yes.
Okay. That's what I was asking, and I thought I heard nowhere. So I just want to make sure.
Yeah. And every time we get called out, it's overtime. It's 2-hour minimum, whether they stay 20 minutes or 2 hours. And if they go even longer, which mostly happens, it's 4 to 6 hours.
Okay.
So
And one thing we did not put in here is the excessive lawyer bill that we have had that has added to what our bill was this year.
I did see the yellow sheet. It's up to 70,000.
Yeah, it's up to 70. When we budgeted for 35.
35.
Yeah, and I have no doubt that this year's going to be the same.
Yeah.
Because we have the ordinances and we have everything else.
So I guess what my comment was, it's in the budget from what I understood, the increase to 70,000. That was one of the few things that you did increase.
yes.
When we're selling the story, and I'll be devil's advocate here, I'm gonna say to me, if I'm a citizen and I'm talking to this city council person, so you cut all the services and you're just saying your people have to do less. Because we'll get that response. I'm not being mean. I'm just being real about how people can react when they see this.
Okay, I would come back to you and say, no, they're not doing less. They're actually doing other things and having to do more that wasn't getting done on the other side because we were so shorthanded while they were doing just leaf and limb. There were lawns that weren't getting mowed. There were things that weren't getting picked up. You've seen the things about the bathrooms being dirty, all the things that.
So we're gonna get better at what's left to do.
Yes.
I think that.
That's a hard sell.
I mean, this list, I think, definitely shocked a lot of people. I think it'd be great to see a list that celebrates the things that we're able to do better now. And like, these are the things that, because they're not doing these things.
Leaf and limb is one of them. We have people driving all day. That was a creative solution the team and I came up with. Whether you implement it or not, it's going to be based upon whether or not, how much feedback and uproar, I don't think anybody wants to bag and tag.
Yeah.
I did it for many years in Fort Worth. I don't want to do that again.
But there's a happy medium between $25 and, that may be a little high. That's something I have to work out with Edward.
Yeah, and I personally think that the recommendation of the yearly membership, I think that that's great for some of the people that have zero need for it.
Yeah, if on demand, yeah, if you need it, use it. If you want to use it, if not, go buy the bags and put them out in the alley.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I really would like to get some money back in the ramp grant because that's leveraging your dollars, 90-10. You know, we bought a whole fuel concession for 3,500.
And is that going into the tax note?
No, it's a separate, ramp grant's a separate program. Doesn't have to, but yes, it can go to the tax note. The match can go to the tax note.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good. If
I
we're gonna
think-
prioritize these, I would like to put the police cars as the #1 priority going in. Put that in green just by that
Would be
red.
number 3.
Number
correct?
3, actually, because there's one, yeah, that's #1 and
Yeah, first I need to determine what amount of tax note we can take because as I was just discussing with my finance director here, you can raise INS as much as you want. It's the M&O portion. So there's potentially, but would that force an election? I gotta talk to people.
And
For those listening, would you tell us what INS is, please?
It's immigration and naturalization. No.
Yeah. You said that, I didn't.
Hola, ¿cómo está? It's interest and sinking
It's your debt,
debt service.
your debt.
I understand. I was just, we have people who have no idea what it is.
But your debt number in your property tax rate, because it's 2 notes, can go as high as you want. You have to be willing to accept that new property total tax rate, because if you increase the debt, that's going to increase your VAR higher than what it is
By
currently.
increasing that, we can increase the voter approval rate?
I have to look into that, Cynthia. I think you're right, but let me talk to Samco.
Your M&O rate
Yeah.
can only go so high.
Correct.
It's set by the rules. We can only go 3.5% higher than prior year.
Okay.
Your debt rate can be set at whatever rate to fund your debt.
Oh, yeah, she's right. She's right. My bad.
So you can fund your debt. So if you wanted to add 5 million or you want to add 3 million, that debt rate can go as high as you want. It is currently at 2.38 to pay back what we're going to have to pay next year. 870 something thousand is our tax, is what our debt is going to be next year, no matter what. That's not changing. If you want to add a tax note, you can make that tax note 3 million. You can make that tax note 4 million. You could go to 10 million.
But you
The
got,
difference
you,
is it's going to increase your debt rate, that second column there where it's set to 2.38. You can make that go as high as you want, but as soon as it does, your overall tax rate is going to go up. So how high are you willing?
okay, but that's what I was asking earlier. I thought we were capped at
In these,
the voter approval rate, but the voter approval rate can be manipulated by changing the INS.
Basically.
In effect, that's what you're telling me.
yes. To
I
an
would rather
extent,
you
you're-
use
I don't think she's
something other
endorsing
than
that.
manipulate.
I'm not saying go to 5 million or 10 million. I'm telling you, you can, if you want to add a tax note, that's how it's, you can change that debt rate to whatever. If you want 5 million next year, when I calculate it and send it in and say, hey, which we're going to have to go to Samco and do all the things that you're going to have to do, they're going to come back and tell me what our estimated payment is going to be and all those good things. That's going to calculate what your new debt rate would be.
And how long does that process take?
It's 45 to 60 days. So 45 days.
We have to.
45 days. We have to get them, like I said, the BCAD numbers come out
Hopefully.
Friday. I'm going to send them, have them start working. Should you direct me to do so? Hey, Samco, I'd like to take a look at a $2 million, I can give them targets. I can do a 3 and a 5, but I don't recommend going much more than that because you'll be paying 80 cents.
Property tax.
Yeah.
Oops, Scott.
To be good to, for what we need to keep the tax note at what we need, not to just do more. But I guess I want to, can we table this a little bit? Can we get this?
Yes, sir. And I was just what I was trying to do is find the amount that we could move to a tax note, but we really don't know what that tax note number is. And now we won't really know. I'm hearing until after the next budget workshop. If it's 45 days, our next workshop's in 30 days.
No, I'm sorry, it's 45 days for the entire process. They're going to be able to tell you what we're going to get the numbers.
Okay,
And I can certainly communicate that, hey, this is the preliminary, what we think it's going to be.
okay. So that would be an action item, is to find out what we would have to do to the tax rate to accomplish a $2 or $3 million tax note, right? Okay, thank you.
Mitch, what Jimmy and I,
Yeah, that's part of the things you're giving me. They'll do a pro forma and they'll structure it, but they are expecting a call from me or not to get the process started because it's going to be close.
and Mitch, I think, and let us know if y'all think that this is a good idea or not, but I think what Jimmy and I have been trying to talk about is let's prioritize the items for the tax note. Let's prioritize items that are outside the tax note. And then based on the numbers you get, we know the priority of items and let's fit as much as we can in with those numbers to allow y'all to work, get it fully wrapped up, presented at the next budget meeting, and just not have to have you go back and forth a bunch more times.
In fact, should you direct me this way, Samco will be here at the August 11th meeting to give you the schedule and propose pro forma, depending upon what number you pick.
We've got an 11, oh, that's the regular schedule meeting.
Yep.
The budget workshop's on the 20th, yeah. Yeah, no, Brandon, I appreciate what you're saying, I agree with you.
Do we want to talk about a target tax note of 2 million, 2.5?
I think we talk about, to me, we would like to stay at the 2, but I think we're gonna need to go to the 3 because that gives us some leeway. It really gives us leeway in case something comes up. We don't have to spend it all right now. We've had this discussion before, haven't we? We don't have to spend all of it right now, so we get what we need in there, and then if there's extra, it can sit there and
Grow interest.
draw interest, and when something big comes up, we have some leeway.
And now we have some experience of going through that tax note process. Maybe we'll revise the way we did it last time.
It was pretty rough.
Yeah.
Okay, we're now down to police cars and electric. I don't know, paving, is that not one of, or pavement or paving?
That's tax notable, yes.
At some point, does it make sense to invest in, I mean, I'm assuming that's hundreds of thousands of dollars to invest in our own
In
equipment.
equipment, yeah, because we're going to have a hard time paving if the county can't support us.
Now, and this is where we are, well, what Danya said tonight is if we had the money, shoot, they were trying to do it, but we didn't have any money. But now if we have this money to put in, I believe Danya will move us in where we.
County's always been good to us. They
Yeah.
can,
Yes.
And for
I'm sorry,
clarity,
who's
the
Danya?
paving number is outside of the
Who's
MLK
Danya?
project, so we can tackle MLK pending the grant approval.
yeah. And the paving I'm speaking is, we did a street assessment, identified the roads that are in dire need,
Mhm.
and we'll target those depending upon how much you want to spend.
Yeah,
And now then
I just know that MLK was one of the ones that was high up on that list.
Well, that's a grant.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to make sure it's separate. Yeah.
Splash pad, I think, needs to go back in there next because we need to take care of the kids.
That wouldn't be grant, or tax.
Oh,
note,
that
right?
couldn't be tax note.
No.
Sorry,
And again, the 233 that you've already found.
it's late.
So
I think
So if you're happy with believe the number, I mean, you can take the splash pad off. That's gone. That mosquito spraying off. That's gone. PHI air, it's gone. Meaning they're put back in if you instruct me to do so.
So PHI is,
Air ambulance.
right, we don't.
Well, It's
need-
gone from our budget, but we're still gonna have the service.
But talking about next year, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
So we can just scratch that out altogether.
Yeah, so that's gonna go back in, the PHI is just gone.
Radios can be tax note?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can tub grinding be taxed?
Yes.
Yes.
Facilities improvement,
Tree trimming?
maintenance.
Yeah. Tree trimming too.
Gotta make sure that stays within.
Tree trimming service, I have to look into that.
I doubt.
Huh.
But you can't.
Tree service? No.
It's not
I
infrastructure.
was looking and I
Maintenance.
think they're like 100,000.
Yeah,
Cheaper to go into equipment.
maintenance item probably can't go into a tax note.
I don't think it-
Tree trimming can, but tub grinding can't.
We did it because of an emergency. That's what I used it for. You use it
But
for,
the emergency still.
okay, all right.
Dump rider, you're right.
Okay, I think
Okay.
that's about all that can go in there.
The abatement, is that's maintenance essentially?
No, that's residences and houses, but definitely need to put abatement back someplace to start addressing.
Would you mind crossing out the things that we've added to the bottom list?
And training is gonna have to come from regular budget.
Brandon, you're the only one young enough to add this in your head. What's left?
A lot.
A lot. Now there's 307.
Oh, yeah, the 375 for MLK, the grants. Because I believe the seal coating of the ramp grant was in that number as well, that we,
Yeah, 375 was the split the 10% match, 1.7, 20% match divided with the county's help. We pay half of the match.
so that'd be one.
So $340,000 divided by 2. 170.
That's why she's at the library.
Yeah. And the ramp grant's not there.
But that'd be another 5.
If you get 50,000, yes, 5, 10% of 50,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you put 50 back, you'd have.
So the grants, I mean, we can move 100 and 100, yeah. Like 180 down there.
Yeah.
180 of the grants can move down there.
Yeah.
At least 200 up there.
Yeah, we do 3.
Do we know roughly how much 1% of COLA would be?
Yes.
Oh, 1%?
Like if for every 1%, it's
We do 3%. So right now it's for zero COLA, it's 90 burden. If you add up to 3%, it's 145,000 to give a 3% COLA with burden. And put the HRA back, right?
That was 230 with that sheet go I gave you.
Oh, Cynthia, where the sheet you go to? Okay.
If you did a 3% COLA and added back the HRA.
Speaker.
So I just did a quick estimate, or I did my numbers. I did a 3% COLA and added back the HRA. If we did that, it would be 236 more, but we've got no COLA, so what's the 230?
It's 145,000.
145.
More than what's already budgeted. We've got 90. 3%.
That's at 3%, so
It's COLA. I mean, plus.
low, yeah, you could go low.
HRA.
And that doesn't get us all the way where we really need to be competitive, but it gets us back within range.
The 145 is with HRA without?
It's with,
With,
yes.
yeah, but that's 3%.
And each 1% was how much?
We haven't done that yet.
I didn't,
How much?
I did 0 or 3. I don't think you want to give a 1%. Don't do that.
No,
again.
I mean like a 4% raise.
Yeah, just how much does it?
How
We
much-
just want to know what each 1% is
How
worth.
much would like a
probably, so
4%?
probably you could take that number and divide it by 3, and that's gonna get you really close of what it's gonna cost you for each percent.
What number are we talking about for the radios?
For, yeah, if it's 140.
But radios, no, we didn't.
Do y'all, I'm just trying to sum up what we have at the bottom. Do you have a number that makes sense for y'all?
5 radios, which was, I think, the minimum amount you said was 5
Maybe
radios.
like
Is that
35 grand.
correct? Correct? You said 5 radios? How much each? 7,000?
Anywhere between 7 and 10. It's like 10.
So
10,
say
50,
10,
50,000.
So 70, yeah, 70,000.
And how much is tub grounding?
35 to 50, I'd prefer 50. 75 would get it all done.
Like 40?
Right, Edward? The more we get out of there, reduces the fire risk. But it's,
So what we have here right now, for 100,000 for the PD cars, 200 for the electrical, I'm getting 1.655. And that leaves the rest of it for other things as well.
put paving in there?
Yeah.
So what does that leave? on top. Brandon?
1.3?
So we do 145 plus 30 plus 10 plus 44. Oh, wait, I don't need to do the 44 because it's already in there. And then 20 plus 27 plus 16. Is spraying in the budget or not?
Yeah, we can put that, I think
do I
it's
need to add-
233 we found. I'm sorry, what?
Do I need to add it to this number or not?
Springs back,
Okay,
it's coming off the 233 of revenue.
okay.
So
I'm doing that right now. I had 322, 500 total plus 250 for economic development. But it says 572, 500. That includes the 3% COLA. And everything here that's listed, including the mayor stipend, city manager incentives, training.
And then you just make decisions if you need to lower that number. Well, you put a little bit of training back in. So at least this gives us a start. And
Do we want to, so we've prioritized the tax note number, right? Do we need to prioritize this number over here?
Well, what was the total now?
5725.
Okay, so you add the 5725 back to where we were at the 15.
88, 15 million, 88.
Yeah.
150 over.
Yeah.
So are we over the 16.3, which is our max using the voter approval rate? So now we're gonna have to cut something up here.
But you put in, if you change. We don't have limb.
All of this.
Some of the-
Yeah, if you, I've got, if you change leaf and limb and actually bring revenue in, that's another source.
it's not calculated currently.
That's not in there.
So some of these things, because I did revenue numbers in the last 2 days, so those numbers are probably, some of them are estimates, just because I didn't have time to.
We're down to the point now of just trying to have the most simplified process until we can get.
I think we have,
Okay.
I think we have an idea on the board for action items until we get our final numbers.
Good.
Are you good with that?
Is the,
Okay.
is the 250 in there?
Recommendation.
Yes, it is. It's right there.
Well,
And then we
one-
can fine tune it.
I have one recommendation. We prioritize the tax note numbers so they can say, this is the order of priority we're going to work in of
I
trying to fit
agree
this
with the
into the
bottom line.
budget. And if we can now prioritize and order the non-tax items so they can fit it in the budget, so they don't have to keep coming back and forth with numbers.
Yeah.
Are you good with that? Is that what you want to do? What do you want?
No, I'm fine.
I think all the things in there are a good start for an action item until we get the numbers for our next meeting, and then we can fine tune. But I think we're at a good place now. What do you think?
So
Cynthia, Robert?
Well,
Is-
And you were the one making the recommendation, so.
Yeah.
I mean,
What did you-
we need
He,
a.
he wants to prioritize.
We definitely need a recommendation on what you want to do on payroll, because that has a big effect.
Yeah.
Do you want to do 1%? Do you want 2%? Do you want me to reduce?
I mean, where my
saying three.
personal,
It's up
and
to y'all.
this is why I was thinking about prioritizing is where I personally am okay sitting is let's do the 3% with the health savings account. And then let's also lock in the economic development. And then the rest of it, we can prioritize it in and just see where that fits in.
And if the money does fit, maybe we can do a 4% to stay our employees to be,
Yeah.
that we don't lose employees.
And there may be things in there that we can move.
We can move around.
And do that will, like,
So what,
we need to go to TML and things like that, we may be able to
So-
stipulate to do things.
so Brenda, what you're saying is prioritize COLA and and economic development. Okay,
Yeah.
Well, with the health savings account.
got it.
All
Yeah,
right.
okay.
They're the first two.
Okay.
Okay? Are you good with that?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean,
All right.
that's how we're doing.
There's
it
one
now.
more action item I was hoping that I could get, Robert, if I could add it to your burden on the action items. If you could research options for acquiring a company to undergo a third-party efficiency audits prior to next year's budget, and maybe we make that an annual deal. I talked to that company today, the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and I think Jimmy may be looking at something, program that TML has.
EML does have a program.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
One other thing
I
that.
just don't know if there's a cost associated with it, and I'm guessing it's gonna be around, probably depending on the depth of the audits that we choose, it could be 100,000.
Guess I couldn't Shark Tank this on you. Have you looked that up for me while I'm doing all this other stuff?
I talked to these people today, but we would have to interview them. I don't know what TML has, but it depends on the type of audit that you're looking for, how deep you want to go. And I don't know that we need to go real deep, but I didn't get I only talked to him for about 10 minutes. And I said, can you give me a number if I'm asked tonight? Because I know that my city manager is going to ask me. And he said, well, you might be able to start at 100, but it could be a lot less, or it could be a lot more.
So
100,000.
100,000.
That's a lot.
That ain't happening.
Rather put the 100,000 back in the COLA for our employees.
This is just an action item to research.
Are you looking at operational efficiencies or are you looking at waste cost? Because
That's what we would have to define. I'll give you this brochure. I'm just hoping that we can,
nothing says.
this is one of the things that,
Yeah, but yeah, okay, sure.
well, the whole point is that it's so hard for us. I mean, the exercise you guys went through is obviously extremely stressful and painful. And it's so hard in a small community with a workforce that's been together this long to make objective decisions. And I'm speaking not only as a business owner of 30-something years, it's just every once in a while having an outside objective look at it. There's nothing wrong with it. Now, if we can't afford this, Mayor, that's fine with me. I'm putting it out there because this is one of the things that I wanted to see happen, is to get us the commitment to the economic development and making sure that we take a look at the way we're structured and the efficiency that we have in the way we operate. And it's hard, all of us are too close to it. That's what I'm saying.
TML does theirs on a sliding scale, and we won't be able to really get anything from them until we get our new budget set and we have the whole thing done.
And then you can get.
And then they go down, they do 1 week, 2 week, or 3 week. To me, they're very less intrusive. The way she talked to me, I think it would, if you're gonna do something, that would be.
Fair enough. So let's review the action items or the directions you want to give me. Number one, research or identify the minimum fee for leaf and limb pickup. $25 appears to be a little steep. Research the 5013C donations, whether a municipality can donate to a 5013C.
One caveat on that, with the chamber being a 501c6.
36, yes.
Just nuance there that I just want to make sure it's covered.
Yeah.
Kathy, may I ask you this? Because Susie's here. Why aren't y'all a 501c3?
They're a membership organization. Chambers of Commerce aren't.
Why would you not want to be able to raise funds?
The Chamber of Commerce used to have a 501c3. It was called Smithville Community Outreach, and all of the grants for what is now Career Tracks and what was the Workforce Training Center were written under that tax ID and under that tax entity. And in the summer of 22 or 23, a decision was made by the Workforce Training Center Board of Directors that they would keep that 501c3. It was never, quote unquote, given back to the chamber.
I need to correct that. That's not correct. The Chamber of Commerce was advised by legal and by CPA that we need, when the chamber and the workforce were first together, it was the same organization. Legal and CPA advised the chamber to allow that 501c3 to go to Career Tracks. So it was the chamber's decision. The chamber board made that decision. It wasn't Career Tracks board. Career Tracks board had nothing to do with it.
Okay, well, that has
Regardless,
not a lot of bearing on our.
yeah, I just want to say 501c6s, which is what they are allowed to raise money. They're not raising money. They're collecting membership dues. They're doing a lot of things to collect money. They're getting sponsorships. They're doing all the things they need to do. They've also got Keep Smithville Beautiful, which is a 501c3. And so there's a lot of partnerships in the community. There's other things that we can do, that the chamber can do.
to raise money that they are already doing.
I
No,
asked
he
in
has
regards to the information that we discovered
Okay,
tonight based on
back
possible
to,
restrictions, so.
Back to your little where the 501c3 66.
Distinction noted. I will ask Mr. Ryan Henry to look into that. Evaluate a $3 million tax note,
Tax note.
with Samco.
Robert, one other thing with the 501s and everything, 3Cs. If we have to go another way, I would like to know if we could just do MOUs and they paid $1 a year and that.
I'll research it all.
Yeah, thank
Agree.
you, sir. I knew you would, but I was just,
What do you think about the
it's late.
Okay.
Okay. let's see.
Everybody be quiet. Let me get through this 6-member list. We keep jumping. I'm sorry, I love y'all, but here we go. Leaf and limb fee fee restructure, 501c3 donations. Can we do it? Can we not? 501c6 to tax note, $3 million. Have Samco come back at the August 11th meeting to present their findings and what we can do. Put back COLA and HRA. Direct the city manager to put back COLA and HRA. Investigate a research efficiency audit. What would those costs be? What company or firm could do it? Revise the yellow sheets. Come back in August 20th. Did I miss anything, Jennifer?
You mentioned the next regular scheduled city council meeting.
Yes.
You're going to have some numbers at that meeting.
Samco will be presenting those numbers. And then, of course, the sub-action items are to prioritize that and see how it's going to fit into the tax note, should we decide, that's later, but I got a clear picture of what we need to put back into the budget. We're still working on revenue. So those are the 6 action items that I'm taking from the day. Did I miss anything?
Okay, so
I do have something, but just because TML opens tomorrow, you have training on here for 20,000. I need to know who's going, if we're going.
TML
TML
opens.
conference opens tomorrow. The TML conference. Training. Yes, and y'all have the training is up there.
And that was cut, though.
That was cut. So
So
I need to know.
Well, I paid my own way last year and I'm perfectly willing to pay my own way this year.
Okay.
what? Yeah, okay, so registration starts tomorrow and she has to know that, yes, you are going to go so she can in the hotel.
Out of ignorance, is this the one that's coming up in the next couple of weeks or
October.
It's in the next budget.
I need to talk to you about the one in a couple of weeks?
Okay.
Waco.
Jennifer, I've already registered because I'm the director. I've already taken care of my hotel and the registration. You don't have to do anything with me.
I have not already
Leave that
registered
there.
and I need all the help I can get.
That,
Well, I'm on and I'm a yes, and then I don't know. Well, I'll tell you tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, everybody please tell Jennifer tomorrow and we'll go from there. And then, so we have on here, I lost my glass. So we have, where are, discussion and possible action regarding the 25-26 preliminary budget. You have direction. Do we need to do anything? It's an action item. You have the action items. You have the possible action items, so
I've got direction.
no action taken, or you have direction,
Yes.
and so I can adjourn?
I can tell you,
No, I can't.
hold on, in past workshops,
Sorry.
I have asked for a motion to direct the city manager too.
Yeah.
But right, I'm good. I have direction. Good night. Thank you all.
I'm adjourning.
That was a 6 hour,